right. So you guys probably have a few questions. Why did you spend 4 hours reading this? Was it worth it? Uh, One, it can be explained by sunk cost fallacy. Started reading, realized it was too long. Um, kind of got sucked into it. Two, FiveM's been a big part of my life, and I've been on the outside of seeing all these breakdowns. Like, here's the website for those interested. I've been on the outside of seeing these breakdowns for some years. Like, if you're familiar with FiveM, even NoPixel, you'll know that the founder has unstable days. I don't know what to call it. There's explanation in this document about how those occurred and why those occurred, allegedly. However, for me, as a user of FiveM, it was interesting to see what the internal state was that led to these situations. Because for the average user, basically, what's happening? Basically, FiveM used to go down until like about a year ago, until Rockstar took over, really. It used to go down regularly, about like once a month. And it would be some cryptic message, and their Twitter would have some stuff on it like, it's over, I give up, I can't do this anymore, and everyone would be like, oh, fuck, and then Nikes or someone on the NoPixel dev team would usually come in and, like, stoke the fires and like, all right, listen, it's okay, we're talking with them, they're gonna be fine. Just take the day off. And it wasn't a big deal because granted, a lot of role players were like, all right, fine, this is a perfect day for everybody involved to go do variety together. It was actually a really interesting day because I actually look forward to those days, if I can be honest, because it forced a lot of people to make content outside of roleplay and do variety content that they probably wouldn't have without it. And so there's a lot of fun days looking back that were caused by these like outages. That we ended up playing like squad or something with a group of people that I knew but not that well. So I'm not that mad about it. Most people shouldn't be. It is what it is. But that's kind of why I'm so interested in this. Is like I find the origins and the history of FiveM kind of interesting because it's something that was a big part of my life, continues to be, and we'll see if it is in the future. So now your actual questions about what is this? Who is it written by? Like, what is this, right? This is essentially a manifesto. It's a, let's see, it's a 73,000 word document with 400,000 characters and 3,000, almost 4,000 sentences that takes 4 hours to read through. And that is excluding the many, many, many screenshots. I would equate this to be about this is about 100k words if you include the screenshots, because there's a lot of screenshots that have words on them. So it's about 100k words, maybe like 80, maybe like 90k. Why is it so long? Well, because essentially this is what I believe, and I'll give you my perspective. I'll tell you what it is, and I'll tell you what I think it is. What it's allegedly is a takedown on the history of FiveM and the alleged takeover of FiveM by, as this person would have you believe, sociopaths that are in control now. It's written much like a manifesto. I mean, it really is a manifesto. It's very dramatic. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it's very dramatic. The way that they write stuff is very dramatic. They have a decent writing style, though. This person should just be a writer. Like, so now let's talk about the actual question. Who is this written by? And for that, we have to skip to the bottom. So that's going to be about 73,000 words to the bottom. As we scroll there, I'll explain. They say who the alleged writers of this are. I'll have you know, it's not who I believe it is, but let's see. They wrote it somewhere in here. Look at TLDR. It's very, very long. It takes a while to get through this. I believe it is allegedly. This is who wrote this essentially. They would have you believe that it is a group of well-known members of the community interested in what happens to FiveM. A coalition wrote to publish this article, and that may be true. It may be true that there's a coalition of people that were essentially community contributors to FiveM that have become curious and even upset with the state of FiveM and the sellout to Rockstar, and they wanted to know what was going on, so they did some investigative work to find this out, right? This is what they claim the authorship is. To me, it's clearly too deep. It's clearly two people. And there may be a group of community members that helped them write this. There may be an authorship team that wrote different sections. But to me, if this was a research paper, there would be two names at the front and then maybe a few other names that help them assist them, right? I mean, it's 73,000 words. This is essentially a research paper. It would be hard to write this on your own and spell check it and, grammatically check it. And there are spelling errors, but all things said, it's completely possible there is a team that wrote this. But in my opinion, there's two people, and primarily one. I would put about 80% of the thoughts and authorship of this document on one person. And if you read it, it comes to me. I knew who wrote this. I think I had a strong guess at who wrote this. Like, let's go back up a little bit. A little further. Right. No. A little further, actually. I think I had an idea who wrote this right about here to give you a perspective. Here's a sidebar, if you can see that. We're about, I don't know, a 12th the way through it or something. That's kind of when I started to pick up on who the author was. And a lot of people are going to be like wondering, who are these people, right? And they put a nice little cast of characters, which I think, honestly, it's a nice touch. It does help for parsing it. However, unfortunately, there are many people that aren't on here that really should be. It's not comprehensive, they say it. But there should be a few more people that matter. Let's go through the people that, that matter on this list. To the story that's playing out, right? How long did it take him to write this? I would estimate about 5 months, because that's about the time. I'll get there. I'll answer that question. I'm gonna spoil myself if I do that. So who is here, right? We have the names and all the names they've gone by. We have their current role at Rockstar, or their role at the role for the majority of this, their role at Rockstar, maybe not current. And then you have their affiliation. Affiliation is going to be like who they're loyal to within the interpolitical drama that plays out here, right? So the bad guys. Let's just be straight up. This document paints bad guys and it paints good guys. The bad guys. You have the biggest bad guys. You have Groot, who goes by many different names. Deltanic, Remy. Remy is their real life name. Deltanic, Groot. Groot's their last name, actually, I found out. So it's Remy, DeGroot or something, but their other names are Deltanic and Techninium. It's not doxing, by the way, because they're literally in the credits they're in the credits for GTA 5 at this point with their full name. So if this person didn't want to be doxed, they wouldn't be in the credits. I'm putting that out there. This guy's name is Remy DeGroot. I'll get back to that person. They're the ringleader of the Groot gang. You have Thers, Sasha, Neonium, or whatever. You're kind of going to notice a trend here. You have Technidium, Neonium, Titanium, Zyrinki, Silicone. These guys kind of all like to the elements, and that comes back into play later. But they also have their actual handle, which is Thers, Pneumonia, Zyrinki, or Zin, Pain, and Deltanic, or Remy. So this is a group that allegedly, just to summarize things for you real quick, this is the group that is referred to as the sociopaths that took over right here. These are the bad guys, long and short. This group actually doesn't matter at all. You can pretty much just ignore this group for about 80%. 90% of this document does not pertain to this group. They never come up. They come up at the very ends. Ethan Hirsch is a interesting character that comes up, and I think probably if there was an innocent party, it would be Ethan Hirsch from my reading of this. Now let's talk about the heroes. This document alleges we have NTA or NT Authority. NTA is for short of that. They also go by Bubble or Hydrogen or Blatherstorm. This is the hero, I guess the original founder that got replaced. You also have Disc or Alexi. This is the Red M guy actually, but he also worked heavily on FiveM. This is the I'm gonna give you a spoiler, you guys. This is the author of this is the author document. I believe there is in my mind, as a reader of this document who's read, I would say 89% of it. I did skip some swaths of it near the ends that just weren't relevant, and I'll get into that later. Why I didn't read that and why I don't think it was relevant. But I believe Alexi is probably the primary author, or at least the brainchild behind this document. But I'll get into that. Further on, we have LWSS, who is a anti-cheat. This is their anti-cheat guy who takes over. Runs the anti-cheat for FiveM, essentially. Gottfried, who is a FiveM developer. Not a big player in this, but well respected by the other groups. Not really a big problem. Thorium, another guy who doesn't really come up that much. Kind of just a coworker and all this. Tabara, another one of these kind of like, hey, they were there. Okay. Anyway, so let's explain the authorship, right? For me, in my minds, Alexi wrote this with the help of LWSS, and I believe he wrote it from a place of guilt about the way that the whole thing went down with the acquisition of FiveM and the way that NTA was abused or allegedly abused. I can't comment on whether it actually happened or not. I mean, this could be fiction for all we know. But now, let me just address some things, right? So, is it real? Do I believe this is real? I think there is a very high chance the vast majority of this is true. And while it's definitely one side of a two-sided story, I do think the core narrative is probably accurate to a degree, right? And let me paint that for you, right? So if you read the foreword, it's it's the story of FiveM. Humble beginnings as a solo developing mod, fully featured story, yada yada. And then sociopaths come in and take over it, right? And then now Rockstar is employing these sociopaths who still run FiveM and are in control of the future of modding GTA 5. So let's start at the beginning, right? What is the story actually being told, right? The story is being told of FiveM, which for those of you who watch the channel should know, but a cursory explanation is that FiveM is the layman's term for it's the program for the #1 modding and private server application for GTA 5. It is just #1. There's nothing else out there. When it started, it was made basically by one single person who the founder called NTA. They go by many different names, but NTA is going to be like their moniker. NT Authority, NTA, whatever, right? This person starts off as a young person, around 22 years old or something, allegedly. They have a lot of pictures of early development here. They're the person who started it. Basically, they were a modder and tried to do some open server stuff for Call of Duty back in the day when they were much younger. And then when GTA 5 was coming out, they had been working on GTA 4. And they were working on a tool, I think it's mentioned here somewhere, that they were basically, when GTA 5 came out to PC, they'd been working on Citizen MP, which is a project that is a game-enhancing project for GTA 4. So they had a unique position to already be kind of ready for GTA 5. So as soon as GTA 5 hit, they started working on it and trying to, not crack it, but trying to make it a better platform for modding, and it was open source. The good faith element is definitely there in my mind. Anyway, so you can see some early screenshots here of NTA working on it and other people, It's all open source, and the key thing, the key narrative here is that NTA was working quickly and steadily, and that their core component, their core philosophy was, we want to build upon others' experience, and instead of each person going through issues and solving them themselves, we open source it so we can collectively progress this way faster. The project quickly became called FiveM. I'm gonna miss a lot of nuance here, so if you have questions, feel free to ask. But basically, they're improving the project, so on and so forth. At some point in 2015, Take-Two, under Rockstar's allowance, Take-Two being the publisher of GTA 5, Rockstar being the developer, Take-Two bans all this guy's accounts and starts banning the accounts as soon as they're made. Thank you for the gifted sub, man. So these were just straight up bans, right? And that's the first that's the first real contact from Rockstar or Take-Two towards this NTA person who is developing this open source FiveM. They go on to restrict even talking about FiveM on GTA Online, etc., etc. Essentially, NTA had already been sued, or already had not suits, but legal problems with Activision over their 4 Delta 1 project, which was on Call of Duty, same kind of thing on Call of Duty. Essentially, there's another important point here too that won't come up until very later, but I have to establish it early on, is that during the very, very start of development, there was a rival mod called GTA :MP. And it's important to note that these developers go on to join Rockstar before FiveM did. So we'll go on and we'll pause that, come back to that later, right? GTA MP comes back around, trust. Anyway, so essentially, in 2015, Take-Two stops fucking around. They're not just banning his accounts anymore. They moved on to sending private investigators to NTA's house and trying to get him to sign a cease and desist. They were not willing to sign the cease and desist. It has implied some very shady tactics by Take-Two, which is probably backed up by the fact Take-Two has done this kind of thing before. So I kind of believe that Take-Two was being kind of shitty about this. I mean, Take-Two kind of has a public history of private investigators and suing modders and stuff. Love it or hate it, it's the way it works. Anyway, the important thing to note is that NTA always asserts that they always had a check inside the game that makes you think, or sorry, the NTA would have you believe and asserts that there's always been a verification that you have a legitimate copy of GTA 5 before you can use FiveM. I, as a consumer, can verify that at least since 2017, that has 100% been the case. I've never tried to work around that. I don't know if there's any workarounds. I've had a copy of GTA 5. You've had to have a copy of GTA 5 for years. There may be some underhanded shit going on with servers faking it for you or whatever. I don't know. But I'm just verifying what I can, is that that is true to my knowledge, at least in 2017. In 2015, I have no idea. Basically, quickly what happens is NTA gets sued as a 23-year-old with no finances and no real ability. They lose the court case, and they are then basically legally restricted from ever working or modifying any Take-Two project ever again. It's a legal restriction. It's you can see it documented right here. Basically, NTA was legally prohibited from working on anything related to Take-Two ever again. Take-Two sent spies to infiltrate FiveM chat rooms. Basically, this is going to paint the picture for a lot of mental trauma in the future and a lot of sensitivity around working with Take-Two or Rockstar in the future, which, spoiler, does happen. Basically, they get crushed. But as we know, FiveM rises again. Basically, the chapter here is that NTA sees people still working on it, sees that they're not really doing it the way that he wanted to, and decides to get re-involved. He recruits some members of the community who were working on it in the right way, and says, okay, we're going to work on it again, but now I'm going to be protective. I'm going to hide my identity better. So they then create the Citizen FX Collective, which is essentially it's a fake group of accounts called elements that appear as though FiveM is being developed by a large team rather than a single individual. As time goes on, he invites community members to join his elements to further obfuscate how many people are working on it and make it harder for NTA to get legally sued into the ground again. We'll skip past a little bit. Anyway, basically, it's going well. Development starts going well. Take-Two doesn't bother them for some time. Rockstar neither. You can see a lot of the happy tweets. This part is painting a picture that things are going well. They're expanding. It's going well. This is back in 2018. So this is back when I started playing. I started playing right in the end of 2018, 2017. So yeah, this is when I got on NoPixel, 32 slots, right? And I can attest that this was a big deal back then. Basically, 2017 to 2018 is when they started doing 64 slot servers, right? And important to note here too, there are terms of service that NCA had that were basically, if you play FiveM, you're not allowed to charge for money on anything, because that would basically give Rockstar a reason to come after FiveM again. Is if they were making money off this project, then Rockstar Take-Two would come after NCA again. So NCA was very protective over the terms of service because NCA didn't want to get sued again and lose the project again. So what happens is NCA starts taking down servers that are monetizing against the terms of service for FiveM, and a lot of those server owners would then lead raids on the FiveM's Discord server, social media accounts, and DDoS them. Unfortunate, but it's kind of like either Take-Two comes after us and kills FiveM again, or I take down your server and they DDoS us. But, you know, it is what it is, right? Basically, in this era, this is when the central authorization server existed, Keymaster. Basically, it's just a... Keymaster is a term for the authentication system that verifies you actually own GTA 5 with a legitimate copy. So Take-Two will calm down, because everyone who play it basically is just indicating to Take-Two, everyone who's playing this mod has a real GTA 5 account. Please don't fuck with us. We move on a little bit, right? Back to the positive stuff. This is when, in 2017, 2018, they start chasing the 64 slot server dream, which is up from 32. 32 was, I mean, you guys wouldn't even believe. If you're a new RP viewer, I know some of you will have been watching or themselves participating back in 32 slot servers. I don't know how we did it these days. 32 slots is, it's tough to imagine 32 people on a server. And I think back then on NoPixel we had 5 cop slots. It was a lot. It was a lot of ground to cover for 32 people, man. It was I think people did a much better effort at making an effort to interact with people back then, because it was so barren. Anyway, so they start chasing the 64 slot dream and they start testing big servers, right? One of the issues they come to here, and this is going to be introduction of a very important character who I believe is the author of this article, Disc, or Alexei. You can call him either one. One is his real name, one is his username. I might be pronouncing it wrong. It's Disque or something. He's Russian. I'm gonna give it to you straight. He's Russian. Disc is probably not a name I'm great at pronouncing. Disque, whatever. I'm gonna call him Disc. If that's incorrect, sorry, Disc, but it's just for the ease of summarizing this. Anyway, so as these tests are going on, Disc is going to be an important character because this is a person who had been a community contributor for a while, substantial community contributor. You can see right here. Disc is one of the people that was helping a lot with OneSync, basically a key component and contributor, volunteer for free, that was trying to help them expand to 64 slots, and was a big organizer to help make, like, basically, Disc's role in this early stage was reaching out to local FiveM communities to make a big OneSync test. Because the big problem was, to test 64 slots, you need at minimum 64 people to even test the server. And on top of that, you need 64 people that are willing to log their bug reports, video record properly, and actually report issues. Essentially, it's very hard to do when FiveM was this small back in the day. So he's a key component of organizing people into a collaboration to actually test for OneSync. It ends up working. You can see some screenshots here. of how many people are on the server, and basically a lot of issues get hammered out, and they solved the issue. But here's a video from Disc back in the day if you want to watch this. This is
46, пока не лагает.
this is him. This is his YouTube channel. If you're curious, this is how the tests look back in the day. I never participated in these, I don't think, to my knowledge, but he has an hour-long recording if you're curious how these looked and what was going on. But we go back to the video here. Anyway, it took a while, but they got it. They got 64 slots. And then the next expansion was 2048, which is what we currently have to this day. It was a lot of work went into it, and I'll give them credit. I was a player at the time, and I watched this slow transition from 32 to 2048. They are talented developers with a lot of work ethic. Basically, you can see Disc here typing in Russian. Basically, what happened here was a lot of testing and stuff. This is largely relevant to the narrative, but it's painting a picture of how hard they worked. And I think that's important to the story, is knowing that these guys worked really hard on this, and they did it for free, basically, at this era. They eventually got it, though. And then in COVID, basically, a lot of people come to the game. It starts off at 50K before 2020. It goes to 170 by early 2021. It's an insane level of growth, and basically, this FiveM project is still solely being run by NTA and community contributors, unpaid volunteers. Now we're going to get to the RedM release. This is when Disc really becomes involved in FiveM and RedM. Disc is already a heavy contributor, one of the top ones. They are basically the brainchild behind RedM. Disc is the only person maintaining RedM at all. But they make RedM. RedM is basically just FiveM, but for Red Dead 2, if you don't know. It's what WildRP, other servers run. It's always been the redheaded stepchild of FiveM, unfortunately. But you can see some progress. You know, this is a GTA 4 map with the Red Dead 2 engine. And then we're gonna get to the actual drama, the beginning of the actual drama that begins the beginning of the ends. So essentially, at this era, we're gonna go into late 2019, early 2020. This is when the infrastructure payments and stuff were just becoming too much. And NTA, or FiveM, basically the only guy behind FiveM, starts putting up a Patreon and financially incentivizing the server so we can support all the infrastructure stuff. During this time, there's no hiding it, but FiveM was unstable. These things happened where you can see these tweets where they would do these random tweets where the servers would go down, and this part is largely to establish that these breakdowns happened prior to the introduction of the story's enemies, right? The villains. But anyway, by early 2020, they actually had enough money to hire a few employees, right? So they also indicate, like you might suspect, it's very hard to hire for a project like this. You really can't hire anyone fresh out of college with a good development resume, because they could just go to a real company and get a 401k. So essentially, the only people you can hire are who is available to you and community contributors. So here we go. We're beginning of the ends starts in 2020. These are the introduction of the two greatest villains of the story. We have Deltanic and Theris, who are introduced here. These guys are they are introduced as allegedly trying to join the project and already quit their jobs to work on FiveM. NTA did not notice them as notable figures in the FiveM community, but after persistent persuasion, thought, why not? Apparently, Theris was a minor contributor with a few UI improvements. Deltanic had basically no involvement, but was going to work as a documentation, ended up working as kind of a manager of the, like a project manager is kind of the best term for it. Alongside these two, the third employee that was brought in was Disc, as you might guess. Disc, one of the most active contributors, already made significant contributions. Important to note, Disc's English was quite poor back then, as he's Russian, a Russian national. I think it's important to note, but the author doesn't note at this time, that Deltanic and Theris are also Russian, to my knowledge. Russian nationals, although they do move out of Russia prior to Disk. And, obviously, if you're thinking Russian 2020, 2021, 2022, you're right. We are looking at the Russian-Ukraine war occurring very quickly here. So that's going to come up. But not a lot. Not as much as you think. All right. So then we go into the next few hires. We have Duck, who's the anti-cheat engineer. NTA, the founder and leader. There is a UI guy. Deltanic, the project manager. And Disk, the other software engineer. They work through Telegram. Another important thing to note is NTA is Dutch. So this is an entirely European team, if that matters to you at all, to paint a picture to you. Now, let's delve into the interpersonal drama of the situation. Disk claims that, this is all written in a objective third-party point of view, but, I've already told you, I think Disk is the author of this document, and you'll see a lot of insight from Disk, which only someone intimately familiar with them or Disk themselves would be able to articulate. However, I can understand. Let me just lay something out. I think this document is written by Disk as kind of an apology and clearing the air, because they have immense respect for NTA and realize that they may have played a small role in the way that things went down, and they feel guilty about it. They have immense respect and reverence for NTA and their coding ability, and feel like they played a small but significant role in the fall of FiveM and the acquisition to Rockstar. And to me, this feels like an apology letter. Like, hey, NTA, I'm going to be honest about what you were, but I'm sorry I let it go down this way. And here's the truth, so everyone knows. It's not NTA's fault. So anyway, as we move on, this basically initially views the other three hired on as a tight-knit group of friends and doesn't intervene in these interactions. Which is basically the interaction is that Thurs and Deltanic become proactive in building a relationship with NTA. Essentially, they try to buddy up to NTA and become personal friends. Disk is basically working on RedM and working on OneSync. Duck is working on anti-cheat. Things are going well. They put out some hiring advertisements. You can see here on Hacker News. This is their hiring advertisements, looking to hire people. Anyway, here's what happens. Deltanic takes over as the project manager and becomes basically non-responsive most of the time and doesn't help build anything. Just as a complete turd. Is unhelpful, allegedly. Deltanic, also known as Technidium, also known as Remy or Groot, just is like not doing their job. They're supposed to be manager. They're supposed to be helping other people work together. They're supposed to be doing PR stuff. They don't do any of it, allegedly. There's also becomes lazy and doesn't work on the UI stuff as is promised. A big project called FXDK, which is supposed to be innovative and revolutionize GTA 5 modding, never comes to fruition. It just never works. Essentially, we move past a lot of this because it becomes a lot of reiteration that Deltanic and Thers are lazy pieces of shit that don't do anything. You can see some DMs here and a chat conversation about NTA and Disk. Again, these conversations are incredibly private. Well, they're private DMs anyways, but these are just discussing like, this is how I know it's Disk. Let's put it this way. Almost every screenshot of DMs is from Disk. I mean, either he wrote the damn thing or he told someone to write it. It's that clear. But anyway, NTA and Disk are talking about how these guys are kind of being lazy. And then we introduce some new characters. Thers and Deltanic still being bad. We're in 2022. In 2021, they hire LWSS, experienced engineer, known for security researches, again, indicating English is not their author's first language. I think this is Disk again. But anyway, I'm going to go back to the contents of the article. You introduce LWSS, who I believe to be the secondary author of this document and the anti-cheat developer. Gottfried doesn't really come up again. Forthar doesn't really come up again. Tabara, mine really comes up. And then we have Nemoya and Zernicki. These are both Deltanic and Thers friends. They are part of the group gang. That's kind of what you need to know. They are basically, this guy is going to be the support agent. This is going to be the person who interfaces with server owners and the community to tell them why or why not the servers are working. This person's also going to be a support agent and PR person. So these people are not coders. They just join to be like public relations and support agents that can respond to tickets and whatever, yada yada. These two are coders. These two are coders and developers that got added. I can summarize these three's involvement by seems like a good developer, but not really involved in the drama. Moving past it. Here is Deltanic's alleged. This is their commitments to like GitHub or their what they. You can see here. It's the issues, merge requests, pushes, comments. For the layman, all you need to know is every dark gray square here indicates a day that nothing was done, allegedly. And they're saying nothing was done for the year of 2022 or whatever. Here you can see Disk and Tabara talking about how you can see Tabara and Disk talking about how the managers are getting paid more than the developers, and the current web guys are Remy's friends. Remy, remember, Disk, Groot, Remy, same person. Technidium, same person. They're bitching about the managers getting paid more than the coders. We move on. Here's an update on NTA's ability and their update. This is basically a graph of the same kind that indicates how much work NTA was doing towards the project. Every dark gray square like this one, every Sunday in October, they didn't do any work, or they didn't commit anything. They didn't publish any work, any contributions. Every bright green dot is a day they worked a shit ton. And you can see that they worked basically 360 days out of the year on FiveM. This is what you're going to start to understand. Basically, the undercurrents here is that NTA was a hard worker, talented coder, but a terrible people manager. Just terrible people. And it says that here as well in many, many different phrases, and says in many different ways it indicates how little NTA was good with people and how they were good at coding. But let me give you the long and the short. So I'm going to summarize the next 20 minutes of reading with the simple: NTA is probably severely autistic. And I don't mean that in a pejorative of any kinds. I don't think it's expressly said, but they indicate that socialization issues are a problem and that they are a coding savant. And I think it's probably fine to just say they are a brilliant coder who has a obsession with FiveM, who is a significant, if you are not, like, this person is responsible for FiveM through and through, more than anybody else on Earth. And anyone who ever has watched GTRP or played GTRP owes them a debt of gratitude for that work. But let's just be open and honest about it. A very talented autistic coder who is, so deep in the weeds is not a good people manager. It's just, that's kind of how the world works, If to be a talented coder is and also be a talented people manager, it's rare. It's 1 in a million. And I can get into the whole. I have personal thoughts about should managers of coders really be paid more than coders. I got into a whole thought process on this, and that really is going to be like a separate tangent that is not pertinent to the actual manifesto here. But my take on it is I do think, I'm going to go into it real quick. I'm going to say I think it's kind of fucked up that essentially the workers who are coding the entire program are inherently in every fucking every system, every capitalist system on Earth, the workers are getting paid less than the managers. It's fucking bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. Think about who is actually providing a product. It's the coders, 100% of the time. And let me be honest. Do coders need managers? Absolutely. If coders did not have managers, they would not be able to interface with each other. They would not be able to talk to their accountants. They would not be able to talk to HR. Like, there's a million things that require coders to talk to. Like, you need the outgoing extrovert type A to interface for the introvert type B. You need it. It needs to happen. To me, it's a lot like grease. The managers are the grease that keeps the gears from grinding metal on metal, right? But the sad fucking part is that the managers end up in charge because they have to be, and they abuse that. It's really fucked up, man. It's fucked up. Because why on earth is a coder like think about a coder at like Bungie? Let's use Destiny 2, right? A coder at Destiny, essentially the person that makes the fucking game. They make the product. Why is that person worth 100,000 a year, but a executive who's essentially a manager is worth 150 or 200k? It's fucked up. But anyway, that's a whole. I can't keep quiet about that. I think, and here's the honest God's honest truth, is I am an extrovert. I am a manager in this dynamic, right? And I could realize that it's fucked up for the managers to abuse this position to pay themselves more, but whatever. Moving on. That's a whole tangent that I can't keep quiet about, and I know that it's not really here or there. You're not here to talk about politics, but I maybe good leaders are more rare than good coders. True, that is true. However, how many good leaders have you had at your job? Think about I'm gonna ask you, Rogue Gunslinger one. How many? Think you don't have to answer. I know it's a Twitch chat. How many jobs have you had? How many good managers have you had? Should all of your bad managers been paid more than you? I do agree that if there's a good leader who keeps up good morale, interfaces with different elements of the company, and keeps everybody working at a high pace, that person is worth more than all the parts combined. However, that person is 1 in a billion. It doesn't happen. The amount of bad managers that create busy work for themselves and others, that go to meetings all day and don't accomplish anything and just look busy and then go back to their office and look at Reddit or look at Twitter or TikTok, and then they pay themselves 50% more than the coder. Those people are the billion to that one. So anyway, that's my perspective on this. Just to clarify, managers, and just to be clear again, I do think that I would be a manager if I was in a workplace. I don't have a bachelor's degree, but my personality set is that of a manager. So I say this from a person who recognizes the scam, because I would be the one scamming. I would be the one benefiting from the scam. So anyway, let's move on. So the management starts to break down at this organization. NTA is the founder and the head of it, but Deltanic, aka Groot, aka Remy, is the manager, and they're getting paid more, and they're not really doing anything. It's a free-for-all. Basically, this is a quote that I find very accurate to the next 20 minutes of reading, is that it's a free-for-all. Those with the ability to self-organize could accomplish what they wanted and be as productive as they wanted. There were no consequences for doing nothing, which is unfair for those who put in their 8 hours every day. As one can imagine, many people began to slack off. A couple even took multiple jobs to stack more cash while milking FiveM. It was impossible to get fired at FiveM. That's basically what you're going to see. This covers 60% of the document, is that NTA was completely unable to fire these people who did no work and billed him for 8 hours a day. It is what it is. NTA admits they're not a good manager. It is what it is. Dude, Ultra, you don't have to outsource yourself. Like, as you'll see, you do zero work, you publish zero work, you get paid anyways. That's just how it works. That's how FiveM operated back then. It was a total golden goose. You could have 2 jobs, go to work your normal job, come home, bill NTA for 40 hours a week, and he'd pay you, and he'd never fire you. That's how it worked. But anyway, just to reiterate again, NTA was not an easy person to communicate with. They were extremely stressed about everything, and they had communication and socialization issues due to medical reasons, which NTA would disclose themselves if they had to. So NTA was open and honest that they had medical and communication issues, and that's what Deltanic was kind of there to mediate as a manager. And this manager just went MIA and just took the free money, essentially. That's what you need to know. We move into a section about these monthly pulse posts. Basically, this section is just here to establish that the people that were hired from the Groot Gang that were allegedly supposed to do PR didn't do it, and the community noticed. This Nimona, Titanium, and Zenurki were supposed to do support work, and they started doing PR stuff. They just didn't do it after a month or two, and in the end, Tabara starts doing it. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit. Tabara, this guy starts doing the community post, who's a hardworking dev. This is a good guy, apparently. And then this person has done it all the way up into the Rockstar merger and then beyond, maybe. So that's what you need to know, is the PR people that got hired to do PR stuff didn't do it. Now we move into the actual meat and potatoes of the breakdown of FiveM. Deltanic, Thayers, Pneumonia, Zernicki, Kane, AK, and then this is their element name for FiveM: Technetium, Pneumonium, Titanium, Vengorium, Silicone, and Rotogonium, whatever. They formed their own little clique. These guys were all hired on the recommendation of Deltanic, and Deltanic is the ringleader. They essentially don't do anything. They don't work at all. They take the paycheck, and they manipulate NTA by talking shit to him. Zernicki gets mouthy with NTA about, why are you doing PR? That's my job. Fuck off. Important thing to notate that comes in later, I feel was intentionally left out to deceive the audience on this, is that it's important to notate that Zernicki and NTA become involved at some point and are referred to as a thing. I'm not sure which era that it persists through, because it doesn't give a date on it, but these two are a couple at some point, or a thing is what it's referred to as. No judgment on that, but it does paint a larger picture of why they're so casual with each other. At one point, the entire group, the Groot Gang, as you would know, they go to the Netherlands, and one of them, Titanium in this case, who is, let's refer to the guide up here, Titanium, who is also Pneumonia, sends a Telegram message of a reservation in Dutch indicating they're in Netherlands, meeting up all together without NTA, their own boss, and having work meetings. It's obviously incredibly manipulative. To be forthright, this is incredibly disgusting behavior, where NTA rightly freaks out and is like, "What are you doing? Like, why are you in my country, but you're not involving me? Like, why don't you talk to me?" And this is when it's kind of like established that their the Groot Gang's strategy was manipulate NTA by not responding to them for weeks, essentially. Whenever NTA does something they don't like or doesn't conform to their demands, Deltanic and the Groot Gang just ignores him for like weeks at ends. Anyways, additionally, NTA believed these people were their friends. So it's important to articulate as well that while NTA was their boss in the FiveM project, NTA also believed these people to be their friends. And, NTA being deeply, for medical reasons is the way they put it. And I'll continue to refer to it like that, but we can read through the lines here and say that there's some autistic tendencies at play. But NTA wanted to break out of their isolation and socialize more, so this kind of thing was incredibly hurtful, rightfully so. It was a manipulation, essentially. What's important to note as well, I'm going to go back and say again, is that this group, to my knowledge, is largely Russian. So the fact that they were in the Netherlands is quite notable too. The fact they were near a restaurant that NTA could have gone to as well furthers the hurt here for someone who thought these people were a friend. Imagine you are the head of a project and you hire you hire your friends, and your friends bring in 4 more friends, and now you're paying for like 6 people on your roster, and they come, you're in America, they are in Canada, you see them post that they're at the bar down the street, and they didn't invite you. It's incredibly hurtful shit. It's incredibly hurtful. I don't blame this person for freaking out. Anyway, so we're moving further and further into the timeline. We're still about a fifth of the way through at the most. Basically, this is when the breakdowns that NTA was having was start to become a lot more frequent, and at the behest of this Groot Gang, as we're going to call them. We'll just call them Groot Gang from now on. If I see Groot, if I see Remy, if I see whatever, we're just going to call them Groot Gang, because that's just what they're referred to for the large part of this document. Deltanic, that's Groot, just so you know. And that's Groot Gang. essentially, Zernicki, one of the members of Groot Gang, also apparently NTA's ex at this point, starts the narrative on the public forums that the Sea of X team, the main elements, are themselves. They start taking credit for a lot of the hard work that's being done. This is when we start to see a lot of takedown request, like the FiveM errors out because NTA's having a fit. This is a specific fit that the entire platform went down, and he blamed Disk, who is again, not a part of Groot Gang, a Russian national, but not a part of Groot Gang, who is an innocent party. But basically, this part emphasizes why I think this part right here, to me, indicates why I think Disk is the author more than anything. It shows extreme guilt that Disk had, and highlights the mental state that Disk realizes they were doing to NTA. So Disk here lets us in on an insight of a situation in which they manipulated NTA, and you might think it to be innocent, but it was still manipulation. You can see right here, Disk was fully aware of how NTA would react, so it was still a form of manipulation. This, to me, feels like penance. It feels like penance. Disk feels an intense sense of remorse for allowing themselves to manipulate NTA, even if they thought it was for the betterment of the platform. And this also explains why Disk was, labeled as one of these things. NTA, being extremely stressed out, would confidently take down FiveM as a cry for help, so to speak, right? As a consumer of FiveM, we didn't know what it was, but now we do. Anyway, this is an attempt to provoke Disk to try to get a reaction. NTA shouldn't have done it, but this is how this starts to realize how harmful this shit is and doesn't do it again. Now, if you're an active user in FiveM back in the day, the mood takedowns became more frequent in 2022 and 2023. I can confirm they did. These mood takedowns, as they become referred to, start to happen a lot more frequently because of Groot Gang, essentially. This is the crux of the rest of the article, is that Groot Gang starts manipulating NTA pretty hardcore. And then NTA lashing out the only way they know how, begins to take down the platform with stuff like this. They take down the platform, and they respond on Twitter in such a way. Like, this is a good interaction, I think, that kind of encapsulates the issue. You have a random Twitter user who is like, hey guys, what the fuck is happening? Did you put this code in here? Or did someone else inject it? We need to know. And FiveM responds with, I did it. It was me. No one hacked it. It was me. And this person's like, why would you do that? It makes no sense. Why would you do that? And FiveM says, I don't know what you want from me. I did it. I'm being transparent. I admitted it. Which pretty much indicates it. And this is kind of a classic example, by the way, of a neurotypical person interacting with a autistic person, I find, is that this person is confused. Like, this person lays out, like, asks a question. The autistic person answers directly. The neurotypical person says, that doesn't make any fucking sense. Why would you do that? And to which the other person responds with, I'm telling you what happens. I don't know what you want from me. It's like, they don't like, this neurotypical person is trying to understand in logical terms, and it's an interesting interaction for me alone for that, and that like insight into a interaction from an autistic person's point of view, to be honest. And also, to be honest, I'm putting that label on them. They never say that openly, but I don't think it's a harmful label. And I'm sorry if they find it harmful, but I think it's helpful for other people to understand the perspective of what is happening here. I think referring to it vaguely as medical reasons does no one any good, but sorry. Anyway, so basically, these mood takedowns are increasing in frequency, and Groot Gang is basically the behest. This author would have you believe that Groot Gang is basically manipulating NTA, and that's what starts happening, and that's why it starts happening more and more and more. And they're right. From an outsider perspective, it's completely impossible to understand what's happening. It does make NCA look terrible. We thought the FiveM owner was completely schizo at the time, back in the day. And Deltanic paints a picture on the forums and elsewhere that NTA is just impulsive and a frustrated child. So you can see that the Groot Gang is manipulating NTA. NTA takes down the server, or takes down the entire platform, and then Groot Gang is like, yeah, this guy's a fucking weirdo. And you can see how that would be believable, not knowing the inner workings. So we move on a little bit. During the situation, this is when they kind of level, and they kind of give a explanation from Groot Gang. And Groot Gang basically, this is a, I think, some levity from Disc trying to explain that Groot Gang isn't entirely evil, perhaps, and trying to give an explanation for their actions. And Groot Gang often would use burnout, unpredictable life events, etc., to not do their work and bill full hours, etc., etc. And basically, the author is going to indicate that it was more than just taking time off work, and they were billing for full hours even if they took time off work, so it's fraud. We move on. I mean, a lot of this is going to become a little bit repetitive because the author really wants to communicate some thoughts. So we're getting to the point where this is going to become very, very repetitive. And I'm trying to do chronological, and this doesn't do chronological, so I'm doing my best. So I've read this. I'm just trying to read through it to try to parse it. So anyway, at this point, how much do people getting paid? A pretty significant amount. You'll find out. All I can tell you for the finances, Ray, is that when they do sell the acquisition, they sell for 20 million euros is the alleged amount, and that is apparently only 10 months of income from FiveM. So they think that was undervalued, but FiveM was making several dozens of million a year. Like, it's an incredible amount of money at play here, allegedly. So just so you know, there is significant money at play. NTA is not poor by any means. In fact, NTA is a wealthy, wealthy, wealthy person to this day. Millionaire easily, tenfold over. At this time, too, they probably had several million. And these employees were getting paid good money, just to be clear. But nonetheless, it was fraud. And fraud against a millionaire is still fraud. It's still wrong, even if I don't love millionaires. Anyway, so this is when NTA is doing a lot of mood takedowns, and Deltanic, aka Groot Gang, is trying to give NTA to hand over access because of these mood takedowns. NTA rationally understands that this is not good for the product and that someone should be the owner of it. So NTA gives a draft of a contract somewhere in the middle of 2022. And that contract basically says, hey, you can have access to the important infrastructure things, but not the financials. And there's a contract to keep them honest about it, right? Deltanic doesn't sign it and ignores it because the speculation here is that they don't really care about, they don't want a contract to regulate their access. They just want full access. So here's a discussion between Bubble, who is NTA, and Disc. Disc is expressing he doesn't want any more mood takedowns. NTA is agreeing and saying, hey, I tried to give a formal process so we could, reduce this. They didn't sign the fucking contract. Again, we see the further explanation here. But the long and the short of it is that in the end, NTA gave away full access to the project's infrastructure with no contract because they just felt bad. They were guilted. They were bullied into giving over access with no contract. And I do agree, Fred. Absolutely. I'm conflicted that I don't care about rich people problems. I think I have a policy internally that if you have a couple $1 million, then you have enough money to pay people to care. And I shouldn't care for your problems. But the manipulation and stuff is disgusting regardless, I don't have a problem saying that you have millions of dollars, I don't feel that bad for you. But also, manipulation is, these are also millionaires we're talking about nowadays, right? So I don't have a problem condemning it either. Like, I don't necessarily feel extremely sorry for NTA because they have millions of dollars to pay people to feel sorry, but I can see wrong being done in the world and still condemn it, if that makes sense, right? It's different than like feeling, hopefully that makes some kind of sense. It's kind of my own complex morals. So whatever. This is a graph to show you that when NTA was taking down, this is a graph of like the Group Gang takes over the infrastructure for the servers, right? And this is a uptime graph of 3-month period where red is down for like the entire day, green is like good, and orange is like bad, right? This is when Group Gang took over, and that is compared against a graph of when NTA was running it, and you can see that there are a few infrastructure issue days in the 3-month period, and then one day there was a mood takedown, and then 3 rough days for infrastructure. So it's just illustrating that Group Gang was inept at maintaining the infrastructure, and that the mood takedowns were almost better because at least it was just one day instead of like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You know what I'm saying, right? Pretty common to be more empathetic with when issues become humanized, you face a personalized face to them. I mean, I have a lot of empathy. I think I might be out of the norm here, but I have a lot of empathy. I don't work myself up for millionaires is what I'm saying. I can feel bad for someone, but also not be willing to like risk my emotional well-being for a millionaire. That's kind of the most nuanced way to say it for me. Anyway, while these so Group Gang takes over the infrastructure for FiveM at this period, and it goes down a lot more often than even the mood takedowns, and the Group Gang blames NTA all the way through it, blames NTA, even though NTA is no longer in control of the infrastructure. At some points, NTA uses a leftover token to get back into the back door and to do a mood takedown, and then that gives Group Gang all the more reason to blame NTA for all the legitimate server issues and all the illegitimate server issues. It's going to be a pattern here. After this point, NTA doesn't have any more tokens allegedly, and let's go into the Group Gang lore, right? So it's a group of friends abusing NTA's mental vulnerabilities. They're going to be called Group Gang from now on. Act like a gang allegedly. They weren't really well organized is what this person's trying to communicate, but they were a group ring led by a single person, and they didn't act as a monolith, but they do have similar intentions and they do act similarly. And there are like and to be clear, there are some of them that current day express remorse for how things went. Essentially what this section is trying to paint is that Group Gang was an isolated group within the FiveM structure. FiveM was around 20 developers, and only 5 or 6 of them ever had an issue with NTA. The other 16 or so had some communication issues and had some disagreements, but never had a real conflict with NTA. And so this is trying to paint a picture of like, if there's such an issue with NTA, why is it only the 4 to 6 people every time? So we move past this. We have a lot of historically blaming. Group Gang blames NTA at every corner. That's just what you need to know here. We move past. Now we go into the Rockstar acquisition. Now, important to note, Group Gang, Groot himself, is in charge of the infrastructure. And somewhere in this time, 2022, late 2022, Deltanic, aka Groot, aka Technidium, aka Remy, starts conversations with a executive at Rockstar called Ethan, and we'll go into that more. Ethan Hirsch, who seems tentatively interested in buying FiveM or acquiring FiveM, or perhaps becoming partners in FiveM. And this part is illustrating that there's a legitimate acquisition that these guys were kind of like, I don't know if this is going to happen or not. there was some hesitancy. NTA also had a court restriction to not work on anything Take-Two related. So this is getting kind of dicey for NTA. NTA doesn't want to do this because of the potential legal fallout, right? Messaging someone. Anyway, so as this acquisition becomes more and more likely, NTA gets kind of on edge because there's a court restriction here, and Deltanic basically betrays the entire group by leaking the personal information of every developer to Rockstar, and Disc doesn't like that, and a lot of the other developers don't like that because working on FiveM is inherently a not just a legal gray area, but almost a legal red area. Your founder's already been legally prohibited. Leaking your confidential personal info to Rockstar themselves would potentially give them the bullets for the gun that would shoot you for legal troubles. Anyway, we move on. It's no good. Deltanic, kind of a piece of shit. Moving on, Deltanic also leaks the entire financial data to get a sweetheart deal at Rockstar. And I think I have to say, this is probably one of the most offensive parts of this, as just like a business situation. If this is true, which this is all allegedly, just to be clear, leaking your financial data to the potential partner or acquisition acquiring company is just bad business. It's purely bad business. I'm not a merger guy. I've not really worked in business. And I'm sure that at some point when the deal becomes super secure and talks are becoming very, very serious, you would be required to provide this kind of information. But leaking it is just stupid. Then Rockstar knows how much money you make and how little they have to offer you. It's just bad business. So that's why they think that Deltanic became a director at Rockstar, is because of this kind of behavior. Now, we're going to move past a little bit more and just skip a little bit more just to say that while this is going on, NTA kind of starts to push back and doesn't want to do this anymore, and starts to kind of freak out that like this is going to be a bad deal, and kind of starts to resist, right? During this period, Deltanic and the Groot Gang really start to manipulate them hard. They start ignoring him for weeks on end. These are people that NTA thinks are his friend, by the way, too. But there's a lot of manipulation at play here. I'm really underselling the manipulation part of this. I've highlighted some key parts, but for the person at home who wants to know what happened here, a lot of alleged manipulation, where NTA thought they were friends with this group, and this group would just ignore him for weeks on ends, or just treat him like shit and talk to the public like NTA is a moron who is a child, etc., etc. During this acquisition period, this early talks, apparently there was a partnership. It was a potential partnership where the CFX team, which is the owners of like the current developers of FiveM, would have been partners with Rockstar, not acquired by Rockstar. This is apparently a much preferable deal for NTA, and I would assume most people. Hirsch, the Rockstar employee they were interfacing with and is now their boss, basically said it was possible, but refused by Groot Gang. Is it true? Is it not? I don't know. But I can see why this would be advantageous for the Groot Gang and not advantageous for NTA. NTA is someone who really is passionate about this project, worked on it for free for years, and now is making money off it, but I think would have worked on it for free for years and years to come. Like they want to create a vision still. And not having that is probably pretty tough for NTA to cope with. They were the complete and sole visionary and founder, and now they don't even have a say. So partnership would have been preferable. It is easy to say for NTA. But I can see why Groot Gang wanted to become acquired, not a partner. And this is pure speculation on my part, but it's because Groot Gang is majority, if not completely, Russian in origin. Russian nationals. And my understanding is that working for Rockstar, which I believe to be where, yeah, Rockstar is. I thought it was a completely American company, but Rockstar is a completely like Rockstar is a completely American company. So it makes sense to me why these Russians um, would want to become bought out by Rockstar versus a partnership, because a partnership would leave them potentially as contractors. Acquisition would become full employees, and they would at least get work visas to escape Russia and any potential mobilization. I know that this is not a fun topic to talk about when we're discussing FiveM drama, but it's kind of understandable. They want to get out of Russia. I don't believe Groot Gang to be truly evil. They're manipulators and they're bad people, but I do understand the motivation here. My speculation, anyway, is to get out of Russia and secure their place in the West. And working at Rockstar is, like you said, ultra. It's a payday and a cushy job, but it's also security. Um, isn't it talked about later that everyone stayed on remote work and was just shipped hardware from Rockstar, though? Yes, but what's important to note is that Rockstar has a remote work doesn't necessarily just mean stay where you are. Rockstar, it's kind of murky here, Kenny. It seems like you've read some of this. And my understanding is that Rockstar locations. So Rockstar has different locations around the world. They have, let's see, it's like Rockstar hiring. So Rockstar has like many different locations. And anyway, long and the short of this is, to me, is that they probably got to move to at least Western Europe and were given a work visa from Rockstar to stay there in Western Europe. Even if they're remote and only remote with just hardware from Rockstar, I think what happens here basically was that NTA was giving them a work visa. It's mentioned later here that NTA actually gives one of their boyfriends a fake job with real income to secure their exit from Russia. And to me, there is some underlying currents that while NTA was giving them work visas to work at NTA's company FiveM, that wasn't a secure, rock solid deal that could keep them out of Russia forever. But Rockstar doing the same thing is much more secure. And additionally, you have to admit, working for Rockstar as a career is much more. It's much more of a career move than anything else in this. Like, if you say I work for FiveM, go ahead and explain what FiveM is to Microsoft Games. Maybe some of them get it, maybe some of them don't. The coders might get it. The HR people that hire you probably won't. If you say I worked at Rockstar Games, you're in. Like, I mean, can you imagine a developing studio that wouldn't take I worked for Rockstar as a director, as a developer, as a programmer, as like a free golden ticket to, you know what I'm saying? It's a leaping off point. Basically, that's conjecture, but that's where I'm at with this section. So Groot Gang basically uses their insider knowledge of a potential deal to start establishing themselves as a much harder worker than they actually are. People that hadn't worked in months, people that have been doing one task a month, now suddenly started asking for salary increases, which NTA approved, to make them seem like they were higher up in the company than they were, and that when they were acquired by Rockstar, they would be more significant than they actually were. This part, it's hard to say if this is true or not. Obviously, I think Disc wrote this, and I think there's some salt from Disc that Disc didn't get a good of a job as Groot Gang did at Rockstar, because Disc ends up as a contractor for Rockstar as a low junior programmer, and a lot of these Groot Gang guys end up as direct employees. So, I think this is true, but it does reek of jealousy. Maybe rightful jealousy, though. Sometimes jealousy is rightful. Disc sounds like a much harder worker than these guys, but we only have Disc side of things, so I don't know if it's true or not. It does sound like these guys were bums, though. So anyway, they bump up their CVs, they get pay raises, so that when Rockstar comes looking into the books, uh, Groot will get better jobs at Rockstar. And I absolutely agree, Ray. I think that's right where I'm at with it. I don't know that he's lying, and there's a lot of regret and jealousy, but I think it's mostly true. Um, anyway, so we're gonna move past this a little bit. Um, at this point, NTA starts trying to back out of the merger, back out of the acquisition, and Deltanic and Groot Gang becomes very manipulative and begging him, freaking out, saying if they don't deal it, they're going to sue them. Groot Gang tries to sue NCA for 6 million euros, which is a third the proposed deal. So do the math, proposed deal is at 18 million euros or something. It ends up being 20, I think. But anyway, because of all the manipulation and tactics, apparently there was an anti-stall mechanism and it kind of goes through. NTA essentially stalls too long due to the manipulation and boom, it goes through. There's a lot of, and then allegedly behind the scenes, Deltanic and Groot Gang were making deals with CFX partners, Tebex and Zap Hosting, that they started adding clauses into their current contracts that the contracts were for a lot of money, and the contracts added a clause that said if they were acquired by Rockstar, they would have to pay out the contract in full, no matter how long. Obviously, this is implied to be insider knowledge that Tebex or Zap Hosting could not have known about this situation, and therefore they would have no reason to add this clause. So it's implied, or it's directly said, that Deltanic probably gave them a notice, hey, put this clause in there, get a bunch of free money. And then the conjecture here is that Deltanic gets a major kickback because of that. Deltanic brags about getting a Tesla. Here it is. Groot gets a kickback from the partner companies. One honest team member said the story tell a story where Groot bragged about getting a free Tesla. So it's implied, it's directly said, Groot manipulated NTA, used insider knowledge to defraud NTA. Here it is again. Basically, we move on. Ethan Hirsch management starts getting slandered, but here comes a team, right? So Mr. Hirsch, this guy becomes another villain, and I'm gonna say I don't actually view Ethan Hirsch as a villain, if I'm honest. Ethan Hirsch, for those that have just joins or are looking to get caught up, is the Rockstar executive that kind of starts to manage the acquisition. At first, he's director of strategy, and then becomes a senior director, creator platform. Creator platform is going to be the umbrella they refer to FiveM as, and Rome. That'll come into play too. Basically, my understanding of this situation is that Ethan Hirsch was developing Rome with a group of other modders that turned corporate from GTA multiplayer, a mod that was killed off in 2015 and that Rockstar acquired the key developers from. And that this entire time that FiveM had been flourishing, Ethan Hirsch was developing a group of modders that are now corporate employees to develop a competitor and eventually the replacement for FiveM. And that was called Rome, ROME, which is an acronym for Rockstar Online Modding Engine. It's, to me, it seems like what happened with Ethan Hirsch had this team going, right? And they were going to, at some point, unleash this Rome system to probably take over from FiveM in GTA 6. That's my understanding, is that I think this seems like a GTA 6 thing, this Rome thing that Ethan Hirsch was running. But it seems like what happened is while they were, in the early concepts of this thing, is you have to keep in mind, 10 years, yeah, I mean, you have to keep in mind, Rockstar moves slowly. Like, look at GTA 6. They move slowly. Rockstar moves very slowly on their stuff, right? They have plenty of runway, and I don't think it's a bad thing. But just to try to make my point here before I get distracted again, I think they were developing Rome with Ethan Hirsch's team, and then Groot Gang tries to sell out FiveM out of nowhere. And Ethan Hirsch, being a adept executive, is like, what? Okay, like, let's hear this out, right? he hears them out and sees what's going on and is like, yeah, this is a no-lose situation. We gain control of FiveM. We pay $20 million or 20 million euros, but just use dollars because it's basically the same amount of money. We pay $20 million for a product that makes 40 million a year. If we don't fuck this up for a year, we make double our money back in at least 1 year. You know what I'm saying? Rockstar loses nothing in this acquisition. They make more money than they bought it out for in 20 months. If they make it over a year, they make their money back, So anyway, I view Ethan Hirsch as kind of an unwitting executive who didn't really know how insanely manipulative this whole group was. So Ethan Hirsch starts telling, he starts these conversations with these guys, kind of feel out what's going on with FiveM. And Corporal Asso guy. Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty accurate, MT, is that he's kind of a corpo, type that you think is an asshole. But in reality, he's just caught kind of unaware with how incredibly complex this web is. And so they acquire FiveM. He's now the big boss of FiveM. A lot of the FiveM team didn't like this because they kind of like their they kind of like their job as a FiveM developer is very freelance, very free form. Now it's going to be an official, a much more regulated type of deal. He starts interviewing people over Discord to kind of get a feel for them, just asking them what's going on and stuff, kind of friendly stuff, very typical corporate stuff. Anyway, so here's the supposedly 20 million for FiveM, by the way. Group Gang starts trying to manipulate NTA for bonuses, essentially. Groot asks for 30% of the sale. He demands it. Says it was his dream to get that kind of money. Me too, brother. It's also my dream to get 30% of 20 million. What a crazy dream we both have. So unique. Anyway, they were unsuccessful getting the bonuses, but they essentially manipulate him and ignore NTA to the point where NTA feels he has to buy his friends back and gives them a sum of money, not exactly 30%, but gives them a sum of money to buy his friends back. The first few weeks of working at Rockstar, Group Gang is slandering NTA. We can move past a lot of this. It's workplace drama. So at this point, they start working for Rockstar. This is going to be like, I don't know what the time frame here is. But just to be clear, Group Gang starts working at Rockstar, and it doesn't really say this, but initially, as far as seniority, NTA is like the second level below Ethan Hirsch. But as things go on, Groot himself becomes the second man to Ethan Hirsch, equal with NTA, and NTA is a contractor, whereas Groot and the others are employees. So some leverage happens. Groot, they start throwing NTA under the bus. They start using NTA's poor social abilities to stress NTA out and reporting him to HR and stuff. And eventually NTA gets a talking to from HR and like a 3-week suspension from work. So here's the admission that NTA and Zernicki had been a thing. NTA wasn't over it, kind of had an obsession with Zin. Zin used some of those old DMs to get him in trouble. Basically, Zin later regrets this, is said, but there's some elements, there's some whiffs of that. Sorry, that was my music. Anyway, there's some there's some hints that NTA is not taking the separation well, and NTA is a bit of a hung up on Zin. So we're moving past this a little bit further. I know we're an hour and a half in. We're kind of getting to the end. Trust. A lot of this, trust. We are getting near the end. I know it doesn't seem like it. Here you have some conversation about how NTA is talking with Steve or Winfan or whatever. This is just NTA talking about how Group Gang is apparently manipulating Ethan Hirsch and HR to get rid of NTA. NTA, while being suspended, tries to buy the friends back, sends Stagnitium, aka Groot, aka Remy, aka whatever the D guy's name, 2 million, just under. Zernicki gets 1 million, and Neonium 150k euros. He ends up sending the money over. It doesn't work, and they continue to campaign for NTA's firing, even after getting the bonuses. Groot asks for more and more money, wants 6 million, not 2 million or not 1 million. NTA replied to Groot, because basically Groot's angle is, I set up the deal, I want more money, which, whatever, there's maybe some validity to that, maybe there isn't. The reality of it is that Groot did set up the deal and do the deal behind NTA's back. Does that entitle him to more money? No, because it seems like NTA didn't even want the fucking deal. But regardless, NTA starts asking for the money back, saying it was an accident. Groot involves his lawyer, initiates legal proceedings to keep the money. It goes back and forth. Groot deletes his entire Telegram Discord history, so NTA couldn't use it in court, but eventually folded anyway to get back the money. The original team speculates, the original team, aside from Groot Gang, speculates that Groot folded because he had been embezzling from FiveM all along, and that if this went to a court proceedings, Groot's bank account containing the bonuses, etc., would have been revealed. So this is speculation. I think it could be true, but just so you're aware, that's why Groot did give the money back for the narrative part of it. Anyway, so Ethan's first priority, now in charge of FiveM, was to get rid of the flat structure at FiveM and move everyone to a corporate hierarchy. What ends up happening is that Groot gets placed as Ethan's right-hand man as assistant director. Thayers, Neonium, gets placed as the lead of engineering department, but is not very proficient in coding and management skills, and ends up getting renamed to senior or software engineering manager because they're incompetent, apparently. And apparently this is the only Rockstar employee to have this title. That's all conjecture. We don't really know if that's the only title or whatever. We'll take them at their word. Pneumonia, Titanium was made a senior manager of support and PR. Essentially the cushiest job possible, by the way. This is a good job. Support and PR, easy job, dude. Respond to emails all day. Zernicki becomes PR, public relations, and Kane, a lead of a one-person team of infrastructure department. Now, nobody else got cool roles. Everyone else was a junior or an associate. The anti-cheat lead, who's also the only person at CFX as an internal team, was offered $55,000 a year. So basically, Groot Gang gets a bunch of good jobs for a lot of money. Everyone else gets kind of like middling jobs for average money. Low money in the industry, I'd say. 55K is a little low. Anyway, NTA, the founder of the whole project, was hired as a contractor. I've already covered this part. So a lot of people get hired as contractors too. Moving past that, NTA was basically still being shit on and belittled, and they were using their little group to bully him and paint him as a villain to HR. Move into a little bit more of the interesting talk. This is going to be a little bit more interesting for people interested in FiveM in general, because this is actually the future of FiveM. A lot of this so far has been the history of FiveM, but this is probably the future of FiveM here. I can't pronounce bars. I'm American. I don't know what this means. We'll call them bars. Bars is a observer type figure along with Onion that are basically observing the new FiveM team under Rockstar, essentially like to see if they're adjusting well. Thanks for the tier 1, by the way, Jocko. Appreciate it, dude. The resub, dude. So anyway, Onion is like another person who had sold their business to Take-Two and is not responsible and actually tried to help. So they don't come up again. Onion, forget about them. We have bars here. Thanks for the 2 subs, Olsen. Thank you, man. I didn't read it for nothing. Holy shit. Thanks for giving a sub to bars, dude. Anyway, so bars is essentially the the project lead from GTA multiplayer. If you've been here the entire time, you're gonna remember that. That is a callback from way back in the day. Bars is GTA multiplayer was a rival mod to FiveM in the very early days that apparently was acquired by Rockstar. Essentially, it is said here that Bars and his GTA multiplayer team are a separate team that is not introduced to the FiveM team, and they are working on Rome or some part of Rome. They are the leaders at the creator platform team. Essentially, they interact somewhat, but not really. But Rome, for the short answer, is the Rockstar Online modding engine. That is probably the successor to FiveM. The timeline is unclear. I'll go into that later when we get to the end of this. Basically, this guy Bars was apparently the same level as NTA, which is important to note because Bars is implied to be high up. So I think they're not saying it here, but NTA actually is kind of high up in the architecture, but they're just a contractor is all. And that seems to be a major disagreement. But anyway, Bars is someone who is basically relaying technical requests to Rockstar. Bars and his GTA multiplayer team working on Rome have access to the GTA 5 source files, which the FiveM team was not allowed to have access to. Bars also was given information from the FiveM team about some sensitive exploits that are still possible in GTA Online, but the FiveM team had become aware of and patched on their side. So Bars is kind of painted as like incompetent as well. I don't know how true that is. It's kind of all conjecture. Seems like a little bit of jealousy that these guys got hired before FiveM did. Onion was a good guy and would ask why people weren't doing their jobs. Eventually, about 2 years ago, Onion moved on with another program at Rockstar, probably an executive. So we move on. After the NTA suspension of 3 weeks, he comes back, starts working again, complaining to Ethan Hirsch that he's getting roadblocked because Groot Gang is now high up in Rockstar, well, at least high up on this specific team in Rockstar. Ethan says Rockstar can have an environment where everyone feels uncomfortable, yet NTA is allowed to feel uncomfortable because Groot Gang keeps vilifying him. And then NTA, essentially, after a lot more goes down, essentially Zin complains that NTA is harassing via Discord DMs. Rockstar corporate policy, suspends NTA 3 months. Zin expresses some remorse in these DMs with Disc, but claims that this is just what you're supposed to do in a corporate architecture. You make your own judgment call on that. I'm not really interested in that minute detail. It does seem like manipulation, but anyway. NTA basically is sent home for 3 months, no work, suspended. During this period, though, NTA is still trying to help somehow. NTA is deeply passionate about this project, and it's their fixation. So NTA kind of keeps helping on the outside, but has an NDA and can't talk about it. But because they have an NDA, they're still allowed to talk to the other members of the development team that aren't Groot Gang. And basically, the OG chat is initiated as a concept. This is a group of the original developers that are not Groot Gang, essentially. They trauma bond in this group. It becomes a lively place more than the official Rockstar Slack. Essentially, Ethan Hirsch becomes aware of this at some point and was not happy and accused them of starting an army. So what I'm starting to gather here is that Ethan Hirsch, let's go to the top here, if you don't mind. Ethan Hirsch, you have to keep in mind, is this guy, the normal executive guy who, unbeknownst to him, hired a group of developers, modders. And I think this is kind of a case study on why modders don't get a job at official institutions very often, is because they're kind of poorly socialized and they don't really get along with each other, and there's a lot of internal drama. Occasionally it works out, but for the most part, that's why a lot of places require a college degree, is because the college degree is not actually that important to learning your job, but a college degree shows that you could at least show up somewhere for 5 or 6, 4 or 5 days a week and perform some coursework and get along with your teachers and classmates. So as much as I don't think college degrees are good and we need to move away from them, I do kind of understand where we're at with this situation. That's why college degrees are important in corporate America, is because it just shows you get along with others. So Ethan Hirsch, this unknowing executive, secures a major deal for Rockstar. He is now in charge of essentially 2 groups of people, right? He has the Groot Gang, who he has hired as the assistant director, lead developer, lead support manager, PR, and back-end maintenance guy. And then there's also this other group of the quote-unquote OGs, the founder of FiveM, who's a contractor, the disc guy, who's RedM and FiveM, contractor, LWSS, who's an associate developer, non-contractor, Gottfried, who's a contractor, Orthar, who is a senior developer, and TX admin developer Zavara. So he's got 2 groups under him, right? And I think from Ethan Hirsch's perspective, I kind of get it. He doesn't know who's right and who's wrong, and he doesn't know all the ins and outs of this really, really fucking complex web of interpersonal relationships that honestly, to be completely candid, you've got this group of, you hired this group of people, and you told your bosses, hey, look, I'm getting a sweet deal. Let me pay $20 million to acquire them, and then let me get the salaries for these guys. It's going to be a great deal. And so he really can't afford to get rid of these people after he just talked about to his boss. So he's got to try to settle these disputes between them, right? And I think the reality of it is that Ethan thinks, okay, these 5 people are saying this guy's a problem, and these 4 people are saying these 5 are a problem. It's just a nightmare for the executive here. He doesn't know what to do. And so it's mismanaged for sure. And unfortunately, NTA gets it's a very short end of the stick, because NTA is, as we've established, very poorly socialized, and that leads to NTA not being able to navigate social situations very well, due to the probably apparent autism. And basically, NTA gets kind of forced out of Rockstar. That's what's going to happen here, and NTA gets fired essentially. When that happens, a lot of these other guys that are associated with NTA still kind of don't like that. They know NTA is hard to work with. They've worked with NTA a lot, but they also know NTA is is 90% of the project, and these guys are kind of bums. So slowly, one by one, the rest of these guys will quit, and it becomes a really, this kind of, like I said, this is a long document, but like I said, we're near the ends. Yeah, this is the end basically. What ends up happening is through this next period, we look into how this person who's writing this document, whether it's a collective of community members of FiveM, whether it's Disk himself, whether it's LWSS, whatever, we start to watch how they start to say, look, FiveM's shit now. Rockstar's managing it poorly, et cetera, right? These guys have all quit since, all the OGs, and Groot Gang is the only people still left at Rockstar. There's some major drama pieces I can go into. But basically, NTA gets fired. The rest of the team quits slowly. There is a documentation about how they believe that Rockstar and the employees at Rockstar, the Groot Gang guys, are unfairly enforcing terms of service. This is when NoPixel comes up, if you're curious. This is basically how NoPixel gets involved. Is that this author, who I think is Disk, starts to bring up that server owners are unhappy with unfair enforcement of TOS and PLA. PLA is just a term for TOS now that Rockstar owns it. Server owners like Next are boycotting, throwing a fit. It's a lot of drama. RSM throws a fit and gives up on their server. NoPixel is accused of allegedly debadging cars. So the way that it works, whenever Rockstar took over, is they said no more third-party assets. No more brands whatsoever. Even if you have permission from the brands, no more brands. And I kind of completely get that, because while you have permission from the owner of the brands, there may be someone somewhere with power of attorney. Imagine that you're the owner of a brand. Like, let's say you're the owner of like a small boutique clothing brands, but let's say you've also licensed that brand somewhere else. There is someone who might have power of attorney to sue on your behalf. Even though you're okay with it, they would still sue, right? And the difference between suing FiveM as an independent project and suing Rockstar is massive. Rockstar is a much more lucrative target than a bunch of developers out on their own, right? So Rockstar doesn't want to have any of this shit anymore. No more brands. People complain, but no more brands is a very reasonable thing. Basically, NoPixel now is being accused of, instead of just making new lore-friendly cars, there are DMs from Zin that says that these cars are not just remade cars. This is not the Comet 6. This is actually a Cayman GTA 4, which is a real car, a real Porsche, and it's just debadged. So this is where NoPixel kind of gets the real drama with NoPixel, is that NoPixel is treated as Ethan Hirsch's pet. Like, this is portrayed that Ethan Hirsch has close cooperation with NoPixel and therefore is allowing stuff that would not be allowed for other servers. Other servers are upset about this. Apparently NoPixel is using debadged cars. I don't even know if that's true. There's allegedly evidence here. It is what it is. I'm not an expert. It does seem like this is a debadged Porsche Cayman passed off as a Comet 6. I don't know. I thought the cars looked unique to me and looked like GTA lore to me, but I don't know. NoPixel, this is the real important part if you're just paying attention for NoPixel shit, is that allegedly NoPixel is secretly working together with Ethan Hirsch, the executive and the director of Rome, with early access to move their server first over. Now, this can be interpreted a number of different ways. I thought a massive thing. See, I know you're talking about, Skunk, and just to confront that, I know that there was a debadging process that went on as soon as Rockstar bought FiveM, and my interpretation was debadging was allowed, but it was allowed, but it was kind of a stopgap until they replaced them with new cars, right? So my understanding was at the end of mid 3.0 to the end of 3.0, they debadged all the cars to comply with Rockstar TOS immediately, but understood that debadging wasn't acceptable and they needed to make new cars. So at the beginning of 4.0, I thought it was a completely new fleet of cars that were not just debadged, they were completely different. And that's kind of where I left it. So I don't know. That's where I'm at with it. I don't know. I thought debadging was kind of a stopgap that was no longer being done. Allegedly, it is still being done as recently as 2024 March, so last year, which is well into 4.0. Regardless, this so-called FiveM killer, something Hirsch has been cooking for years. Ethan doesn't care about any server owner on FiveM. He just expects the community to follow NoPixel. So I think this is, I'm going to go into a little bit of conjecture and a little bit of speculation. I think you can interpret this in a few different ways. One is that you can interpret this as a doomsday scenario, that NoPixel is going to be the only server on FiveM 2 or Rome when it launches, and that NoPixel will inherently be the only server on it for months because NoPixel had such a big head start, and that we're all going to NoPixel 5.0. Personally, I don't care. I have no server loyalty. No server has ever paid me money. No server has ever brought me on their staff. I don't get paid to say anything about any server, so I'll be fair and upfront. I've enjoyed Onyx in the past, no longer. I enjoy Purple right now, but I would be silly to maintain a loyalty to a server that has done nothing for me, right? Competitive, I think the having competition in the market is good, so I'll put that out there. But inherently, this does not affect me as deeply as anything else. I played NoPixel for 7 years, man. NoPixel taking over is not going to be the end of the world for me. Although I do enjoy Purple quite a lot. I hope Purple is able to find an edge. But let's interpret this a little bit more fairly, right? Is NoPixel actually going to be the only server on Rome launch? I don't think so. I'm not an expert, but I don't think so. My actual interpretation of this section is that NoPixel is a trusted group of developers who have legitimate contracts and NDAs. So NoPixel is being given the trust to beta test this Rome engine project because NoPixel actually has a corporate structure. You may not like NoPixel. You may not love NoPixel. I know I don't. I know I have my problems with NoPixel. But at the end of the day, I completely get it. NoPixel does have a corporate structure. They do issue paychecks to the developers. They do have NDAs. So if Ethan Hirsch and Rockstar was going to try to beta test Rome with FiveM server owners, it would be NoPixel. Because to my knowledge, Onyx does not have NDAs. Onyx does not have any formal payment structure for developers. Same thing with Purple, to my knowledge. I think at the end of the day, all three servers, many servers could have corporate structures and payments. But the problem is that I think they don't want 1 million developers on this Rome thing. They just want a small group of developers that could test it out. That's all I'm saying. I don't know what the truth is. But I know for a fact that NoPixel can be very tight-lipped about their development. And I think for Ethan Hirsch and Rockstar, that is very sorry, let me put it this way. Astronaut, I believe you. You're a developer to my knowledge, and I believe you have NDAs. I don't mean to insinuate that Onyx doesn't have any kind of like corporate structure, but more to the point that NoPixel 100% does, and that I think what's happening is basically a I don't know how to paint this, but NoPixel's corporate, for lack of a better term. That's basically what it's coming down to. Is Ethan Hirsch? You could put H. Ethan Hirsch is like, what do I want to expand Rome, so we'll put Rome under here. So we'll do excuse my drawing. We have Rome, whatever, man. It's terrible, but ROME. You have Ethan Hirsch and Rome, right? This is two separate things, but he's like, how do I invite people to this group, right? And he's like, okay, I have, Onyx. Maybe he knows about Onyx, maybe he doesn't. You have NoPixel, you have D10 or something. You have maybe Purple. I don't know if he even knows about Purple. And many other servers, right? Like, dozens of hundreds of other servers, right? Prodigy, sure. Prod. And he's like, okay, listen, I can't have 1 million people having access to this. I can only have a small group. And what's the most important thing with this small group is that they are completely airtight about their NDA and that they do not leak source code from GTA 5. And here's the thing. He may think, you know what? It's possible Onyx is good for this. But he doesn't have a formal working relationship with them. It's possible D10 is good, but he doesn't have a formal working relationship with them. He has a formal working relationship with NoPixel because of the brands and the contract creation, or the content creation that has gone on there. So in the end, just like Astronaut said, it's corporate. NoPixel's corporate. These other servers are not as corporate. NoPixel become the beta tester, the first invite, because Ethan Hirsch and Rockstar are relatively assured that NoPixel will not leak anything and will maintain their NDAs. Pick one with the most to lose. Exactly. Lowman Scott, I think it has a pretty good angle on that. Now, do I think this is a doomsday scenario for GTA modding, FiveM, etc.? No. I think what the most likely situation is that NoPixel is basically getting paid to beta test Rome, and their payment is advanced access, a head start. But I think what's going to happen in the next year is that Rome beta testing or Rome testing or Rome access will be given out to more and more groups as time goes on. It's possible. other servers are now getting access to Rome. We just don't know about it. You have to think about it like this too. We only know NoPixel has access to Rome because of this document, and this document is by maybe two Rockstar employees who were themselves admittedly low-level contractors in FiveM. So my opinion is that could this be a total doomsday where NoPixel is the only server allowed and has a 2-year head start? Yes, that could happen. I can't rule it out. I don't have the access. I cannot rule that out. But as a reasonable person, do I think that NoPixel is going to be the only group with advanced access? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I think it's completely possible there are other groups with access to Rome right now. It's completely possible other groups have had access that this employee who wrote this was not aware of. It's also completely possible that many groups will get access to Rome as time goes on. It's also completely possible that NoPixel is pioneering the way to make it so you can transition your server seamlessly from FiveM to Rome. It's completely possible that NoPixel is doing a community service for FiveM, and NoPixel is making it so it's easy to transfer your tools and your assets to Rome when it comes out. And I agree, Astronaut is a great resource here. He's an active developer for Onyx. It'd be crazy if one team got access for this big and only got access to it. I completely agree. GTA 6 is massive. I don't think it's the only access. And like you said, empty, it's not confirmed. This is just a leak that it apparently was true. And just to confront something else, I want to say, you know what I find, Astronaut? I'm not gonna pretend like I've had corporate tech jobs. I have had corporate jobs. I worked at Walmart headquarters as a IT briefly, and so and my friends are all like in real life. A lot of my friends work for Walmart as coders and such. So I have some small, tiny insight into how corporate structures work, and I just want to say I think you're right. Like, there's a lot of nuance here that is lost, and that taking this as gospel and the only version of the truth is probably it's probably just it's naive is what it is. But anyway, I do want to confront this though, my copium and why the Onyx update is taking so long. I don't think that's the case. I'm gonna be honest with you. I wish, Tipman, I really do, but I don't think that's why Onyx update's taking so long. I mean, maybe it is, but it seems really short-sighted to completely kill off your server for something that isn't going to be released even within. I highly doubt Rome is released to a public audience in the year 2025. I think we're quite a bit off from Rome. I do think Rome is built to replace FiveM before GTA 6, but keep in mind that what is GTA 6? I think GTA 6 is like slated for I mean, it's slated for like late 2025 or something, right? And it's likely that this is going to get released. It's likely that it's going to get delayed. I mean, a game this big always does. And then on top of that, the PC release is going to be 2026 minimum, right? So I think there's a chance that Rome comes out late 2025. But I think it's more likely that Rome is not a serious candidate to contend against FiveM until 2026 at minimum. So yeah, I think just to be reasonable, just to stop a little bit of spiraling. That's where I'm at with this whole NoPixel is the only server on Rome or whatever. It's definitely one employee's perspective, but it's not the absolute truth in my mind. It is confirming Rome though, which is interesting. Also, I want to thank you guys for watching. I know that we've been going for a while. We've been talking about this. You know, I have 320 viewers, which is huge. And thanks for, putting up with this bullshit. I actually had fun reading this and talking about it. It's kind of interesting too. I think FiveM has been a big part of my life as a consumer So being able to read through this was kind of interesting, just as like a personal level. But being able to dissect it with the chat as well is very interesting to me. I like doing it. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna finish the last bit of this while it matters though. There's a lot of salt from server owners here about FiveM. Sorry, a lot of salt from server owners on FiveM about NoPixel allegedly debadging cars. I think this is Milton Pike, uh, who's like on some server in Spanish, who's like upset about it. Yeah, Ashnot, you probably weren't here when I said this, but I think this entire manifesto is a case study on why big tech doesn't hire modders. Like, not entirely. I know modders do get hired. I mean, in this case, they did. And there's obviously modders that do get hired that are perfect model employees. And there are obviously tech employees that mod in their off time that are model employees. But for the vast majority of like tech stuff, this is why game companies are afraid of hiring modders, is because of this. Like this blow up. Basically, a executive hire, takes a deal with FiveM and hires a bunch of people, and there's a super complex social dynamic, and there's a very autistic person at the helm who lacks the social facilities to. It's just it's a web. It's a total web, and I'm not going to say right or wrong, but yeah, I'm thinking Ethan Hirsch is probably really regretting this right about now, because what is he going to do? Fire the 5 people he said were the hot shots? He can't do that. He'll look like shit to his executive boss. It's you know what? I like that, dude. It's like asking pirates to join the Navy. A few of them are going to be really good, but the vast majority are fucking pirates for a reason, dude. Yes, fire them. I agree. Yes, fire them. But the problem you have to consider the reward structures at play here, right? Ethan Hirsch is he's an executive. Think about it from the perspective of Ethan Hirsch. He's this executive guy who works at Rockstar and probably went out of his way to pitch this, deal that hey, we need to buy FiveM for $20 million, and then we need to hire 20 employees, right? That probably took a lot of convincing of his bosses, right? If Ethan goes back to his bosses, his executive bosses, that we're all responsible to a boss at the end of the day, and says, hey, great news, we just fired my entire team because they couldn't get along with each other, that I just spent $20 million acquiring. He's going to look like a clown. Even if it's the right thing to do, he's going to look like a clown. So what I guarantee you Ethan's going to do is that he's going to wait for these guys to be lazy idiots and get fired on their own, instead of revealing that he didn't do his homework and find out how much drama was lurking, End of the day, I think Ethan did the right thing, even as a business thing. Ethan's going to end up having a successful acquisition because FiveM makes more money than they spend on the salaries for these guys by a lot. So end of the day, Ethan's still kind of he's going to get some flack for, basically he'll get flack for bringing these guys in that he shouldn't have, but it was still a good deal. He's just trying to mitigate how much flack he gets in trouble, or how much trouble he gets in with his bosses. But moving back to where we're at, this is where the document starts to blame basically blames Ethan for poor management, blames the Groot gang for poor management and poor work. You can see here how our boy Nikes, shout out to Nikes. Ethan Hirsch, yeah, Ethan Hirsch should be a great guest, but it would be career suicide to get on a podcast like this. Anyway, he's my boy Nikes. I love this guy. Nikes is forwarding a RCU exploit, which is extremely. I'm not a coder. I'm not involved in coding. As a casual, I'll tell you, RCU exploits are no good. I don't know what it stands for, but it's really bad. Here it is. Remote code execution. Basically, server owners could infect player PCs with shit. It's bad. It's a very high. Just read this. It's very high priority. Nikes makes a document documenting it and forwards it to the Rockstar team. Nike's says, "Hey, I reported this, but no response." Nike's then messages Disc, who again I believe Disc is the author of this document, the primary author. Nike says, "Hey, I submitted this, hasn't been fixed." Disc replies like, "Yeah, it's been brought. It wasn't brought to our attention. The CFX guy shit the bed on it." Bass, who is another term for NTA, that's a Bass. Bass is BAS is Dutch, but it's also NTA, whatever. It's the same person. But Bass is a Dutch name. One S, one A, one S. Bass is basically the visionary, the savant who did FiveM. So without Bass being there, there's not much they can do about it. Nike's is upset about this. Nike says, "Man, maybe I should just get a job there." Um, but yeah. So anyway, they're just talking shop at that point. And then a little bit later, you can see basically same day, but about 11:45 to so an hour after Disc says, "Yeah, I will bring this up in our chat." Neonium reaches out to Nike. So basically, Nike's points out an RCE exploit, and then after 1.5 months, Nike says, "Hey, any progress on the RCE exploit?" This says, "What RCE exploit?" And then Nike's like, "This one," and he says, "Oh, can I mention this in our chat?" And then he mentions it in the chat, and then an hour later, the support guy reaches out. So there you go. Proving those guys don't do their job, I suppose. Nike's the GOAT, doing it all for free. But anyway, essentially, while NTA suspended another critical vulnerability that allows DOS attacks on any FiveM server happens, and NTA being on suspension is not allowed to work officially. It publishes a public workarounds, which the Groot Gang tries to use to get him fired. Here are some server owners complaining about their assets and stuff and their logins. Another malicious. Basically, this is all talking about how the current gang, the current group at Rockstar is not doing their job, and server owners and players are suffering under FiveM. Bunch of server owners messaging. Here is a guy reaching out and saying, "Hey, here is a way people are." So if you're not familiar with this, by the way, FiveM's primary monetization method is boosts. If you go to boost, sort by, here's the server browser. You can view it on web. If you sort by boost power, this is people pay for boosts to promote their server, right? Because you may be wondering how on earth is a server with 63 people and a server with 7 people way more popular than all these servers with players? Let's go to players, right? Not even close, right? How is that happening? Well, it's because they have boosts, and you pay for boost with cash. There's a whole system there, right? It's the most monetization. It's the most. It's a ton of financial compensation for FiveM. It's how they get all their money. It's important to note that people are saying, "Hey, people are stealing boosts." There's a exploit within the code that people are able to steal boosts off other servers. We'll get into that in a second. Baggage, don't worry. And this guy sends a whole document and a whole explanation of how these boosts, how this theft is occurring, which is losing monetization money for FiveM and now Rockstar. He also mentions a bug bounty program, but never came out. So whatever. This is all to establish that FiveM under Rockstar is now being run poorly. There's not a lot of work going on, a lot of shit just falling around them, etc. Yeah. Apparently someone wasn't aware cheats for FiveM exist. Yada yada. We're gonna move past this a lot. It does sound like it's being run poorly, but it's kind of becoming like repetitive how much info there is. We are moving past a lot of complaining about the running. LWS, the anti-cheat dev, takes responsibility, and essentially LWS is being a good employee, Root Gang being a bad employee. We're looking at this is the part where you kind of got to start skipping a little bit if you want to get through this in a reasonable amount of time. But the core narrative is that NTA is doing their job despite being suspended by interacting with the public for free, because Groot Gang isn't, and NTA is passionate about their project. Got sold out from under them. So also important to note that FiveM employees at Rockstar were not able to review the source code. The GTA, MP team that is now integrated into Rockstar as the Rome team did have access to, or does have access to Rome, like the source code for GTA 5. FiveM employees were not allowed to see the source code. That becomes a plot point later on. Basically, this is where the Groot Gang starts to let down the socials. Apparently, a rogue server owner, an active Reddit user, takes control of the FiveM subreddit, which this guy frames as a big deal. It's really not. It's kind of a nothing burger, but like it should it have happened? No. Is it a big deal? Not really. Some server owner got access to the FiveM subreddit, which I think how do I see reddit.com/FiveM. Like, what is, this is not a very active subreddit beyond this current thing, so whatever. It's basically showing that the PR people are not doing their job in maintaining the PR, like the public facing FiveM programs and whatever. It's an accurate criticism, but we're getting a little minute. Disc is upset we lost FiveM. Remy said that, they got the notification, but we're too lazy, yada yada. Basically, the PR and support team were just not doing their jobs. We're gonna move on. FiveM is degrading. This is another thing I want to say, is that FiveM and RedM are just they're not being updated. The main two developers, NTA, who did like 80% of the work, has been suspended. Disc, who is the other big guy, I guess, is being onboarded and really hasn't worked on it much. So essentially, there was a GTA 5 source code leak that happened at some points, and the FiveM team essentially starts to use that to better optimize FiveM, because they cannot use the actual GTA 5 source code from Rockstar, which doesn't make sense because they're working for Rockstar. But I think you'll find that the reason the FiveM team was not given access to the GTA 5 source code is because of documents like the one you're looking at. They cannot stop leaking to the public, and they just weren't trusted with it, I guess. Seems kind of reasonable now, but it is what it is. Basically, eventually the FiveM team gets access to the GTA 5 source code, but it's just up to date to the leak. It's not current, like with all the new DLC on it, which, much to FiveM's chagrin, they don't like that. We go in on the UI guy at Rockstar, who doesn't even know how to use the helicopter in GTA 5 and doesn't even know where Polito Bay is, etc., etc. Seems like basic stuff. Basically, these guys are just, they're being painted as just complete deadbeats who don't even play FiveM, who've never hosted a server, yada yada. We're gonna move past this because this is getting a little bit minute. Asset escrow is a form of copyright protection for 3D developers to make money on their stuff without getting their stuff stolen and just shopped around. But what ends up happening is they make the asset escrow system, and what ends up happening now is this asset escrowing system, which is supposed to protect 3D modelers and artists. Um, Basically, it ends up being abused because it was never made with monetization in mind. What ends up happening is that a lot of people who made free assets would have their assets stolen and re-uploaded to TebX or whatever, and charged for it. Obviously, that's a problem, but the Rockstar team does not do a great job at it. And moving on, basically, we're gonna move past a lot of this. If you have any questions, let me know. But a lot of what's being said is that the Rockstar team that took over FiveM kind of suppressed the actual founder and suppressed the actual developers and promoted a bunch of leeches who didn't do anything to the top. That is the narrative. That is what we're being told in this document. I'm not saying it's the truth or not. And now we're seeing a lot of developers, like a lot of community contributors and server owners complain about the state of FiveM. And the enforcement team at Rockstar, the bad guys, start deleting these complaints. A lot of these people that complain are getting upset. And eventually, this is all brought to Ethan. Ethan, sorry, whatever, Alex, I don't know, what's the guy's name? Ethan Hirsch or whatever. Basically views it as a non-issue and supports deleting the stuff because he just doesn't want to deal with it. And then the accumulation is that escrow scams still exist. It still exists. Damages the reputation of Rockstar Games too, apparently. So this part might be really relevant to you guys who've watched my stream before. I'm almost hesitant to comment on this excessively because of how relevant it is, but I'll give you the long or the short of it. Is that what's being said here is that it is a common tactic to fill your server with fake players, aka bots, and corporations, commercial operations offer this service for server owners because it essentially incentivizes, instead of paying for a boost, you can now pay for your players. Like, and you know, there's 1,608 players on this Bay Life RP server. Isn't that huge? How many of those are real? You know, and how many of these servers have 800 players on them? You know, are these real players or are they not? And you know, they're basically saying it's a known exploit. People do it all the time, and it's become like a fucking marketplace. And the thing is, what they're saying is that FiveM and now Rockstar management doesn't really care because the bigger the player number, the bigger the population of the server. This is something I've talked about a lot with League of Legends specifically, where I feel like Riot Games doesn't really want to confront the Smurf accounts and the botting that goes on to make Smurf accounts and sell Smurf accounts because it financially is incentivized through a bigger player number. It's an issue, but they're not really trying to solve it. I think they should try to solve it. I think there is hurt happening for both these games through fake player numbers. They just can't. It's not readily available to them. Like when you see, I don't know. I don't want to get into the diatribe about League Smurf accounts and stuff, but I do think that having fake accounts hurts your game in ways that are hard to measure with metrics. I think it introduces a disposable account system where, for example, in League, people don't really care about getting bans. People make multiple accounts and they treat people like shit because they don't care about getting bans. People smurf a lot more. The quality of games goes down because instead of having like a game where 90% of people are playing in their MMR, you have a game where 3 out of every 10 people are on a Smurf account and they don't care if they win or lose, and they're either grossly above the current MMR or grossly below it, and it leads to low quality games that in the end will lead to legitimate players leaving and more bots replacing them. And the thing is, bot accounts don't really buy skins, so I think there is actual harm happening for these games with these bot accounts. but like Lolman said again, it's hard to objectify the damage through a metric, and so they just don't care. They can't. An executive can't view it on a spreadsheet, therefore they don't care. Anyway, this issue exists. Some of you might think it's interesting because I was recently like talking about a specific server and thinking, holy shit, are there really this many people on it? I'll leave it at that. And then fraudulent boosts. This is different than a stealing boost, but this is basically a system where currently you pay $5 a month per upvote. You can have up to, I think it's like something like it's like this server. Let's see. This fucking, you're talking about the fall of FiveM, man. Some of this filter just doesn't work. I mean, let's look at boost power. Like this boost has 7,513 boosts. Red side RP. Like if those are €5 a month, man, like do the math on how much that server is paying a month. Allegedly, the server is paying $37,000 a month to maintain the status. So you can see how this would be a very financially important aspect of FiveM. Are featured servers different than boost? I think they're different, but they're still paid for. If that makes sense. Different, but still paid for. Possibly more, because these are always on the sidebar. Don't know. That's not covered here. But apparently there are people trying to is this an issue? Hold on, I'm gonna read ethics comment. Is this an issue at all if Rockstar co-ops the whole software, integrating it into base game, selling millions of copies? I'm late to dissertation, sorry. I think to me it is. I think if, imagine this. Let's say you go to a restaurant for dinner, and outside the restaurant there are like 80 cars, indicating a full parking lot and a packed restaurant. So you think, oh, this is gonna be like a hot spot. Like this is gonna be cool. This place is popping. And then you get inside and there's like 5 people. No doubt you would feel some kind of letdown, or you would feel betrayed that you were lied to about the amount of people at the restaurant, right? You'd feel manipulated slightly, right? I think it's the same case with player counts when they're faked, is that you see, I'll go back to the player counts again, but you see 1,675 people, and you get on the server, and if there's not 1,600 people, it's more like 100 or 200. You're gonna be like, what the fuck? I was told like there's more people. It feels like a low quality product, and I think it leads to customer expectations being underfulfilled. The purpose of faking user count is to attract high real world count. Yeah, I mean it is, yes. And in theory, it's a lot like it behaves a lot like a MLM, or like a a pyramid. It's like a pyramid scheme, right? Where in theory, if we just attract 1 million people to work under us, then it doesn't matter. If it's essentially like a conductor of a train standing on the front of the train and laying down track in front of the train. Like in theory, if everything works flawlessly and more players keep joining, the track keeps going down and no problem. But at some point, there's going to be a hiccup, and the train's going to run out of track, and it's gonna fall off the track. You know what I'm saying? Like at some point, the player influx is not going to keep pace with the bot account, and players are going to be left with a unfulfilling product. Is my explanation. And I completely agree. It does say that Rockstar doesn't really care, but I don't think there's an argument. I think Rockstar never really cared. They kind of just they bought FiveM because they could. They didn't buy FiveM because they were passionate. This is a discussion about some guys trying to like buy FiveM boosts, and this is a guy like, dude, that's illegal, right? I'm not doing that. And he's like, do not be afraid. You make $70,000 or something. It's showing how much money is going into the boosting and the fraudulent boost situation. Moving past this a little bit more, because we're kind of getting redundant. This is when the whole situation kind of devolves into a workplace drama in my mind. basically, the rest of this is going to end up being, hey, our job sucks, my coworkers suck, and my boss doesn't care. And I think it's true. I believe it. But it's not terribly relevant for the majority of people that are reading this document. So I'm going to save a lot of time by kind of skimming through a little bit here. Essentially, what ends up happening is all the original developers of FiveM are now gone. They were fired or quit from Rockstar. And Groot Gang, the deadbeats who never did anything, but NTA couldn't bring himself to fire, are now the higher ups at Rockstar in charge of FiveM, and FiveM is not getting any better. It's just getting worse. It's degrading, allegedly. So an open letter was made that was allegedly from a bunch of really passionate community contributors to FiveM over the years, and they were like, "What the fuck is happening?" And then this FiveM is this open letter that was on the FiveM forums is basically just a catalyst for a lot of the FiveM team leaving Rockstar. It's crazy to me, but basically what happens is NTA responds to this open letter, and then Officer Tenpenny, who is also known as LWSS, who is the anti-cheat head dev, responds to it. And then Zernicki, who is their PR person, also responds to it. And then Discuse, who is our author of this document, most likely, the only RedM developer, and the one of the other major workers on FiveM, responds to it publicly. Keep in mind, basically, this is the equivalent of like Bungie devs going on the Bungie forums and talking shit about their coworkers. That's essentially what's happening. Is a giant open forum is posted, and like a bunch of different devs jump in and personally attack each other. It's not crazy to me that this ended with several people's career ending at Rockstar. Discuse is here talking about how they don't like the PR situation, and they're gonna jump in this open thread and fight and talk things out. And then they're communicating about like, this is bullshit at work. You have a lot of DMs from Discuse here who's talking about how it's not fair. Remy, aka Groot, is the director and never did anything, and Sasha's the lead of engineering, and they did nothing during FiveM, etc., etc. And then at this point, the big thread gets closed. Ethan Hirsch gets aware of it. People, have to come talk to HR, and I presume this is when a lot of people get fired or quit. We're gonna move down a little bit further. This is when it searches a scapegoat. So after the open letter events, basically Hirsch starts blaming Disc for this, allegedly. Disc kind of starts burning bridges. He doesn't want to work there anymore if NTA doesn't work there. He's unhappy with the fact that Root Gang got higher up in the architecture of the company than him. They get paid more, etc. He views them as deadbeats. Of course, NTA is also not happy with this. These guys both end up quitting. And then as we move on, you'll see that a few other people also end up quitting. During this time as well, just before Discuse quits, a group of Alt-5 members, Alt-V, whatever you call them, Alt-5 members join. These are people hired to Rockstar because apparently FiveM needs more employees. They need more people to work on the program. And without NTA, it's all falling apart. So Alt-5 employees get hired. The assertion here is that Discuse and this document, the author of this manifesto we're reading believes that they presented this document to get hired, and they believe it was 100% AI, GPT-0. They think it's crazy that they got hired in the Rockstar games using a 100% AI generated document. They also allege that the Alt-5 project is just copy and pasted code from FiveM, because FiveM is open source. These guys get hired anyways, and these guys apparently only care about the money. These guys are also Russian, apparently, for the record. I don't know if you're seeing a trend or not. The Alt 5 team were told that they basically joined and got jobs, and another assertion is made here that that the Alt 5 team was kind of hired at the behest of Groot Gang, and that the Alt 5 team was hired to cooperate with Groot Gang, and these guys were kind of just like buddies that were brought in. Here you have the reintroduction of Fortar, who is a Rockstar employee who got hired from FiveM and doesn't like these Alt 5 guys. Thorium, same name. Basically, these OG guys try to fight against Alt 5 and now Root Gang to get like justice in their workplace, and it doesn't work out. Essentially, the long or the short of it is that Discuse leaves Rockstar. I think he gets fired in late 2014, or sorry, in late 2024, or mid 2024. It's unclear. He has European dates here, but I believe that it's either June 10th or the 10th of October. Discuse gets fired. That's essentially what's going on. Shortly after, on his way out, Discuse DMs a couple other devs, and they say they're quitting or they are finding other jobs and not giving notice. So again, you can see just how much I'm scrolling by because it's all just documentation that reasserts that Groot Gang is not doing their job, that Alt 5 crew is incompetent, and that no one cares. I'm looking for a certain set of DMs that was kind of useful here. Discu says on the 5th of, so I suppose this is I suppose this probably is October now because this is the 5th and the other one was the 6th. So probably October is when this guy quit or was fired. Thorium is basically another developer at Rockstar hired from FiveM. He says, "I wish I had more fighting spirit like you. I'm gonna find a new job. Maybe not even game development, which sucks." Yeah, and Discuse just says, "Yeah, I'm going down fighting. I don't care. I'm gonna go down fighting this bullshit," and so he does. We move on. This is probably where the document loses the most steam to me. It's alleging that Ethan is okay. It makes three assertions here. One is that Ethan is a optics metagame, playing an optics metagame with his bosses at Rockstar. Ethan is trying to carve out a bigger piece of the pie, and Ethan is outright corrupt, and at some point made a deal with Groot. He's right on 2 or 3 counts. I'll put it that way. One, yes, Ethan is playing an optics metagame with his bosses at Rockstar. Everybody is. He has falsely pitched these individuals as so-called leaders of FiveM and completely misrepresented their actual impact. He needs to keep them around as paper tigers so that his lies to management at Rockstar don't unravel. That is 100% on the money. I think you got him. You nailed Ethan to the wall with that one. You're probably right. He probably has pitched these individuals as so-called leaders because he promoted them high up in FiveM. And he probably has completely misrepresented their actual impact. And without NTA, the actual impact is not being felt. Second, yes, Ethan is probably trying to establish a bigger piece of the pie. That's how executives work at companies. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. He aims to establish his own division and branch within Rockstar that he can control. This would also explain why he's hiring 30 plus staff members for a project that takes 3 to 5 to maintain. The more staff he has, the greater his influence. Yep, we are talking about a corporate executive. That's what they do, man. That is what he's doing. The third one, I find this to be very, very, very out there. Ethan is outright corrupt and at some point made a deal with Groot. This would explain why Groot's friends received all the senior and management roles, even before the rest of the team managed to introduce themselves to Ethan. Deltanic was in contact. Deltanic is Groot, by the way. Deltanic is in contact with Ethan even before official communication channels established. Yeah, so on 2 or 3 counts, he's right. The third one is complete conjecture. I think is wrong. I don't think there's any kind of deal. I think the first one kind of covers that. Ethan can't get rid of Groot because he pitched him as a visionary and leader of FiveM. So he's not made a deal with him, but he effectively has because he can't just fire the guy right away or he'll look bad to his bosses. It's more likely that Ethan is just kind of waiting for Groot to get fired through incompetence. But yeah, so like I said, I'm gonna wrap this back around to something I said earlier and just say I think the most likely scenario is that Ethan was a executive in charge of developing a Rome system, Rockstar Online modding engine, which would have been for ideally GTA 6, and that probably was he was using some developers that were initially modders in the GTA 5 modding community, but they got stomped out with a lawsuit. He offered a few of them a job, maybe like 5 or 6 years ago at this point, maybe 7 years ago, maybe 10 years ago. And since then, this small group has been working on developing Rome for likely GTA 6. While he's working on this Groot guy snakes NTA as the owner and founder of FiveM. NTA does not want this to happen, but Groot kind of snaked him and started an acquisition deal with Ethan. Ethan probably didn't want this initially, but it fell into his lap. A situation in which he could, look like a genius to his bosses. So he agreed to the deal because all this deal really gives him is control over the only modding platform for GTA 5. Their initial plan was probably just to let GTA 5 wither and die away normally when GTA 6 came out, but now he can own FiveM too. So they do. And now the plan with Rome is probably expanded slightly to try to introduce Rome to GTA 5 before GTA 6, if possible, because now they also have FiveM. We're unsure if we're going to see that or not yet, though. Moving through a little bit further, here you have a meme that Disc is. To me, this indicates Disc wrote this thing. So obvious. Moving along. Ethan starts to regret having the Groot gang and the Alt 5 team because they just don't know how to do their job. And then eventually these clashes continued until this contract was about to expire. Around then, Ethan would be much easier to resolve these contracts by pleasing Groot gang and Alt 5. Despite damaging, basically, this contract ended. He was let go. He was not. Yeah, I mean, that's why I think Disc is a primary author for this. Is he's becoming very self-congratulatory. So anyway, here's a here's a private, you can read this if you want. Feel free to go to the website and go to the section. But this is Disc saying all this. And tell me if this doesn't strike you a lot like the author, but just saying I instead of Disc. But anyway, basically this is a recollection of the firing, or the management troubles they had. I realize I've been on this last half for about an hour, so I'm gonna kind of skip past this a little bit. So we're at the point where we can finally summarize and say original developers have quit. LWSS also quit, and then you have Fourth R who also quits, and then boom, every single original client developer 5M's gone. You just have a bunch of bozos. Here's more DMs from Disc, which is again crazy. Something stinks, yada yada. Okay, so now we're gonna move into the Alt 5 drama, which is that Alt 5 got hired off of a closed source project, and they copied code from FiveM. So Alt 5 is a bunch of posers who stole code from FiveM, which is an open source project, yada yada. Doesn't really matter to any of us now, except for the fact that these are the guys running FiveM now. Apparently also there's an accusation that in 2022, a GTA 5 source code leak was made. In 2023, the source code was leaked publicly on MediaFire, and Tickle Me Pickle was the source code. They basically, the assertion is that the Alt 5 team bought the GTA 5 source code and leaked it. I don't know how credible this is. I don't know. Um, you can judge this part for yourself. It's all in Russian here. I mean, I don't know. I mean, to me, this actually doesn't matter that much, but it would paint a picture that yeah. So this. Okay, here's the actual. I was looking for this. Sorry, I got distracted for a second. Uh, here's what the actual accusation is made. Um, they were literally in talks with Rockstar regarding employment. During this, they bought and leaked the GTA 5 source code from people that make and sell GTA Online cheats. These leakers now work as senior Rockstar engineers and make upwards of 140k euros stocks and bonuses. Um, I don't know what the motivation is to either Titty Man's. This is just the there's DMs apparently confirming this. I at this point I was 3 hours into reading this. I did not have the willpower to power through every single line. I just kind of got the broad strokes here. So you know this reveals this to Ethan, and they don't care. We move on, and then we talk about all five developers more and how they're apparently making sex games now. That's what this guy makes. Who cares? They're horny. Whatever. Um, anyway, maybe GTA 6 will have mods for or sex or whatever. I don't know. Um, moving along a little bit longer, this is also talking about how their projects are unprofessional. It's kind of getting to real like lukewarm shit, if you're being honest. Don't skip the sex scene part. Okay, you know what? You want to see it? This is basically all there is, by the way. It says, for real, I make sex sims like 3DX chat on Unreal Engine 5 and PBR for VR, sex game sim. Not bad. When it is done, we need a multiplayer mod for the roleplay community. It is planned as a multiplayer game. Just seen some muscle male characters and some pricey vehicles, and it's perfect for roleplay. Hentai for little boys, photorealistic for adult guys. There you go. Did you see what you wanted to see? I mean, they got to read on a certain RP community. I hate to break it to you. They have a market if they want it. Not saying which. There's a subplot here at some point that isn't mentioned, that isn't that important. That NTA was at some point paying for this guy's boyfriends from Group Gang to live in the Netherlands completely free of charge. So, whatever. I forgot to mention that. Anyway, here we're going to talk about this is probably the second most relevant part of this whole section is the GTA multiplayer section. Is that allegedly Barska, the creators of multiplayer, GTA multiplayer, and the project director for Rome. Apparently, this guy is a hack who has never worked a day in his life and a complete bozo. This guy does not know what he's doing, and that apparently under code analysis, NTA suspected GTA multiplayer stealing parts of FiveM's code. Apparently, a very old and respected GTA modding community member left a forum post that said it was 90% FiveM's code. So another allegation that FiveM is the only original modding platform. GTA MP guys are frauds who got a job at Rockstar and are now making Rome. They're a bunch of frauds who don't know what they're doing. Yeah, I talked about NoPixel a while ago. We'll talk about them. They'll come up again in a second. But this is basically just saying that the authors of this document think that the Rome project manager and the Rome developers are unqualified and don't know what they're doing, and they fake their backgrounds to get hired at Rockstar. There's a lot of anecdotal, very context dependent, like forum posts, like a Steam forum post about the Just Cause 3 mod, about how it was bad. Like it's possible, but this is not the smoking gun that they think it is. They're just it's basically a hit piece on the current Rome developers, if that's to be believed. And then you have another hit piece on the FiveM's PR guys, the current FiveM's PR guys. This is, I mean, let me just boil this down to a few things. Okay. Why does this matter? Well, this matters because the current people at Rockstar developing FiveM are apparently unqualified, and the people they hired to make their successor are apparently also unqualified. Is it believable? Yeah, but is this one side of a two-sided story? Yeah, absolutely. You know, absolutely. There's a lot of like unhappy ex-lover energy coming out of this, if that makes sense, right? Like these are the actions and these are the actions and opinions of a person who was wronged and very disgruntled, maybe rightfully so. But I do think the situation we're left with is that I'm not really sure what Rockstar is going to do, because they can't just kill FiveM. It's a lot of money that comes in for them, and they also need people to keep it up to date, because if it falls apart, then someone else will just copy the open source and make their own thing, because FiveM inherently was open source as of like very recently. So if Rockstar kills FiveM, another FiveM pops up that they no longer control. So what are you going to do? You know, like, you have to maintain this zombified corpse and keep it moving until GTA 6 at least. And I think you're right about that, Kenny. That's probably what they'll do, but we don't know how long that is, you know? 5.0 for NoPixel is thought to be on Rome. We don't really know. It could be, but also could be on something else, you know? I think if Rockstar, if NoPixel 5.0 is on Rome, then we might see Rome in late 2025, or maybe mid 2025 if it's really early. I think it's more likely that elements of Rome I think it's likely that we see Rome come out in 2026 as a experimental thing to test before GTA 6, and NoPixel releases 5.0 on FiveM, but it is compatible with Rome, so that when Rome comes out, there is a seamless transition for NoPixel. That is my current guess. Rome is basically the Rockstar online modding engine, the successor to FiveM, made in-house by Rockstar and no longer open source, but maybe better because it uses the source code of GTA 5. So we don't know. Pasty did say, yeah, we talked a lot about that early on, the FiveM crash outs. There's explanation behind all of that in here about the crash outs. It's interesting. We'll see. I mean, I think if Rome comes out, you will have real mod tools. I mean, that's kind of that's the whole pitch, right? So if it's if it comes out and if it works, then I think you're gonna get your wish at least. But so it is kind of sad knowing what happened now. The history of it's a little tragic. But I know the guy ends up okay. I mean, ends up with at least 20 million euros, so I think he'll be all right. So the current state of FiveM is apparently not good, and these guys are bozos, yada yada yada. So what does this mean for like the future of what does this mean for the layman, right? Let's just talk a little bit about being a layman in the GTA 5 sphere. If you're a viewer, if you're a consumer, and you're not a modder and you're not a server owner, what does it mean? Nothing. It means nothing. At some point, there's going to be a big transition from FiveM to Rome. It's in everybody's interest involved to make that as smooth as possible. We don't know when that'll be. There'll likely be monetization in it for the players. We don't know what that looks like, but I can't imagine Rockstar releases a free version. Likely a subscription, I think, is the easiest, but it's also possible that it's more weighted on the server owners. because currently for FiveM, the monetization is all server owner based on boost power, featured servers, hosting, TebEx, etc. So there's kind of right now the way FiveM is structured is the average player pays nothing, and server owners basically pay everything, and that is a model that is uh, enforced by the fact that players can pay to get priority on these servers and pay for assets now with Rockstar owning it. They're allowed to monetize. Um, so the current system isn't perfect, and there is monetization. The monetization is just server by server. That 1675 is largely a fake number. We discussed that earlier, but there's obviously botted numbers on these lists. You know, not all of these servers are as full as they are made out to be. Let's see how many people NoPixel has. Right now we're full, I think. 220. Yeah, 220 out of 220. Purple's got. Purple RP. We're at 264 out of 600. Much higher server cap. More than NoPixel. And then Onyx, the server I frequent. Onyx hides their server count pretty effectively with a 7S7, but they are allegedly at 135 today. So, just if you're wondering about that. So let's get back to the server. What does it mean for the average player? The average player means at some point there's going to be a monetization amount for the average player. Whenever FiveM goes to Rome, whenever that may be, in a year or 3 years, 6 months, there will be a monetization on players, I assume. We don't know what that is, but hard to believe it would happen otherwise. But the real takeaway is that nothing else matters. Like nothing else is happening for the average players, the average streamer, the average viewer. It's it really doesn't matter much, you know. You kind of just spent 3 hours listening to me summarize workplace drama. Just to tell you that NoPixel might or may not have advanced access and amongst other servers. But that is the history of FiveM. You know, if you're wondering, I've explained the history of FiveM for you. There's a little bit more with all this shit at the bottom, but you can kind of tell the way that the author views himself by this end part more than anything. And I think this part's probably the most interesting to get an insight on who you're listening to, because unfortunately, for any story, your narrator makes a lot of your narrator influences whether you buy it or not, right? And so your narrator believes himself to be a, you know, two brothers fist bump themselves is going to hell to confront rats. Out of the rats, one of them was a friend who betrayed them and part of their family. Another corrupted official who used. They view themselves as heroes who are, you know, they quit a long-term project. Here's the TLDR, but you could have read that in the first place if you wanted to. It's a sad story about a open source project with the best intentions being corrupted by rats who allegedly sell the house out from under them and are in the process of running it into the grounds. I view this as a kind of tell-all, clear the air before the name FiveM is forgotten amongst the name Rome, and players don't like. I view this as a tribute and a clearing the air from a few people, majority disc and LWSS, and maybe some other community contributors. It's their attempt to explain what happens and why FiveM is shit before it no longer matters anymore. They just want to tell the truth. And I think honestly, this disc guy has a lot of guilt about the way it all went down, and he wishes he spoke up more and defended NTA and didn't let this deception happen. And he wants to clear the air for the, you know, the actual what actually took place. You know, shockingly, there's a lot more after the summary. Here you can see um, the actual takeaway is that FiveM and RedM are projects that sustain themselves, and the current teams reap the benefits. So why is Ethan allowed to keep slackers on the team? This is more like, dude, why are these guys allowed to keep arounds? Why can't we keep these guys arounds? They were like, I mean, here's the alleged like contributors, right? Blatherstorm, aka NTA, contributed a fuck ton, contributed a little, and then not anymore. He's fired now. This guy contributed small amounts over the years, fired. Thorium contributed small amounts, fired. Doesn't work there anymore. LWS, the anti-cheat guy, contributed small amounts, gone. Then you have two community guys who still work on it, and then you have these two guys that work on it a lot recently. This is just trying to tell you, like, listen, FiveM is no longer being developed by the intelligent hard workers. It's being developed by the idiots, and it might fall to shit. And then also, RedM is dead apparently. I don't know how dead RedM is really going to be. I'm not a RedM developer. I've played Red Dead RP very sparingly. I do look forward to future Red Dead servers, but I don't think this massively matters. I think the intensive purposes, yeah, intents and purposes. I think anyone working on RedM at this point has given up on proper mod tools. So I don't really think this matters to many RedM enjoyers. It'll fade into the wayside, which is unfortunate. But I have a theory that since Red Dead 2 is not going to be replaced by GTA 6, a successor to RedM will probably come up at some point and start developing again. That's just my internal thoughts. What percentage of truthfulness reliability do you think the author has? I think about like 65 to 70%. I would say most of it's true. There's probably a lot left out about their actions, the author's actions, about what they did to contribute to the downfall of FiveM. There's probably a lot that's just like completely left out because it doesn't fit their narrative. You know, for instance, we talk a lot about Groot Gang and how Groot Gang's bad guys and stuff. We don't talk at all about the other developers and what they were doing. Everyone else is apparently just a hard worker who keeps their head down. Seems a little unlikely. You know, we talk about FiveM being a hacky project and that Rome is going to be built on the source code and it's going to be a big deal. Read this if you're curious about Rome. It is actually genuinely somewhat useful. It's a bit long though. Basically, the consensus is that you know, I mentioned we're talking about NoPixel again. Yeah, exactly that, Pasty. It's mostly factual, but it's hyperbolic towards how bad the guys were. Not exactly wrong, just hyperbolic. And it doesn't feature a lot of information about the total context, just about what they want to talk about. But if you're interested in NoPixel and the future of FiveM, here is... FiveM is open source. That's why I think Rockstar can't kill it and get rid of these bozos. It's because someone else will just make a new version. Thanks for the sub, by the way, to Pasty. Anyway, so last part about NoPixel, for those interested. NoPixel basically early access to Rome, and this author believes that NoPixel is going to be the role model for the new platform. Understandable why they'll give him preferential treatment, but they think secret clubs and deals go against the whole aspect of the community openness that NCA started with the open source project years ago. Hershey's strategy apparently is one of monopolization and aiming to confine user base within a closed ecosystem with no viable alternatives. There you go. That's what they think the future is. This is them talking about Ethan and how Ethan's a piece of shit again. But this really reads like this to me really reads like I don't like my boss. This is like a hit piece on Ethan. Like this is the part that they hope makes it to Ethan's boss's desk. You can see right here. If you're his boss, Ethan will lie to you about the current state of affairs. Yada yada. We know. We get it, man. You don't like your boss. No one ever does. I believe he's not good, but I also believe that no one's perfect. They believe that Groot Gang is like in cohorts with him. I'm sorry, I'm going in circles here. The big takeaway, the big final notes before I move on for the rest of the stream is that they do believe that the rest of Rockstar devs are good developers and that GTA 6 will be a hit game and that this kind of mismanagement and incompetency is not reflective of Rockstar. I could read this beat for beat, but I'll read the important part. FiveM team has no complaints against any other Rockstar employees, even those who managed Hirsch. It's understandable most of them are busy people. So basically, the original FiveM team or whoever wrote this does not want to burn the bridge with Rockstar. They want to be hired by real Rockstar. Whatever. You get what it is. They have a lot of respect for Rockstar, and they think GTA 6 will be a good game. This is not representative of Rockstar. Another complaint about their boss. Original dev team doesn't regret leaving. They're proud of what they made. Still an experience. No, they don't regret it. Anyway. It's important to distinguish that FiveM is not Rockstar. FiveM is owned by Rockstar, and FiveM takes orders from Rockstar, but they have much less dev power than even Grove Street Games, and a lot that comes from GitHub community. Yeah, so GTA 6 is gonna be good. Go buy it when it comes out. Yeah. I mean, well, what is like a perfect end credit song? Roll the credits. There it is, man. Now let's look at the stats while we're listening to this for a second. How many words? 73,000, excluding screenshots. I would equate this to about 85,000, maybe 100K with screenshots. There was a lot of screenshots. How long did it take me to read? About 4 hours. 4 hours, 26 minutes if you read the entire thing. Speaking time, 6 hours. So we shaved off about 3.5 hours by summarizing like I did. What was the most used word? Team. Then NTA. Yeah, that's, I mean, we can reflect on this bad boy now. I mean, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I got you, Dendo, or Denso. Just make sure to sub. I'll do it. Wow. There it is again. I was trying to keep track of the key names being used. No problem, dude. I got you, man. Thanks for the sub. But real talk. Just to reiterate again, if you're asking for my personal opinion, I'm pretty sure this guy wrote this shit. I think it's likely to think that NTA wrote this, but I don't know. I mean, I think NTA was definitely consulted in this, but I think the main writer was, or the main author was Alexi or Disc, and then I think LWSS also played a part in it. But I would expect that all these people considered OGs at some point are disgruntled with the situation and would have contributed. You think they should run through an AI detection tool? Let's see. See what I got. It's not gonna let me. There's way too many characters. It's a little bit over the 5,000 word count. I have to upgrade. I just got 5,000 in the middle somewhere. Is that really too much? Probably human. I mean, I think it's probably gonna come as human regardless because all the proper nouns. I think it was. I think this was handwritten personally. Anyway, go buy GTA 6, guys. And if you want to contact them, go ahead. FiveMteam.proton. FiveM.team@proton. All right. I'm gonna pause now for everyone to subscribe and give subs while I consider my next move. What do I do now? I might get on purple actually for all that. I think I do get on purple here actually.
Hell week. Hell week. Hell week. Hell week.
Ooh, we got some subs. Oh, hype train. Can we do a hype train real quick? Wouldn't that be cool? What if we did a hype train real quick? Was this a waste of time? Absolutely. But I'll tell you a secret. Almost everything on Twitch is a waste of time. It's not it's hard to be productive on this server. Thanks for the 20 gifted, Anonymous. Hype train engage, dude. Fuck yeah. Dude, I am producing subs. You know what? I'll say it. That was fun. Fun to talk about. It's like doing a book report back in college, or well, actually I failed out of college. I like it back in high school. It's the 5 gifted, Dewey, and thanks Fred. A lot of subs coming in. I'll thank you each individually, but thank you Jocko for the gift in tier 1. Kenny, thanks for the 9 months. Alleycat, thanks for the 26 months, 2 years. Anonymous for the 20 gifted. 5 from Dewey, and 5 from Fred once again. A level 4 hype train's huge for me. Should you do drama? Yeah, I mean, I think I might just become the community like Reddit guy. Just they used to, like, people used to go over Reddit and be like, so what's the drama today? But then I think people will hate me because they hate Reddit. And they view Reddit as like an evil thing. React phase. Deep dives in the GTA drama. I mean, I do have a very unique perspective on being involved in it so long. Being the target of it.
Ooh-wee.
I'm the farm YouTube shorts, Pirate Software style. I don't know if I could do Pirate Software style, man. That guy's got a... I can't figure out my mic settings. I can't get my mic to be, like, deep enough. Been enjoying Big Vic. Thanks for the stream. Thanks, man. I've enjoyed Big Vic, too. I've actually had a lot of fun on Purple. I know I sound like kind of a, like a uncaring nihilist when I talk about servers. I talk about, like, no server's ever paid me to be there. But I just mean, like, I just play on whatever server's fun. And Purple's fun, so I play in Purple, But it doesn't mean I hate NoPixel or hate Onyx. I wish they were better. That's all. I wish they were more fun. Yarnless, thank you for the 5 gifted. Is that a level 5 hype train on the horizon? Holy shits. There's gonna be a lot of fishing game noise coming on. I wonder if I can mute fishing game. I might have to mute fishing game for a little bit. It's loud. Thank you for the subs, guys. Those that came to say hi. We're loading you in too. My title and shit updated. Reddit recap 100%. I don't think I could be 100% neutral. Can't do it. You mean fishing at my walk? All right, you got me. It's unmuted. I can just load in now. You know, reacting to content. You know what we could react to? Dude. Want to talk about reaction content? Holy shit. You guys seen this? Any big Marvel Rivals fans?
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty.
Why is this in low FPS? What the fuck? I'm kind of excited. I don't know. I'm not a big tank player for the thing, but here's the thing. Okay, I don't know. This is running like shit. Oh, you know what it is? It's because fucking purple. Purple takes so much to run. And now that minute should be better.
Oh, easy.
There we go. They got laid off? What?
Benjamin J. Grimm,
For what?
reporting for duty.
Did not make enough money?
Easy. Coming through. Let's rumble.
The director and all the... What the fuck?
I'll cover you.
The NA R&D team. What the fuck? That's crazy. Wait, I don't want to watch this anymore. Are you serious? Marvel Rival. That's crazy. I would have thought they'd been making like money like hand over fist. Dude, fuck off. I don't want to sign up for your newsletter. Weird industry. Stellar and talented team just helped deliver. I guess they just don't need them anymore. They're just gonna go on maintenance mode now. Dude, holy shit. Norris Pleasure. Couldn't dodge the big boot, no matter how big. Jesus. That's really fucking bad. That's such a bad sign that they're gonna go the Overwatch route. I want to be positive for Marvel Rivals because it's been a largely like it's been like a largely like good game in my opinion. But dude, how much sense does it make to be like, yeah, so we made a really successful game, just fucking fire everyone and go on maintenance mode? Like, I mean, I guess like on paper it makes a lot of sense because it's like, on paper we go from spending, you know, like let's say like 3 million on salaries down to like 1 million or something. But in actuality, like, you don't think those people could have been useful down the line? Like, I get it, like, right now, right? They just did a huge update and a huge first season and a huge season 0. And so now they're like, well, we don't need any of these people anymore.
Hi!
I mean, in theory, I get it, right? In theory, from a very, like, I only care about money point of view, I guess it makes sense because it's like, okay, we got them to make like 100 skins in advance, and we're like all ready to go, and we don't need these people anymore. So let's just fucking send them out into the fucking wilderness. Who cares? We can pump out these existing skins for like 5 months, and then we'll be making even more money. And then worst case scenario, we just hire them back. But, I feel like we should learn from Overwatch here, no? With all due respect, Ellie Giggle, never send that mouth-breathing moron into my chat again. That guy is a... I don't have... I know you're just linking probably a tweet you found, hopefully. But that guy is a complete mouth-breathing moron, and I mean that in the most derogatory way I can. Like that guy is a literal fucking moron, like just born stupid, I think. Anyway, thanks for the hype train. See what money I can. Let's go. I can make upstairs. Yeah, it's the kind of guy that. Oh, thanks by the way. Thanks for the 13 months, Acid. Acidic. He's the kind of guy that will boycott a game because a black person or a woman was on screen too long. Not a good guy. Not a good guy, that guy. He's, yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm not gonna give him any more attention. Grifter and a reactionary. There you go. Yep. Alright. Let's see. Let's see what I can make for food. I can't wait to go to work and patrol with my buddy, Lieutenant Colonel Gary Smod, who works at the San Andreas State Police. Surprised that Onyx isn't a test partner for Rome. They keep dev updates so secret they never release them. I know you're joking, and that's a good joke, but you know, nothing's to say that Onyx isn't working with them. We don't know. We only have NoPixel confirmed from one dev who doesn't work there anymore. It's a dev who admittedly was not privy to insider information too. So we don't know. Could be multiple servers. Could be purple too. Well, I think Snow said he wasn't, so I don't know. Power of mechanic RP. If you're so lucky, dude. I make some food. I make, dude. Raw pork. I think I might be making roasts here. Mustard cup and soy sauce. Snow is doing, yeah. It's possible Snow's gonna get his invite. I don't know. I'm not gonna speculate. Snow knows more about FiveM deving than I could ever. Why is there rare, like purple, deer meat? And then there's blue. What's the difference? Epic versus rare?
You're great, Lucy. Don't let him tell you any otherwise.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to make any food, dude. Ingredients are looking slim. We have soy sauce. No mustard, though, so no roast.
Better be a promise.
I have hamburger buns and... Okay, I have pasta dough. I can make, Do we have enough cheese? Oh, we have cheddar. Colby. I mean... What is the third kind of cheese we need for this? Cheese. Cream and mozzarella. That's weird. I think Parmesan goes on... Whatever. It's macaroni and cheese, dude. Not a... Oh. Someone already made a bunch of macaroni. Someone already made a bunch. Like an hour ago and left it. Or a while ago, actually. Damn. It's crazy. I don't think there's anything else in here. Oven. It's mine. Right stove. Right oven? Huh. Potato. Snowball. We have bread dough. Dude, holy shit, someone making bread dough. Dude, someone out here fucking cooking. Do you think Fingaldan is nuanced and witty? Yeah, but I fucking hate Word. I think Fingaldan is an unwitting victim of Word. Word is a terrorist ruining RP. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say what everyone else is too afraid to say. Word worse than Osama bin Laden. He's the Osama bin Laden of roleplay. Someone has to stand up for a roleplay here, man. I guess I'm gonna be that guy to stand up for roleplay, dude. I'm a hero. I do accept thank yous in the form of donations and gifts for saving roleplay by speaking out against work. I'm gonna put all this away. Ooh, I'm getting cooking points by taking this out of the mixer. Sucker. I'm stealing your cooking points. Get robbed of your cooking points. These new Buffalo Bill set. No, man. I don't watch Word. You kidding me? I freaking hate that guy. Give me some macaroni and cheese. I'm ready for the day. How many experience points am I at? Ooh, I got 2 profession points. I can learn a new profession. I don't think learning gunsmithing is any good because I get a free gun already. I probably don't want to learn drug dealing as a cop. I already have mechanic. Dismantle everyday wrecks. Less than legal opportunities. No, sir. Boosting? That sounds pretty nice. I like boosting.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, hi. How's it going?
Pretty good. How you doing?
I'm okay. I just made some macaroni and cheese. You want some? There's
was
some in
it?
the fridge.
Yeah, I just took some. Thanks for that.
Okay, no problem. I love to cook, you know.
Oh, that's good. We have a cook, but
Yeah, I see
I don't
them in
know
there. Well, I never seen them, but I noticed like ingredients come and go sometimes, so I figured there's a cook. I've been told.
yeah, I used to cook, but I don't have the time for it anymore.
Oh yeah, tough to find the time these days, you know.
Yeah. How you enjoying the job?
It's good. I've been enjoying the job, doing best I can, you know.
Yeah. Any problems out there you see a lot of? Any things that make you really scratch your head?
Yeah, I mean a lot of these well, you know, I don't want to talk poorly about my coworkers, but
Well, actually, come over here. Come over here.
okay.
Go ahead.
Oh, just a lot of the coworkers don't seem to really grasp what a radio is and how to use it, and use it when it's. I guess the most polite way I could say it is they use it when it's convenient to them, but not when it's convenient to others. You know, like
No, I know exactly.
if
what you
they
mean.
need something, they're all about it, and you gotta answer them ASAP. If you want something from them or you need something from them, no shot. And
You know, you'll hear 38s over 80 comms, like kind
oh
of stuff.
yeah, and
Yeah.
just a lot of people who you know, I don't think they've done it for that long, so I don't blame them. But not good at describing what you need to know versus what they think you need to know. You know, like if I'm on the way to something, it's sometimes useful to know I'm. You know, I think you're usually trained in law enforcement to train, like, you know, if I'm on a police chase on Route 68, right? I think
Right.
training would dictate that I say, oh, I'm behind a, you know, let's say west on Route 68 behind a black sedan, you know. That's
Right.
what training would dictate. But in actuality, what's actually helpful to know is like landmark, because Route 68 is a big fucking road, and it goes all the way from east to west. You know, it's it covers like 5 miles, so it's good to know like landmarks, like the chapel or the river or Zancudo or the marshes or you know, Harmony, or if you're near the crossing the Joshua Road in the great, you know, in the Sandy Shores and such. You know, so
Right.
like a little bit more focus on trying to paint a picture with your words rather than just saying the bare minimum and considering yourself a elite, you know, officer.
I think what it is we just really need like lighting a fire under like newer people, letting them know it's okay to make mistakes, but
Oh, a
there
lot
needs
of
to be
them
like
are
a more
like old timers, I think, longer than I've been here for sure.
well, yeah, and a lot of it is because there's never been like a militant approach to this is how it needs to be done, get it right, or find a new job kind of thing. And it's not designed to scare people, it's designed to get people on the same page for a standard. We've had even a week ago issues where people are saying like left and right is optional in comm, when that's been something that's been up in the air for a year and a half. But like, let's say you were a cadet, I tell you that I need to hear left and right when you're doing comms for Navy. It's not a negotiable. I need to hear that in comms, right? I need to hear landmarks, things like that. Where there's other FTOs that'll say like it's not mandatory, right? It's optional. And then you'll hear somebody say like southbound, Strawberry, westbound. It's like that. No, just stop, right? Because like it's not even just about that. It's a simple fact that if I'm paralleling, like I need more than just that. Like it's
I need
very
to know,
lazy.
it's helpful to know like if they're turning the alleys often, if they've got a high rate of speed,
Yes.
low rate of speed, if they're seemingly just driving slow to try to drive safe and get the tracker off, or if they're really trying to shake you. You know, how urgent is it? Should I try to cut them off? Should I try to run parallel? Also, it's important to know, like, I find a lot of the time the most frustrating part is for one, I took a Air 1 co-pilot aside and talked to her about it, but yeah, incorrect calls are one thing, and that's I imagine a mistake happens to the best of us, so not much you can do.
Right.
But the really incompetent stuff I think is frustrating because it's just like a lack of effort. Like the most frustrating one is probably when people don't call VCB, or that they're I don't know what
happening for over a year.
I don't know what the term you guys. I've just been saying that. Everyone seems to get the picture. But I was always taught that if you're secondary in a pursuit and you lose eyes on them for more than
VCB.
like a second or two, just like a simple corner, you call out VCB.
Yeah.
But a lot of people have a habit that is like they're running secondary and they'll do something like crash or lose eyes completely, and they just won't say anything. And then you're like,
because they'll think that they can catch up. Like,
yeah, they're embarrassed to admit that they made a mistake. And
Right.
It's not the mistake that's embarrassing. It's the, being embarrassed about the mistake is what's really embarrassing, because everyone crashes. These locals are unpredictable. Everyone knows that.
I mean, I've crashed into stationary objects like a moron. It's
I
like,
do all
hey,
the
I'll
time.
immediately call it VCB, right? Because like, it's not about me. It's about primary now knows that they need to call it out, and tertiary can help. Like,
And
they
also
can
letting
get in the
primary
shape.
know that they're alone on it, like,
Yeah.
because that affects the way I drive, at least. If I'm alone on the chase versus I have a secondary, I'll often drive a lot less aggressive and just keep my space and try to, in case they try to, that highway trick they like to do between the barriers, the feint.
Oh yeah.
I like I hang way back if I'm primary with no secondary on that. But if I'm primary with the secondary, I don't mind sitting closer to them to give us all room.
Right.
Yeah, and besides the radio stuff, I think a lot of it is people aren't very approachable, I find. I don't know if it's because I'm labeled a reserve trooper and they know that, or maybe they don't know it at all.
No, it's ego. It's
But
literally ego.
there's a lot of officers who I'm trying to be helpful for, like last night doing evidence for them. And they couldn't even give me the time of day, and I was going out of my way to collect casings when they got shot, and I shot the guy. And they don't even have time of day for me, They're just like, I had to beg 3 times to get the gun off somebody to match the casings. And I'm like, I'm doing you I could have just put the casings in the evidence file and left it for you, but I'm trying to help you.
Yeah. It's yeah, there's like a lot of selfishness going around, and a lot of egos. Like even when I was a command member, right? I was told that I yell at people over the radio. Like, by this I mean I was told to the people that I talked to that I yelled at them over the radio. I was very condescending when I'd say something as simple as, get out of the car, don't do that. Like, just like that over the radio, right? And they
people take
it
issue
as,
with it. They don't like being talked to like that because they think themselves, like a god amongst men or something,
Exactly.
Yeah,
and right. And the thing is, in a department like this, like if we had a captain, the sheriff now, right? He'll yell at you over the radio, he'll berate you. But in reality, sometimes that's what people need, right? Like if there's a 78's call and you're screwing up, yeah, you're gonna get yelled at. Who cares how your feelings are? Like, this is an active scene, right? Just shut up, 10-3, do your job, or just get away, right? And people like ball up and cry and like.
But yeah,
"Don't
people's
talk to me
first
like
instinct
that."
when corrected is not to just do it and move on, and then come back later and wrap around to have a conversation about the perceived professionalism or otherwise. It's to stop right there, plant their feet, and
Sometimes
say,
you're
"You
the
can't talk to
catch,
me like that."
sometimes
No matter how
you're the
much
bait.
of a problem, even if a fellow trooper were to say something to me, I like to think I'd be receptive of it in the moment, rather than just planting my feet, stopping where I am, and giving up the criminal just to argue with them, you know?
Yeah, like, and that's the thing. Like, there's never been an approach where that's a thing, right? Because everybody has conflicting views on what policing should be, right? Some people want to tone police. You know, some people are afraid to take responsibility for their actions, right? And that lack of accountability shows in the state of the department right now, right?
Not to interrupt you, but I was just looking to see, but what happened to we have 2 lieutenant colonels now, huh?
No, Smart quit.
You what?
He quit.
Did he tell you why?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because I'm going to quit soon too.
What are you guys gonna go do?
He opened up a PI firm.
Hostage. There's only 3 of them.
You're gonna go be private investigators?
Yeah, in hopes that one day it'll become something bigger. But right now we're just focused on doing something different.
You're quitting? Like how soon?
Well, okay. So circling back to the training thing, I don't want to just I don't just want to leave people behind that want to fix things, because if I go, it'll be a massive blow to a lot of people. So I'm trying to stop the bleeding basically, and hope to kind of fix the shit. So
okay, so you're gonna stay a little bit longer to try to patch the hole that's in the boat, so it stops sinking before you go, at least.
And fix the foundation of the boat so it never runs into a problem again, as opposed to just like the problem with the department is there's been a lot of band-aid fixes, but we don't need band-aids, we need surgery, we need actual foundation changing. So I've already talked to the head FTO. We're gonna get together. I'm gonna handpick a couple. No, he's actually not even involved, surprisingly.
Oh, I thought he was the head FTO.
No, it's Alin.
Who?
No, it's Alin. Max Alin. He's EU.
I don't
the
want
fact that you said that is the problem.
I don't want to speak out of line, but that's like the 3rd person I've heard that's in charge of an entire department that's EU, and I don't really have a problem with that necessarily. But isn't the bulk of the city and police force more focused on this time than like I mean?
So
I don't
I
think
know
it's a problem to be. Have heads in AU or EU, but they kind of need to cross over a little bit, or at least have a representative to do so.
So, what I mean by that is, like, he's EU, but there are what's supposed to happen is
there's like representatives for him.
Yes, in NA, a lot of them, right? The bulk of them should be NA, like you're saying. The problem is, for whatever reason, people think that Newman is in charge, when in reality, Allen is in charge. So it's fractured, right? Because for example, think
because I see Newman like every day, and he seems to be like training cadets all the time. So I also thought he said something. Maybe that was before like the restructure or something. So I don't know. Maybe that was different then. But
no, well, I thought he was too, because he was a sergeant in recruitment and training. The issue is Alin was a lieutenant in recruitment and training.
Okay.
So before the restructure, but what happened was, we got 30 cadets in NA, and I said, listen, as soon as BCSO opened up, I said, look, stop all hiring. Like, we're not rushing academy. We got to stop. Hold on. And Alin told me it was too late. And I'm like, well, we're hiring 30 cadets. That's more than I've ever seen in my life. What do you mean the academy can't be stopped? So that's why we have 30 cadets. So I'm trying to figure out how the lieutenant recruitment and training couldn't stop the academy that didn't happen yet for a couple of days from happening. And then it happened, right? And then look at where we are now, right? And then now you get to the point where FTOs are going around trying to force people to take cadets when it's like just a drop in a bucket, right?
Yeah,
and then it's also the blind leading the blind.
So you have to be an FTO to take a cadet, right?
No, you can take a cadet as a normal trooper, but you won't be able to give them sign-offs and stuff, right?
Oh, okay, I see. I didn't know I could. I guess I'm not really much of a training guy, but I didn't know I could. I guess I might have.
Well, there's a lot of things that really haven't been defined. Those things where like, hey, this could be an issue in the future, but I'm not going to worry about it now, kind of thing, right?
I did notice that there's like I looked at the SOPs a lot when I got started, because I didn't want to waste people's time.
You're not the first.
Inane questions. But I did notice that the SOPs are like they're like 48 pages or something,
They used to be 120.
And I heard before that they were double that, and I find it crazy because none of the questions I wanted answered were in there. You know, like
Yep.
I really think the SOP should probably be very specific to our police. You know, because I find a lot of the redundant stuff you could just Google if you wanted to. If you need to know Terry versus Ohio, you could just Google that. But if I want to
Right.
know,
No, I know exactly what
if
you
I want to
mean.
know like the vehicle permissions, I can't Google that. I need to know what our exact policy is, and I had to ask, you know, Smod or someone I found, and you know, trying to ask like the evidence system. You know, like I I knew the evidence system. I got trained on it, but you know, I took a month off with Christmas and stuff, and I came back and I was having a hard time trying to get fingerprints off cases, and I couldn't figure it out. So I was searching SOP, searching the classroom document, searching everything. I couldn't figure out what was I supposed to do, and I had to ask somebody. And you know, it's a simple solution. Like I just had to brush them, even though they were in the bag with the fingerprint dust. It's a simple thing. I just forgot. But it's a shame you couldn't find something like that, you know, because that's like
Right.
that's
Like
like
very basic.
that's something you cannot Google, you know, and you really
Yeah.
need to be written down for people that don't have someone readily available.
So that's another thing that hasn't been fixed. The SOPs haven't been updated for over,
I
I
think
think,
SOPs
6 months
are
now.
just generally pretty garbage. I mean, in my experience, it's kind of like I don't know how most people feel about SOPs, but you know, like 2% of it's useful. The rest of it's just fluff to make it seem like you did a good job to get a promotion, and you present them to the chief and like, look what I did.
Yeah, I just need important information there. Like, for
It just
example, if we're
needs-
firing people over quota, I need that to be
And
reflected
yeah,
in the SOPs.
the quota is
that-
described as like I'm reserve for now. I don't know. Smod's gone, so that may not last. But as far as I'm
Do
aware,
you want to be reserved?
I like being reserve. I don't have a problem with it. I don't. I think if the quota was changed, I wouldn't have a problem with the quota. You know, in theory, I like a quota. I think it's a good motivator and a good thing to have. I have a problem with the execution of the quota, and I would like to suggest some changes to, I guess, O'Brien and Coster if they get a chance. But I mean, the way the quota is right now, it's a pretty hard and fast 10 primary citations or arrest. And I think that places a lot of emphasis on parking tickets and not a lot of emphasis on like felony or misdemeanor arrests. And I think a lot of officers early in the week tend to prioritize their own arrest and own citations over backup. And during later in the week, it gets better, but that's not necessarily a healthy thing. I also think that if you are on duty for, let's say, 10 to 20 hours a week, you kind of got to hammer those out fast, or you may not make it for the week. Versus if you're on duty, like, you know, 70 to 80 hours a week, you know, it's a different story. It's not exactly fair. I think it should be a dynamic scaling system based on your hours on duty or something, if that was possible, which I don't know that it is right now. Or at least it should be just we should put more emphasis on arresting misdemeanors and felonies. And I know that might lead to stacking or people making arrests they shouldn't make typically. But I don't know that I agree with the emphasis on parking tickets so much. It feels like 80% of our alleged crime is about parking tickets. And, you know, I if someone's meter is expired or, you know, if someone's legitimately parked incorrectly, that's fine. But you know, looking at if you look at the criminal database, the criminal records, you know, like the last 4 crimes at any given time or 2 parking tickets and maybe an arrest and then another traffic citation. You know, it's not exactly
Right.
like we know the crimes happen. We know people are stealing cars and hurting people, and that should be the priority at all times. And we shouldn't look past the citations, but I wish there was a more emphasis on that for the quota. You know, like if you make an arrest, it was like counted for like 2 citations or something. You know, that's all I'm really asking for, and that and a scaling quota. But you know.
I know what you mean. Because I think that my opinion on the quota, I don't think it's a bad idea. I love the idea. I genuinely love the idea of the quota.
I like
think
that it's a good motivator, yeah.
Yes, I think it's because I'm gonna be honest. When I first got here, I never did traffic stops. I used to always have my gun on my lap, and I was just prepared to get into a shootout or whatever it take. But then I realized that people actually stop for. I've never got shot over a traffic stop. I've been here for like a very long time. People actually stop and talk, and it's just like people will literally pull over for a ticket, $170 ticket, right? It was amazing. I've done more traffic stops the first week the quota got introduced than I did at my old job, which is crazy to say. But I came to enjoy them, and most times I still give warnings, right? But it was a motivator for me to actually do those kinds of things, right? Checking parking meters and stuff. I even love pigeon duty. But I think that the quota itself should be a supplement to you. Like you should weigh it against the actual work that somebody does, right, in a week.
Yeah,
So
you know, I agree.
th-
And also,
and
it
that-
doesn't
that's
help if you're someone who, you know, and maybe there is inherently less value on an officer who only rides with other people, but it definitely feels like there is less value. Because I ride a lot with other work, you know, other.
of course.
I ride some with deputies in the county. I haven't gotten yelled at for that yet, but with other troopers too. And it's like, you know, it's kind of like pulling straws on who gets to make who's going to get their quota first this week, you know. And
Yeah, it's a back and forth kind of thing. Like
yeah, and
you got to
it's-
pick, and then I
it's,
got to pick, and it's just like, yeah, I know what you mean. And I genuinely just think that like 10
Like-
primaries with secondaries allows you to just go out there and do the job. And if you're doing the job, you're doing the job. Like,
Yeah,
but
you know, and I think, in my experience, a happy trooper or a happy deputy, because they have the same quota system, is a good officer, you know. And if we are together, you know, riding 2 or 3, you know, I know that clown cars are probably not encouraged, but you know, I think solo officers probably don't last as long on duty. I know I don't last as long when I'm on my own.
no, I don't.
If you want
Yeah.
more troops on duty and you want more crimes caught, then I think encouraging people to partner up is probably better. So don't penalize it, you know.
If I see a group of people, right, and I was in command, and I saw these 3 people, they have a lot of synergy together, right? I'd rather see them ride together than to see neither of those 3 people on duty because
That's
they don't wanna ride
exactly
alone.
what I completely agree. You know, better to have 3 good officers and good spirits than 0
Right.
or like 2 one day a week. You know.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, you coming on duty once a week, like, you can do that. That's fine, right? As long as you're not coming on duty and just standing in MRPD for 10 hours, right? Like, you go out there, you try to make a couple of
This is
arrests, and
Sigel.
you're done.
Actually,
Your
know
paycheck's
him.
going to be $700. You
When I
just
played
bought in,
Svensson
you
on
know,
public,
$4,000 for the budget.
He was one of the
Like,
guys I
cool,
tried to bring
don't
over
care,
to
right? As long
whitelist.
as you're
But
active and you're putting
I'll get into
time
that
in and
later.
you actually want to be here, when you make time for it, you could be here. Like, I don't want to, you know, I don't see it as like an issue, right? But there's just a lot of like black or white with it, and I just don't like that part of it.
yeah,
I think that there's a lot more that goes into everybody's style of policing, right? Where some people want to have those big arrests, right? And then they say, of course, we're going to weigh those big arrests in, but it's just like,
but you don't look good on the leaderboard too, and I think that hurts people's ego. So it is, you know,
Yeah.
it is what it is. So you thinking like you're gonna make it to the end of February or beyond that?
probably not.
Oh,
But
okay.
yeah, look, there's a lot of things. I don't know how close you are with Smod, but
Well, I'm not like a smod hire, but I did know him. He was like my main contact with command anyway.
me and Smod and former Captain Riggs have a very
Oh.
similar vision. Yeah,
Riggs too, huh? I heard he
yeah,
got.
he's
I don't know what happened. I heard I just know I didn't see him for a while, but I heard, you know,
Corruption.
rumors. Oh, he got fired.
well, he's suspended currently pending investigation. But
he do
between
it?
you and me, okay, so
Because you know, to be perfectly honest, I got hired by Commander Shepard, you know, before the flood, and you know, within a few days he got fired for corruption. And I've always thought he was a good guy. Maybe he could make it back someday. But everyone seems to think he was real corrupt, like a bad way. So I don't know. But as a Shepard's special little boy, I never was. I was.
Shepard special little boy.
That's what he called me and Ringo. And then Wrangler hired us back when he was in the state police as Wrangler's little men. And then he went to the deputies, and then Lieutenant Cactus said I was going to be his little special man or something. But I haven't seen Cactus since before the restructure, so I don't even know. So I guess Smod was
Yeah.
probably who I was closest with now, I guess. But I lost a lot of, like, you know, important figures in command to me, I guess.
Yeah, Riggs, if you ask me, what he did was stupid, but I wouldn't say that it's outright corruption and he should be fired for it or charged with corruption.
Was it like
Um,
did he shoot somebody or?
Wrangler walked up to him and said, there was a whole thing about arresting other troopers that you know, were breaking traffic laws and stuff and disobeying, which is, you know, hands up, you know, like if they got charged with something, by all means go for it. They should be prosecuted for any crimes that they're doing on duty, whatever, right? You guys do that. But Riggs didn't like the idea of this being a thing where it's like a PD war, which was said over the radio. A PD wars had begun, basically, right? So He talks to
Like a
Wrangler
back
because he
and
was about
forth.
to.
He didn't want the
Yeah,
tick
exactly,
for tat.
exactly. Yes. So, Wrangler was going to arrest him on obstruction because of something that happened at the hospital, but the DA wanted to drop the charges. Riggs walks out of the department. Wrangler walks up to him, and they have a conversation about, basically stopping this before it starts. Wrangler says like something along the lines of, "So if we don't arrest your troopers," Riggs says, "we won't arrest your deputies." And Wrangler arrested him for corruption, quid pro quo. That's how Riggs says it.
Wait, what's the corrupt part? That he's not going to arrest the deputies?
Quid pro quo. Yeah, because he offered to conspire in bribery, essentially. By definition, that seems to fit more. But the conspiracy prong is written very poorly. Bribery would fit in that case, but then by definition, by committing bribery while on duty, you are
camera?
corrupt. But he conspired to commit corruption, but technically, by the definition, it wasn't an attempt at corruption or conspiracy to commit corruption. It just simply is corruption, I guess, the way he decided to charge him.
But conspiracy reads as 2 or more people joined to form an agreement.
And take an action towards it.
But who's the second person? Wrangler? Did
Right.
he arrest himself?
Right, but he didn't charge him with conspiracy. He just charged him with outright corruption. So I don't think what he
I mean, I
did
can understand like the concept he's proposing, but I think most people would understand that it was just a simplification of the way they were talking. Like, if I said to you, like, hey, can you get off my back about, like my fines or something? It wouldn't be like forever. It'd be just, it's implied that it's just like for right now, let things cool down, But
Right.
I don't know. I guess that's taking it too literally to me. I guess.
Well, by the
I
letter of the
mean-
law, right?
Yeah, by the letter of the law, I guess it is in corruption. But I think it's clear to me that even in that recollection, in that retelling, that Riggs wasn't proposing a moratorium on charging other officers altogether, but hey, let's just settle down with the petty stuff, just to let these things
Right.
let's just
considering,
let these things cool down for a little bit,
right, considering before that, while he was basically under arrest at the time, he said they should do that. They should arrest troopers that are breaking the law, right? Minutes
Oh,
before.
you should. I
so,
mean, I think everyone
exactly.
agrees, but he probably was just like
Yes.
looking to get rid of the tick for tat. But I think we're on the same page. It's just
yeah.
I don't know. I
As
haven't talked to Riggs.
as somebody who was present for the conversation, Jankowski's read is spot on.
Oh, hi. I didn't see
Hi.
that walk up.
It's me, it's Lucy. How you doing?
I was just we were just talking. Yeah, I didn't know about the Riggs thing, and I also didn't know about the Smod thing till just now. So, joining the ranks of Shepard, I guess.
Well, but not real. Like, I guess, right? By
I mean,
letter
what's
of the
Shepard
law,
up to
like,
these days? Is he going to be? Maybe you get another private eye there.
Yeah, I don't.
bet he'd be a good private eye. I wonder what Shepard's up to these days.
Well, his wife got fired for corruption.
Oh, I never
Well-
met his wife, but I know she was like
She's a lovely person.
she was like a captain before
Yeah,
all that.
captain of recruitment and training. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, you ticketed him just
Yeah.
a week ago or 10 days.
Yeah, and I brought him over to the BMPD to ask him what he thought was wrong with the department. That his answer was not alarming. It was pretty spot on, and I could see it coming from a mile away. He also told me that actually Lucy was there, right? Were you there?
For what specific? I've been there
Shepherd,
for so
the
much
Shepherds.
recently.
Oh yeah, the Shepherds. I asked who.
Oh yeah,
said
when
that-
they were talking with us at the
yeah, the
MPD.
left and right thing. Why isn't it in comms? And they said the former chief didn't want it. Former chief.
Yeah, they
Bishop.
finally gave me an answer on why people don't say left and
Who's
right.
the
and it was
former chief? Before
Bishop.
Oh, I before my time then.
Yeah, he's before your
Just
time.
Apparently, he
but,
just didn't like people saying left and right on comms, and
Okay,
I,
I think it's
I have no issues
kind of-
saying that guy was wrong about that.
Oh, he's wrong. I think the 3 things that matter the most to me are the left, the direction, the heading, and landmarks. I could give a shit about the street, to be honest with you, but I guess it's nice to have. But I
Yeah,
think landmarks are much better than streets, but I don't know why we don't train landmarks.
there's a reason
Well,
left,
we
right,
do,
or
but-
merging is the start of a comm. You know.
Yeah, it's because
the
it's to
first
indicate
part for a
behind
reason.
the following units what action was made at the intersection.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah,
everyone needs to
but-
look at the GPS to be like, oh, I mean, I have to know most of my way around, like east and west and stuff, but a lot of people I think would hesitate to be like, oh, is Vespucci an east to west street or a north to south?
Yeah. Like, if you tell me you're southbound Alta, I know where you're going, right? But
Yeah.
if I say it on radio and I don't say left or right, then the parallel unit's not going to know what the fuck they're doing because they don't have the experience I do.
Yeah, I guess I never met the guy. I don't know why he thought that.
Well, he's
Bizarre.
part of the reason why Captain Shepard or Amber got fired, because apparently he gave permission to one of our corporals to use a Navy revolver on duty. It's a 44 Magnum. He gave her permission for that, and apparently she thought it was okay to use it as a service weapon. So she got charged
The
with
old
corruption.
chief did?
Yeah, that's what she said. Yeah.
Oh, I
Yeah,
guess, I
and then
don't know.
Shepard gave her permission based off of that, but like that's not how she said it went down. So yeah, it's very interesting how. a
Yeah,
lot
I didn't know any
things
of this
basically-
department stuff. I guess I kind of stayed out of the inter-department stuff until right now. I guess I didn't. I didn't know. Didn't
Yeah.
know any of
It's
that.
best to stay out of it if you can at all. But
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
honestly, I was even just saying to O'Brien that like we need to look at experienced reserve troopers as people who are good examples for people to follow. I literally brought up your name.
Well, there's there was kind of a debacle with the reserve troopers the other day. I don't know. It's
What happened?
Leo Easter.
Oh yeah, the homie
Oh.
FNCS Pro.
Yeah, him and Holsworth really got into it with Burton. If you know Burton, I heard he was part of the Firebomb
Oh.
5, but Burton tried to arrest Leo Easter for having his gun out on a scene. The context is that car theft escalated when a car thief got away and stole a police cruiser, which Everly was in the back of, Trooper Everly. Everly pointed her gun at him, and he pointed the gun back at her, and then she got out. He was driving away at this point, and I was chasing. And she got out in the freeway and exchanged shots at the back tire. He flipped the vehicle over and surrendered at gunpoint. I arrived and held him at gunpoint until he was cuffed. The locals started freaking out, as they do with guns present. Leo Easter and Holsworth arrived and had their firearms out as well because this guy just pulled the gun on a trooper. And then he, I think one of the locals freaked out and ran over Holsworth, and Holsworth shot at the local. And Easter had his gun out looking around, and Burton arrived basically in between those things and started freaking out about the gun being out and told him to put it down. It was an exchange about like who's the higher rank and the same rank. And then it escalated into a lawful order in which Leo Easter did not comply. And then Burton placed him in handcuffs and arrested him. But didn't make it to Mission Row before he got wise enough to call Captain O'Brien, who was thankfully on duty to settle it, and came over. And basically it fizzled out from there. And no one got arrested and no one got in any trouble, I'm aware of. But yeah, I don't know. It was, I'm not going to say, I don't think Leo Easter was necessarily in the wrong, but it definitely didn't paint reserve troopers as like competent, experienced troopers. You're trying to, I guess say
Yeah,
that some are.
I don't know. I see a lot of good from Burton, right? Like I don't want to say he's a bad cop, but I also I think his uses are much more.
Well, I don't
like,
agree at all with arresting
investigative.
another. I mean, I'll be upfront and say that I think Leo Easter probably should have put the gun away when confronted. I definitely put my gun away. But I think it's well within Leo Easter's right as a same rank as Burton to keep his gun out if he deems it necessary. Burton lacks the authority to demand that, and giving another officer a lawful order, what is objectively a judgment call to have your firearm out when shots were fired, is completely out of line. And then trying to arrest them in front of a suspect is completely out of line. And
Yeah,
That's insane.
I
It's,
fully agree in this circumstance. I guess
but,
my point is more just
but I'm
that,
just
like,
saying, Leo Easter did not paint us in a great light either by escalating, because they both escalated. They both
yeah.
doubled down. At any point, one of them couldn't back down, and neither did. And while I think Burton is more to blame, I think Leo Easter definitely is a little bit to blame.
Yeah, I think Burton does good police work out in the field a lot of the time, but
He's
I like
always
him a
up
lot.
there on the. Sorry to interrupt. I mean, I recognize he's a good officer as far as
Yeah.
bringing in arrests.
I like him a lot more as an investigator than as a commander. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
That's wild.
I guess I couldn't say. I haven't really dealt with him that much, but he definitely brings in people to arrest for sure. He's one of the top performing according to our roster or whatever every day, every week. You know,
Yeah,
like he's definitely.
that's true.
I mean, 26 citations from him in the last 24 hours. You know, so, or 36 maybe since the reset. I mean, definitely one of the most active. You know,
Yep.
but
I think a
but-
big part of like the responsibilities of leadership is identifying people's weaknesses, but with that you also have to identify people's strengths and push them in those directions, right? So that's kind of more where I'm just coming from, is just identifying his
and, you know,
strengths.
it's also recognizing that the best, the hardest working, most productive employee is not necessarily the best manager. It's a different skill set.
1000%.
Or teacher and as
Couldn't
well.
agree more.
You know.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm gonna
But-
call Smod and see. I mean, not that I don't believe you. I just kind of want to hear it for myself. If that's okay, you know, just see why he quit. You know.
Oh yeah, no, I can. I mean, I already can tell you, but
yeah.
you
No,
can- you can
I
get from-
believe you. I'm just kind of curious to catch up and see what he says to me. You know, I'm kind of caught
Yeah,
me
you
by
probably meet him at his
surprise.
house.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll give him a call and see if he wants me to. Thanks for your time, guys. I'll
Hey, good
I
seeing you, Jankowski.
likewise.
Hey, Big Vic.
I got the bad news from Sigil. You quit.
I consider that good news.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he told me like a private detective type gig, huh?
That's right. That's right, Big Vic.
How's that going?
Really good, actually. We're looking for grow ops.
What do you do when you find them? Now that you're not like a cop, though.
Reporting them to the cops for a finder's fee.
Oh, what's the
Because the
finder's
PCSO
fee?
offers rewards for information that leads to arrest.
How much do they offer for like a grow up? Depends on the size, maybe.
I'm not sure. Yeah, depends on the size. I mean, Crack Lover got 50K, so
Who's
for his
Crack Lover?
information.
That's a guy's name.
it's his nickname. Lee Barnes,
Oh.
really good guy.
Oh,
Used to smoke crack. It's Cliff, by the way. Hey.
Oh, are you? Are you off duty with them, Cliff?
No, I quit.
Oh, you both quit, huh?
Yeah.
Yep. We work with John Riggs now. It's awesome.
Yeah, I heard about Riggs. You kind of left me high and dry. You know, I kind of like you're my inside man. You know. You guys both quit.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
What am I supposed to
I'm
do
tired
now?
of being deputy chief. You could come work with us.
I can't do that. I don't even get paid as is. I get paid even less over there.
I mean, we're about to get a contract box to go after people with medical debt and take pictures of their assets for civil forfeiture.
Medical debt?
Yeah, people that aren't paying their medical bills, we're gonna seize their cars with pillbox.
What does that work? You just like walk up to it and like claim it and like, or what if they shoot
no,
you? It's
they'd
like,
pay us for information on what their assets are. We'd take pictures, and then they'd go after them legally.
okay, so kind of like a, oh, I see, like, okay, like you're just people that claim to be broke and not paying their medical bills, but they have like assets and stuff. they could-
Supercars and all that.
Okay.
Yup.
Yeah, okay,
Yup.
I see. Cool. That's a cool little setup you got. I kind of just like being a law enforcement. Like the vested power thing's a big deal, you know.
Yeah, I hear that. Sorry
Like
if I
you-
don't answer. I'm flying an air.
Okay, I was thinking about that situation with Burton. Did you hear about that? Where you tried the
Did somebody
lawful order Leo Easter around and arrest him?
What?
Yes, I did hear about that. Yes,
I'm thinking about
yeah,
that. You know, if
horrible.
I'm not a cop anymore, then there's no hesitation. You get double fucked right there. You know. You need to be a cop
Yeah, I hear
because of
that.
stuff like that.
Yeah, I hear that.
You know, I had some real suggestions for you too, but I guess I'll just pass them along to the next guy.
Yeah, O'Brien's good. He's better than I was at being a leader. So
Okay. Well, hope this isn't the last time I hear from you. You know, I hope everything goes okay with the detective stuff.
yeah, I mean it's been a real hoot so far.
You got like cool like trench coats?
I'm wearing I look like a park flasher.
Yeah, you need a trench coat. That's a good idea.
Yeah, it's nice. It is nice.
But then if you do need to flash somebody, you're all ready to go too. That's the beauty of being a private eye is like they never see it coming because you're always wearing the trench coat. But if you're
Yeah,
not
and we can set up like drug busts with you guys, and it won't be entrapment because we're not cops.
Oh yeah. Well, no, it's still entrapment if you lure someone to do it.
But I'm not cops.
I mean, I guess you could just say you didn't. Like, you could just, if you don't get called to the stand, you know, it's you can't. You're not lying on the stand if you're never on the stand.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, I just
Gary,
wanted to
fly back, fly back,
catch
fly
up,
back,
but
fly back.
Wait.
I could tell you guys are flying
There's
around.
There's a car underneath the water over there. Someone's hidden a car down there.
Oh,
Okay,
for
I'm
real?
gonna leave you guys to it with the flying stuff. I know how difficult that is with looking for plants, but
I really appreciate that. It
yeah.
is hard.
okay.
But
All
look
right.
in this little alcove right here. There's a car underneath the water.
Oh my God, they're just gonna entrap people. That's against the law. Someone's got to tell Gary that it's still entrapment, even if you're a civilian. It still nullifies the arrest. What's wrong with my LPR? Like, people don't even understand what entrapment is at all. Entrapment isn't like... Entrapment isn't presenting an opportunity to do something. It's... Like, entrapment is only if you convince someone to do something they wouldn't have done previously. So, like, if you go up to someone who's, like, routinely robbing banks, and you say, hey, you want to rob this bank with me? And they rob the bank with you, that's not entrapment, because they would have robbed the bank anyway, probably. They've been robbing banks for all their life, or whatever the fuck, right? But if you go up to someone who's never robbed a bank, and you're like, dude, let's rob this fucking bank, dude. It's probably entrapment, because they aren't robbing banks regularly on their own, you know? It's something they wouldn't have normally done. Well, I'm kind of a law nerd, where I know the laws, so... Well, I'm a little bit of a silly guy who knows the laws and shit, you know? Holy shit. So police ask him to buy drugs from someone and then they arrest the dealer's account? No, that's fine. That's not entrapment, but it's not entrapment even if it's an undercover officer, Smokester. If an undercover cop or a CI buys drugs from a known drug dealer who's already dealing drugs, that's not an action they wouldn't have committed anyways. They're already doing that. They're already dealing the drugs. The whole premise of entrapment is that you're luring someone to do something they wouldn't normally do.
Yo,
Hiya, how's it going?
there's a pole there, my boy.
What?
You hit that pole.
No, I don't see a pole.
Huh.
Like a Polish person or like a structure?
No, the big red and white one in between the gas pumps.
No, I didn't hit that.
I must be high then.
No, I didn't hit that. I just didn't happen. I don't know. Sorry, man.
Well,
That's on that Bravo.
never mind. Have a good day.
Alrighty. See you later.
Probably gonna be on Channel 9 because it's a deputy.
People do confuse entrapment
Situation at pillbox is code 4.
with trapping. But to be fair, it is a very confusing thing because of the name.
Looks like there's people with that Bravo, so they should be fine.
I'll be honest. I don't think that SMOD and his PI thing is going to go better. Is going to go better than trying to make BMP legit. In reality, there's going to be so much red tape with no department backup. Yeah, I mean, Purple as a server is really fucking good at enabling RP. So I think it'll go much better than my attempt at playing a bounty hunter in Onyx. Even with dev support on Onyx, bounty hunting stuff did not work out for reasons I discussed last stream. Go look at that if you want to. But that's what I'm thinking is like, I've already done that. I've seen this. I'm cool, man. I wish you guys the best of luck. I know how this goes. It's a lot of arguing with cops and cops that you don't necessarily think are qualified for the job arresting you for doing what you think is completely legal. I hope it works out. I really do. I mean, I'm happy to be the good cop with them, or go back them up or something. Bounty hunting was interesting. I do too, man. Bounty hunting was just fucking. And when it got, dude, when I saw I got absorbed by the FBI or FIB, it's just over. Like, that was the end of bounty hunting. Now you're fucking fed. Ugh. That's the whole reason I liked the bounty hunter is because it wasn't a cop, but you had the powers to arrest. You just had you had no tools to find people, and you didn't have powers to arrest because you had to let them go if they had no money. But I'm not going back into that again. That's a dead horse I continue beating. Maybe, you know, maybe 5.0, maybe fucking GTA 6. Being fast and loose is yeah, the whole point was no SOPs or private citizens doing what is barely allowed. Yeah, like, dude, we have no cops on that. Holy shit. 4 p.m., 5 p.m. This used to be like 4 rows, man. Well, to be fair, Coster did say he wants to get rid of a lot of troopers. I think we're doing that. Don't say that. Yo! Hold on, wait. I know I talked about Marvel Rivals, but trench coat for the thing? Yo! It's fucking cool. I think trench coats are fucking... Marvel Rivals based and cool now? I don't know. The layoffs are lame, but I saw that when I was looking through it. I was looking to see if John was gonna get on today. Any of my compatriots that I usually ride with.
Sebastian, did you guys leave?
You guys leave.
He tried to escape from me, so I'm walking him all the way down to Lower Pillbox.
Alright, we can come to Upper if you want, or do you want to...
And...
I just know I'm walking him down the steps all the way to Lower Pillbox.
You know, if my power doesn't go out,
so I kind of
my certain, you know, if the power doesn't go out, and there's nothing crazy going on tomorrow, I think it could be an Arma in-app day tomorrow. In-app Armas.
Yeah, I was on Lower Pillbox. It's,
and by that I mean Penny. If Penny's around. Or maybe just me. He was on Dio, yeah. Lois? Yeah, from Family Guy. Hey, Peter! Nice is when we forge. I know, he's only messaged me about it initially. The problem with Nidus is that Nidus treats Arma like a competitive game. And I have fun playing with Nidus, but you guys would not have fun playing with Nidus. Nidus is very like, alright, here's how we win, and no fucking arounds. Like, sweaty, yeah, extremely. He plays the win every time. Like, he'll do like, I mean, he'll do like supply runs, like fucking helicopter drop-offs. He'll like coordinate on the radio. Like every single fiber of his body is trying to get the win. Meanwhile, I'm down to playing with that for a little bit. I'm down. I can do that for a little bit, but I like fucking around on Armor too much and just doing silly stuff like just talking to people and fucking with them. Is this? I think radar's not working, is it? How do I get this fucking thing to work, man?
Are you good here now, Fontana?
Yes, thank you.
No worries.
Talk to anything. Dude, I was I think I tried to do that last stream. I got shot in the face like 4 times on Wasteland trying to do that. I was like, hey, what's up? And they just shoot me in the face and teabag me. Yeah, if you get it, you can play Ultra. You know, any in-apps, man. But we have to do only, on? See if this works. No.
12476, MIPD 195.
But we have to do like only in-game voice because I think it's funnier if we have to talk in game the entire time. The problem is that we get like no, there's like no fucking, dude, what the fuck? How do I set this up, man? I thought I knew. I go help here. All the viewers, yeah, I mean, so the problem is like once you die once in Arma, it's like super hard to regroup. You just kind of do your best. Default keybinds. Okay, I need to... Okay, here we go. Toggle display. Power button. Got it. XMIT on both antennas. Excellence on transit mode. Click same. Okay, here we go. Let's try this again. I thought I did that shit. Let's just turn off. Power cycle is bad boy. Power cycle. Then we go on.
104 from 304.
Yeah, go
See,
ahead.
this is XMIT. I don't know.
I have a
XMIT means no
Olio
transmit.
Farrell on 911 says he is looking for your phone number pertaining to an ongoing investigation.
My phone number?
Yeah, he's looking for your phone number. Either
I don't think he's transmitting, bro.
Or I can give it to you.
What am I doing wrong?
Yeah,
here?
go and give it to him.
10-4.
Open it. Power. XMIT. Both antennas. Same. Okay. Try one more time. The beeps. I don't know. The beeps are fucking good. The problem is I do this and I forget how to do it. So we go on. XMIT. XMIT. Same. Same. Okay. That's working now. And then to fast lock. There we go. Now it's working. All right, whatever, man. It was chill watching you and Raven the other day and Luca. It was fun. I like Hell Let Loose and Arma. It's fun to fuck around with people like in local VoIP. The only problem with Hell Let Loose is it doesn't have enemy VoIP. Like you have to, you can't, like, you have to interact with your teammates. But I don't know. Hell Let Loose is pretty good. Apparently, Nice was messaging me about what's it called? I'm looking. Oh, Postscriptum turned into Squad 44. And Squad 44 is having a big release day tomorrow for the Pacific Battle stuff. Go to the beep in the menu. What? I'm not doing that, man. The beeps are loud as fuck, man. I like it. It wakes you guys up. Whenever you guys fall asleep, I just hit the beeps. What are you talking about? The beeps? You're talking about this menu, by the way? Found menu on the radar. Dude, no Thrive's talking to me like this. Are you talking about this? Got you. Voice. Okay, I got you. Good call, man. What's my engine, by the way? Okay. Christine. I'm a humble guy. What can I say, Shadow? I take advice from even Thrive. Green light. Let's fucking go. Flashlight in Las Lagunas. Let's see if this guy still got a flashlight out. A hammer. A butterfly gator? It's his fucking photo guy, isn't it? The fuck? Hey, what are you doing?
Round the corner. He's around the corner in the car.
Who's around the corner?
The guy who shoot. Follow me.
Oh, it wasn't you?
No, in the car. In the car right now.
What
He's
car?
getting away.
There's no car.
Around here. Yes. You can't see around the corner until you go around.
Uh-huh. I don't see a car, buddy. Hey,
There, right there.
Okay. You're gonna get in the car and run? Okay. Alright, see you, man. I love when these guys are like panicking that I'm gonna arrest them, and I'm like just trying to talk to them. They got me, dude. They smoked me, man. They fucking smoked my shit, dude. They owned my ass, dude. But you need 2 officers, man. Honestly, I'm gonna say it. I think solo policing on purple is like nearly impossible because of all the car swapping possibility with locals. You always need someone with a car to follow. Not that that's what happened there, but I was just thinking about that. Like if I... Dude, there's like people doing these fucking like local encounters all over the place here. Another one up to the right. Up, Squin. I'm on channel 5. This fucking cops are just dead on this server. I'm on channel 5. How many fucking deputies must be on?
Dispatch 304 at a 1038 East Premier Park Boulevard with a red in color. I don't know what this car is called. Sedan.
If people think this is a cop server, there must be a lot of deputies on, is all I'm saying. Like 5. Like 5. There's like almost more TAC men on. I mean, there's like 8 actually. The problem is that you like if you're not a reserve trooper, you really don't want to solo. You don't really want to duo up because then instead of making 10 arrests a week, you have to make 20.
One attempting to catch up with 1080 with a speeding motorcycle going west San Andreas Avenue, occupied ×1 just past the mall. Going north, Ginger. The steps. To Palomino. North Palomino, VCB.
North Palomino, VCB. Yeah, Mr. beat me to the intersection. I didn't see him on Portola. Was it a brown Buffalo?
Negative, it was a motorbike.
Ah, copy that. 10-4.
I don't know how they expect me to be all friendly and come with them.
Well, that's what they do, right? They want to, you know, try and do stuff and then expect favors back. That's what I said to her. I said, right, I'm not going to be nice anymore. Simple.
Yeah, I'll try to pull this guy over.
+1 attempt to catch up with an individual who looks very similar to the person that was on the motorcycle.
769 1038 Dorset Drive on Palomino Avenue, east with a green Buffalo.
At dispatch, just be advised, there's an individual on a chopper style
motorcycle. Hey, you mind just turn off the engine?
Taking pictures of officers.
Sure.
Okay. And the window as well. Oh, you got some goggles on, huh? Don't even need that windshield.
And I lost grade.
Well, no, the windshield is fine for me.
No, I know it is, but I'm saying you got the goggles on, so you don't even need it. Anyway, I'm Trooper Jankowski. I'm with the State Police. I pulled you over because you ran the red light back there on Palomino Avenue, across the freeway.
I took a right turn on a right. What do you mean?
Yeah, you did. But first of all, you got to stop at a red light, even to make a right. But I'm topping you for the next light.
Sorry.
The next one you ran completely. That was a straight.
What? No, I never run any reds.
Yeah, you did. The light between this one and the last one. There's a light in the middle of the overpass.
I'm so sorry, officer. I'm so sorry.
Uh-huh.
My wife's literally about to give birth, and I know you're a really busy man, and I don't want to hold your time up with really petty shit. And I know I did wrong there, and I do apologise. Is there any way you can just let me off with a slap on the wrist, pretty please?
Your wife is pregnant, you said?
Not her exactly, but one of our animals down at the farm, and I'm rushing there right now to help her, but
Which farm?
it's the none of your business farm.
Oh, okay.
It's a private family farm that we raise some nice cattle and
Well,
some
the
sheep.
reason I ask is because you're not headed anywhere near a farm. You're in the middle of the city, headed further
Well,
into
yeah,
the city.
because I'm heading northbound towards the highway.
You just
I had to
passed the
stop
highway.
I
Hey,
had
you
to
said I'm
stop off
That's
at
the
the
highway
hotel.
back there. Freeway.
Yeah, but I'm not going up Great Ocean. I want to head eastbound.
There's
And I'm
a
cutting.
freeway
Yeah.
goes both ways, east and west.
Yeah, I know that, but I'm allowed to cut through this way if I want.
Okay, it just doesn't seem consistent with the stories. You
No,
got a driver's
I mean-
license I could look at?
No, I don't.
Okay. Uh, 769, 1038 escalate to a 1080 with a green Buffalo, occupied ×1, east on Dorset. So he's got goggles, he's a shooter. Right south on Las Lagunas. He just sounded so
Is
exhausted.
that an 80 or a 38?
It's a 1080 now, south on Peaceful Street.
Oh, 104.76.
Right, just collide with the pole, right on Vespucci, westbound. Just pull over. Moving incredibly slow. I expect the occupants a little out of it in some fashion. Left south on Calais.
Was attached.
Clear.
You doubled.
I am not.
Secondary's got your comms. We're going into construction site northbound, climbing up. Primary takes comms.
Or just going up the ramps here, trying to get up to the top of the construction site. Probably go over to Palomino on the freeway.
I was in a freeway.
He's just trying to push me back down now. He's ramming my car. Hey, stop ramming the car, buddy. I need you to stop ramming the car.
I can do what the police do.
If you keep ramming the car, I'm gonna have to shoot out the tires.
Okay, I'm sorry, you're in my way,
Okay, he sees the ram and he's going up to the top floor of the construction site now on the ramp still. He's now jumping off the top of the construction site down onto Calais. He's back at the dirt lot in front of the construction site. This guy is like high as a kite. I don't think he's with us right now. He's trying to do that jump to up to you guys, but he can't do it. He's too high to remember which stop to get off on.
Where is he? Is he in the construction site or at the bottom?
He's at the bottom on the dirt, and he's going back up the ramps again. He just drove to the top and jumped down on the dirt and going back up again on the ramps.
He's around you, knock him off.
He's going back up on the ramps again. Now he's going over to La Puerta. He figured out which stop to get off on. He's making a right south on La Puerta Freeway lower.
I got him here.
Okay, he's angling for you there. Just FYI, I think we should probably go pits and spikes here.
Yeah, definitely.
There's a unit available to attach to that.
And the third one.
We're going west between North Rockford and Calais.
He's so fucking... He's so
South
high.
Rockford.
I think this guy's either high or drunk. Like, actually. Like, or else this guy's toasted, man.
South, that's London. East, Arsenal. Maze Bank Arena. taking a little hop, skip, and a jump. We're going north on Alta. 22 north on Davis. And nearly went into the gas pumps there, but we are on Grove Street. East.
Hey, why don't you just pull over, man? It doesn't seem like you're good to drive, you know?
I'm on Moto if you need me.
My car's really slow.
We've got a tertiary coming already, but we'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Moto. Let's try and make a squeeze, I believe, through these houses. Yep, we're going to be going out to Roy Lowenstein. Primary take comms.
Crossing over Dutch London
Person on
into
a
the.
motorcycle coming up behind you.
Copy. You're crossing over the Dutch London. We're in the pipes on the other side of Dutch London, south side. Driving through the dirt oil field area.
Right. We have another individual trying to go on the train tracks coming up towards you. They are
Copy.
on a motorcycle.
Okay. He's down here next to the warehouses, south of Dutch London Street. Looks like he's gonna hit the jump into the canal drainage area. He did, and he barely made it over. He flipped over.
This one has barely.
He's back on his wheels.
Be advised, this motorcycle is the one I've seen taking photographs of us.
Jesus, man. Okay, in the canals, moving north underneath that London Street. Be advised, he's moving extremely sluggishly. I don't think he's all there. Taking the sidewalk up to Autopia Parkway.
We have another vehicle person on this, as we do have the person on the motorcycle.
304 1076.
Right
Thank you.
north on Davis.
Matter
Right
what, if
on
you
Grove
can-
Street, east.
If you can keep it just a distance with us, we'll go into 6 in a moment.
Yo, don't ram. If you ram, I'm gonna do things I'm regret. Don't ram. Just be like.
Right, parallel with Grove Street, east, left, north on Brogue. He's threatening to shoot officers if they ram again.
Let's move this to 6.
Copy that.
Radio check.
Into middle left in the backyard, making a right through the backyards. He's going to be coming out onto Carson, I believe. In an alley. What the fuck is this?
Getting threats to break faces if we block.
What the fuck? Oh, it's front wheel drive. Fuck this car.
Now heading south on Broge Avenue, going back towards Grove Street. We'll need somebody to take it from here. We're going to try and block his way.
For a box here.
There's a gentleman in all white and a motorcycle following the chase.
Yeah, Moto 1, if you can keep an eye on that.
Yeah.
Don't be like this.
Maybe some kind of, I don't know if some kind of order he's been going on taking photographs of us.
Suspect making a right north on Brogue, left, parallel with Grove Street in the alley next to Mega Mall, west.
Are you double primary?
No.
Alright, I'll take gum. Left onto Davis westbound. Left into the canals. Flipped us on its wheels, going southbound.
Yo, fuck off, mate.
Vehicle,
Literally fuck
correct?
off. Like, you're doing no favors.
And 9?
Are
You're
we
literally
good
doing
for
no
BBS
favors
on
right
this
now.
vehicle?
Yeah, we approved
Oh,
it
yeah.
earlier on. He's been ramming officers.
Alright, 10-4.
Try and dunk the car by the looks of it.
It's reaching the end of the canals now.
He's
and
in the water.
Someone stay mobile. Yeah.
He's deep under. I
gonna
just got a
drown.
glimpse of him.
Where is he?
I looked under. He was deep, right below us.
Yeah, there's no way that he could get up without drowning.
Yeah, I can see him floating down there. He drowned. Anyone got scuba gear?
No.
Okay. Well, he's not going anywhere. Someone wants to call TACMED.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go kill the
Hey, attack my troopers.
sirens on my cruiser and bring it over.
Drown
Yeah,
yourself.
the motorcycle is over here in the white jacket. I'm gonna try to warn him to leave. He's driving away. Is motor 1 around? He's on the docks to the west of us on Utopia. The motorcycle rider. I like how he's saying just out of voice range. That's real smart. That's like a lead RP move. Is they just out of voice range, the cops can't vocally initiate anything with you. Yeah, motorcycle's just stationed about 100 meters down the docks from me on west, just south of Utopia, if the motor 1 can get in contact with them. He keeps riding away from me. I can't verbally warn him about anything. Motor 1's cruising up to the motorcycle. That guy's not saying anything. The motor's not telling us what he's saying. Motor's not.
This individual's he's being warned off. He said that those guys are going to be making up for jet ski. He doesn't know the ground.
We got a real winner here. Hey, Annap, we got a mad one. I know you wanted to see this. I can hear him. Hold on. God, I hate this is front-wheel drive. I'm a rear-wheel drive kind of guy.
Seems you need some lessons.
Yeah, you cuff him?
He's cuffed.
Yep.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go through his belongings till Tagmate gets here.
What's his name?
I have no idea. I'm gonna check for an ID. He refused to present an ID and then he drove away at the traffic stop.
Tyler Moore.
I was never in a traffic stop. What do you mean?
Okay, yeah, he's more out of it than I thought. He must be like high or something.
This guy's straight delusional. You should have heard some of the stuff he was saying.
Let's not encourage it.
Yeah, that's right, Specky. You listen to your boss.
Who's Sparky here? Is that the nickname for
That's
someone?
not what he said. That's not what he said.
Oh, what'd he say?
What is Specky? Fucking your glasses.
I didn't catch it. What'd he say?
Specky.
What does that mean?
Glasses.
Glasses?
I think he's talking to Jerry.
But they're all sunglasses. You usually call.
Yeah.
Oh no.
You guys are an idiot.
Not spectacles.
I mean, you can
Spectacles
get
are like
glasses
reading
that work as
glasses.
sunglasses as well, you tit.
Yeah,
Okay,
he's
is that what the
mocking-
goggles
he's
are?
mocking- Yeah.
No, that's what your mum is.
My mom is a pair of goggles.
Oh my god.
Yes. Jerry, I'm loving this. Taking me back.
Okay,
Who's
the
processing
guy
it?
in the white jacket's back. His motor. I'll process it.
get
That guy
that-
keeps lurking around. He's gonna
that
try
guy in
something.
gloves.
He's just gnawed at that.
Have you got it? Oh, it's my cuffs. I'm just wondering if somebody wants to.
No, you can take him. Or if you
Okay.
don't
He's the
want to
primary,
if
so I
you
think
don't want to deal with him.
Whoever
wanna
wants
take
to
him?
take it, Jesus.
I'm just gonna take it because
simple.
I'm the one who initiated the
Alright,
chase.
I'm gonna
and-
give you his stuff.
Okie doke.
I'm gonna give you his stuff.
These two got a fucking crazy attitude on
That
these
was
cops.
what he was wearing. That's the only thing that was on him.
Okie doke. Thank you. Did you get in touch with TACMed?
Yeah, you got a self-transport.
Okay, copy that. Alrighty, we'll take it to the hospital then.
I don't even need to go to the hospital, to be honest. I'm just lying here for the
I
the
think
greater
you
good.
might need to go to a little bit of a hospital.
Nah,
Yeah, he
I'm
needs
fine.
to go to the.
You go take it to the hospital
probably
regardless of what you
Nah,
think.
I'm really feeling 100 right now, boss. I'm feeling good to go to
You
Bolingbroke.
don't look 100.
Nah, I feel 100.
Okay. Well, I'd like to take your word for it, but it's not really how it works. So I'm gonna take you to the hospital and we'll get you checked out. Okay? We'll expect this guy to not. The motorcycle's back again. I hear it. Jesus. $769.76 to pillbox 195. The white motorcycle's tailing my vehicle, by the way, if motor's available still.
Yeah, there's nothing we can do unless he's actively
Yo,
impeding
free
your
me out the
progress.
slammer. Free me out the slammer.
I'm guessing you went to
My
bench
boys
trial
come
over
to
that.
save me. Free me out the slam.
Who are you talking to, bud?
Yes.
I'm talking to you,
It's like a
bitch.
First Amendment order or
Oh, I
something.
can't hear
You're allowed
you.
to
Yeah,
take photographs
like
of us as
mumbling,
long
you
as
know,
it doesn't
like a
impede
mumble
the
rapper.
of operations, then you're usually allowed to.
Yeah. Free me out the slammer 100 times.
But it's just the way it is.
That's not even I
Yo,
don't think
free
that's
me,
even
bro.
English,
Free
you
me.
know.
Yo, come save me, bro.
If he actually does get in
He's,
the way, though, by all means, charge him with obstruction.
Come save me, bro. Come save me.
He's
Yo.
talking about come save me, by the way. I'm not sure who he's talking to, but he keeps repeating come save me.
I'm shouting out your window, bitch.
That motorcycle, he warned us about the guy having the
I'm shouting out
jet
to the
ski
public.
escape set up, so I don't think he's
I'm
on
allowed
his
to do
side.
that. Freedom of speech, bitch.
Who are you talking to, Jam?
You, bitch.
Okay, you know, it's not really clear because you just keep talking to yourself.
if it gets too
mumbling.
close.
You, bitch.
I mean, he's running like a dozen red lights if he's still following that. Nothing else like traffic stop.
He
if you
did
can.
not run a single red light. What the fuck?
Just like you didn't run that one too, huh? I mean, I don't think I'm gonna take it from
What's your
you.
name?
You're not
What's your
exactly an expert on traffic lights, you know. All due
What's your
respect.
name, bitch? What's your name, bitch?
I showed you my my badge at the traffic stop. You don't remember?
I don't. No, I don't. I'm high on.
Well, I
beer,
don't
bitch.
expect you to. You're what is it? Weed? Drink? What
No,
you
I
on?
don't drink. I don't drink. Am I
Smoking a little
slurring my
weed
words?
today? So high?
No comment.
Uh-huh. Yeah, no, I pretty easy to tell you're driving it like underwater, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. That car was limited to 50. I was never getting
No, it's
away.
because you had your speed limiter on, I think, bud.
No, dead ass. I turned that shit on and off 100 times.
I think you're just high. I think you might have maybe hit the wrong lever. Okay, we'll get you checked up by Technic. 76925 at the hospital. Okay.
Well, I'm not going away for infant violence, so that's good.
Why would you go away for infant violence?
Cause I'm a fucking violent felon.
Infant violence?
I'm a violent felon.
Why'd you say infant violence?
I never said that.
You said infant. You said I'm lucky I'm
No,
not going away
no.
for infant violence.
No, I'm not. I said I'm lucky I'm not going away for anything violent.
Oh, anything. Okay, that's the
Yeah.
mumbling got me again.
Yeah, it's the language barrier.
Yeah, you know, English versus slurring your words.
No, it's English versus American. American, I don't have an accent.
We're both
no.
speaking English, you know. But
Oh,
one of
she
us
explained.
isn't on their third joint of the day, I'm guessing.
You're funny. That actually made me laugh.
Okay, I'm gonna leave you here, and I'm gonna see if I can find a doctor for you.
Can I take a nap for a couple minutes?
Yeah, that's fine.
I gotta go, think about some stuff in head.
Is there a
Wait, you're gonna,
tech
like,
med at the
nap
hospital
nap?
here?
Yeah.
Or you can, if you're done being treated, I could just put you in the car while you're thinking.
Oh, there's like fucking 20 of them upstairs, man. I'll see if I can find one. Where's he gonna go? He's trapped in there. What is this? Emergency? What does it say? Keep it unlocked? Unlocked. Okay, whatever. Oh, are you a doctor?
Yes, sir. Topless Tuesday.
Okay.
Would you like me to show my badge for you?
No, it's fine. I just didn't know. I was looking for a doctor for the couple patients we got.
Oh, we got a couple patients.
We got this guy, and I brought one
There's
in down at the end of the
currently
hall on the left, but he's
a
pretty
whip
high, just like you know.
In my shower.
Pretty high on what?
Oh, he's gone.
Oh,
I'll,
yeah, he's so high.
No, he's in the corner probably.
Hey,
there he is.
surprise, motherfucker. Did I
You
trick
surprised me. You almost gave me a heart attack. You want to lay back down so I can just do your look over?
No. Okay.
Yeah, see what I'm talking about?
I love this guy. This guy's my
Okay.
new favorite patient.
Oh my god.
Can you
All right.
identify yourself for me?
Mr. Moore. I'm your favorite, Mr. Blinker.
Tyler
I
Moore.
know. How's it going, Tyler?
You guys like
I don't
that?
have any idea on me. I'm
I
thinking
just know that I would never
Platinum
stab
has
you
been-
17 times in the
I know.
prison again.
Officer,
Uh-huh.
I'm in here like 7 times a day.
this guy.
I'm a little tied up. What's what do you need with him?
Well,
Well,
some
one of your
officer
officers,
upstairs,
yeah, an officer handcuffed me and then drove
and then
away.
he ran inside here. So Somebody's
What are
95.
you doing?
What in the?
Well, an officer
He was
handcuffed
beating a
me.
patient upstairs.
Would
Yeah,
you
he
know?
deserved-
Was it
no,
a
I
state
didn't.
trooper or a deputy?
I think it was.
It was BCSO.
I think it was
All right,
BCSO.
I'll take him.
Okay,
Very good.
Damn it, George.
But I didn't do it.
Yeah, right. You
I'm
have
so
a history.
sorry.
Do you need,
Walk
do you
it
need
off.
treated or?
Officer.
Yo, officer, you got to admit I gave you a heart attack for a minute.
Not really, no.
Is that a common thing you've experienced?
Yeah,
People
they
just
like the
disappear?
curtain a lot.
No, I don't mean the curtain, but I mean like the people just like, you know what I mean?
Not usually.
Not typically. That's kind of like impossible.
Yeah,
No.
they don't really disappear. See, the problem is if I don't let you out and he doesn't let you out, then you're stuck. So if you decide to take a nap in there, we'll just find your limp body and we'll just leave you there until you wake up. And then there's a real bad problem because then you wake up handcuffed still.
I need to drink. Can I get unhandcuffed for a second so I can drink?
We can do that in the cells at mission roll.
Well, let's speed this up because I'm actually dehydrating.
Okay, I'm sure you are. All right. All right.
What do you mean you should out my way? Let me walk to the squad car.
Okay, okay.
Got ready for Topless Tuesday.
Also, I'm gonna take off your mask.
No, it's not Topless Tuesday. It's Titty Tuesday. Get it right, old man.
Titties.
Come on, Tyler.
Tyler Tuesday.
Don't ever say my name ever again, old man.
Come on, Tyler. We gotta keep moving.
Yeah, I'm just going to assert my dominance on these fools.
Yeah, you're doing a great job with your puffy jacket and your goggles. I think he's real scared.
Yeah,
of you.
yeah. I shoot through the jacket. I shoot through the jacket. Oh, wrong door.
Shit through the jacket?
I shoot like pew pew. I'm an outer.
You shoot through the jacket?
Mm-hmm. I shoot through the jacket.
Yeah, don't have a gun though.
Yeah,
Kind of
you're
forgot
right.
a crucial element of that, huh?
Yeah, no, you're right. I don't have a gun, officer. You're right.
Yeah, in order to shoot, you kind of need a gun.
Yeah, you're right. I don't have one of those, and I don't have a license to buy one. I guess I'm all out of ideas.
Well, I guess I'm glad we're on the same page then.
I know a guy that knows a guy. That knows a guy.
Well,
That knows how
normally you
to
don't
eat
have to
chicken
do a lot,
pox.
so you can go for it in Russia.
Didn't shut your door, huh?
I'm handcuffed, jerk off.
Okay, well, you opened the door to get in it though, didn't you?
No, it was already open. What do you want me to do? Use my feet?
Yeah, I guess you can use your feet.
Oh my god, I'm about to fall out.
Oh no,
Shut
it's
the
okay. Don't fall out.
No, I'm not going to.
No, it's okay. We'll just leave it. You know, it's just that block and a half. I think you'll be fine.
In regards to kidnapping of Adel Novak.
That door open's gonna make it complicated to park.
She admitted to
But we'll work it out.
troopers that she was
Okay.
not troopers. She apparently, according to BCSO, was on scene when they found.
All right, and then we're you ever been arrested before, buddy?
No, first time
She admitted
actually.
the truth.
Okay. Well,
Wait,
just follow me,
She admitted she
and
was
we'll put you in the cells. And,
trying to help me, but she was on
If
scene.
you have some water, you can drink it.
I believe I've
seen
got
by
water in my jacket.
seen by BCSO afterwards. She just basically stood by
I
and
should have
watched
a
me
little
be
bottle.
kidnapped and stabbed.
Oh, sorry, officer, come here one second.
Nothing to stop it.
Sorry, can I get like a private tour of this forensics room?
No.
Does that warrant accomplice to kidnapping?
Yeah.
Tyler, come on. We
sorry,
there's a cell waiting for you, buddy.
Sorry, I just wanted to be a nosy bitch.
I believe I saw Riley Reed's earlier
I
on.
just wanted to know what was in there.
Okay.
Yeah, she's
All
at the
right,
courthouse.
Harold,
I just
this
saw
is
her. Let me
fine
give her a
for you.
ring.
Okay.
And then let me just make sure you got water on you or something.
Yeah, I should
Got
do. I
our
should do.
secondary unit coming up. I got a warrant hit for all your firearms.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll let you
essentially
keep
has my
the
phone.
water, but I'll seize everything else set for DOC.
If he does, then that's the phone that was taken from me on the kidnapping.
Okay. And then I'll unhandcuff you through the bars here.
What's your rank? Sorry, like a lance corporal or something?
No, everyone's just a trooper right now. Okay, so you're formally going to be charged with the following: grand theft auto and evading. You're looking at 15 months in state prison and $2,853 in state fines. How do you plead?
What crimes?
Evading and grand theft auto.
Evading and Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah.
One thing I would like to do is I would like to get a lawyer.
Okay. Well, that helps me a lot. You know your rights, but
Can you
I,
phone my lawyer, Uro Whitlock? No,
let me
it's
let
not
me read
Whitlock,
your
it's-
rights real quick, because this
Well,
might turn into
you've not- that's-
questioning.
no, you've
But
not-
you have the
you've
right
not-
to an
you've
attorney. You have the
not-
right to have an
you've not
attorney
read the
present.
no.
You have the right to
No,
remain
it's too
quiet.
late. It's too late. You've already asked me how I pleaded. I said not guilty.
Okay, that's not an
And-
investigative question, though. So, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say or do can and will be used against you in court of law. You have the right to have an attorney present during any question. If you cannot afford one will be pointed to you by the state at no cost to you, if available. And you also have the right to a bench trial. Okay?
I've got a lawyer.
Okay. Well, I'll call the line. Okay, no phone, buddy. I
No,
bagged
I'm
that
not.
up.
I'm just. Yeah, no, I know. I'm just sorry. I was trying to double check the name of the guy, my lawyer. Sorry.
Okay. No
Sorry.
phones.
Okay.
Okay.
His name's Uro Amadin or something.
How do you
He's not
how do you spell the first name?
URL, I believe, just 3 letters. Euro.
Nope, that's not a name.
Fuck. I had open court yesterday and he represented me. Will it be on there?
On your
Is it
criminal
off,
record? Maybe.
or
Did you get convicted or no?
it was tickets? I know I can't have no phone. Please, can I just double check the contacts? I'm not
No
gonna phone
phone.
it.
No phone.
I'm not phoning anybody. I just need to get the
No
name of my
phone.
lawyer.
I'm checking to see if it's on there.
It's his name's literally like a 3-letter word. It's like ORL or something, LF or something. All for Euro or something.
Was this yesterday?
Yeah. Yesterday open court. He represented me.
Okay. And you know who issued the ticket?
Oh, it was 8 tickets. I argued every ticket.
Okay. Well,
Some shit got dropped.
he's paid all these.
If you can't find my lawyer,
Okay, so yeah, you have a suspended driver's license too, huh?
no, I think that's just a glitch in the system. It should be fine.
That's why you didn't want to provide the driver's license on the stop, huh?
Well, it's not that I didn't want to, it's that I physically couldn't if I wanted to.
Yeah, you don't.
I
you
don't
don't
have
got
one
one,
to
huh?
show you.
Mm-hmm. Probably shouldn't be
It's in the
driving then,
hotel
huh?
room. It's in the hotel room. I was actually on my way to go get it for you.
You were actually
just had to-
on the way to go help your pregnant wife with the animal birth, is what you told me, huh?
Yeah, but when you asked for the ID, that's when I said, sorry, sir, let me go to the hotel and get it for you quickly. And I
Strange
thought you
back to
said,
the hotel, driving back and forth through those
And-
alleys, huh?
and I thought you said, okay, sir, I'll wait here for you. But
No,
you followed me and I got scared.
you got scared, huh? The classic, scared of the police car, huh? Let me guess,
Yeah,
you
I
have
get-
some tragic tale about how the police were mean to you and now you're scared of them?
Well, yeah, 4 pulled up on my block earlier for no reason. Fuck O'Brien.
On your
Fuck
block?
Atrick.
Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can get a lawyer.
I don't know.
I'm gonna call him to see if I want to pick up.
Why does she get to walk in here without cuffs on?
Hello? Anyone there?
Sorry, hi. Mike Trojan from the PDO. How can I help?
Hi, I've got a suspect in the cells at Mission Row, Tyler Moore, who's requesting an attorney. Is a URL or an ORL employed by the PDO at all? Because he's requesting that by name, but he doesn't know the number or anything.
Oh, Ulf.
Ulf? How do you spell that?
ULF?
ULF?
Is that the one?
Possibly,
the
he
one?
doesn't know. He wants a lawyer, but he's requesting that one by name, but couldn't find him anywhere the way he was spelling it.
If I'm correct, I believe Ulf is now private.
Okay.
Um,
How do you spell that again? The first three?
ULF, if I'm correct. ULF, Ulf.
Why didn't
Ulf?
you take her into
Okay.
interrogation?
All right. I'll try calling him. And then I'll call back if he wants a PDO. Then that's okay. All right.
No worries. No worries at all.
Thank you for your help.
No worries.
Get out the car, Funky. If they're like a phone in hand.
I forgot this trooper's getting him a fucking phone in there.
I got it.
Hello,
I'm sure that guy say something about a phone. I think he had his phone out again. Hey, no phone, man. No phone.
Yeah.
I bagged it up
Yeah,
for
no.
DOC, okay?
Yeah.
Hold on,
no,
I gotta call you
you're-
back.
You're
All right.
right. You're right.
So I'm gonna have to handcuff you if you're not gonna comply, okay?
No, sorry. Yeah, no, you're right. You're
Okay.
right. Sorry, I was just
So go
trying
ahead
to
and
get the name wrong.
you want to put your hands up for me?
Just fucking take it, man.
No, just go ahead and put your hands up. If you can't
No.
follow the
Yeah, no, I've just gave you a jerk off.
I know you did, but you're having trouble with that. You're gonna have trouble with the other one. So go ahead and put your hands up and
What do you mean
face
the
away.
other one? I don't have two phones on me.
Okay. Last chance before it becomes resistant arrest. Put your hands up and face away from the bars.
Resisting.
Mm-hmm.
Resisting. Yo, give me my phone back and then I'll comply.
No.
Give me my phone. Give
You
me my
have
phone
about
back
3
and I'll-
seconds before we go in there, and you're gonna get tasered.
Where's my
or-
lawyer? Where's my lawyer?
I'm not even gonna be able to call him if you're not gonna follow the rules in the cells.
You're not even letting me check who my actual lawyer is. I'm gonna get
Because
some
you
shit
don't
one.
have the right to check your own phone for your lawyer.
Okay,
I'm
well-
reaching out to the guy you mentioned. I have his name. I'll call him, but you need to comply. Okay.
Okay.
Well, he did not sound happy.
Thank you. Now that I'm handcuffed, can I get my phone back?
No, you've lost the phone privilege. I'm gonna call and see if... Okay, back in the cell, buddy.
Yeah, I'm not your buddy. I'm your daddy.
I doubt that. You sound like about 15. Okay, I'm gonna try to call
I
the
sound
guy
like
you wanted for a
15.
lawyer.
Yeah, 15 inches deep in you, mate.
Jesus. This guy... This fucking guy. Skunk, what are you doing, man? Get in here and talk this guy
Yeah.
down. Is this Ulf, the attorney?
Yes.
Okay, I got a guy in custody who requested you by name, so I had to look up your number. I hope that's okay. I'm Trooper Jankowski. He said he worked with you yesterday in open court.
Okay.
Tyler Moore.
Yep.
Yeah, I know
have
Tyler.
better
Where
success
is
then.
he?
He's in custody. He's requesting you specifically to represent him on some charges.
Where exactly? MRPD or?
Mission role, like I said.
Yeah, I'll be down there. I'm coming for Amanda, anyways. So.
Okie dokie. All right.
Yeah. All right. Bye.
Ulf does not sound fucking happy, man. Holy shit, man. Okay, I got a hold of him, but he's coming down for an Amanda first, so we have to wait a little bit.
He's doing a what, sorry?
He's coming down for someone else already, so we're gonna have to wait around for him to finish with that probably. That's fine with
that
me.
woman there?
I don't know. He mentioned a name. I don't know who it is.
Wait, that woman came in here after me. What the fuck?
Well, you were fucking around with your phone, which might have delayed the whole process.
Bruh. What were the charges again?
Grand Theft Auto, evading, and operating a motor vehicle without a license.
You want to go to that one and come back, or? No? Alright.
Yield.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Do me a quick favour. Turn around quickly for me. Just put your hands up. It's going to be 23.
I believe a trooper just came in and did that. You can put your hands down, Amanda.
Yeah, I think I'm fucking up their highs, man. Can someone add cool cheat? Can someone add the cool weed vibe Peter Griffin emote, by the way? I think we need that right now. Sorry, I'm having to report. Cool weed vibe, exactly.
I'll be with you in a second. I gotta deal with the other one first.
What's his name again? I keep forgetting. Is it Euro?
No, it's Ulf. ULF.
Oh, Ulf. That's it. Ulf. Yeah.
Because you were involved in the kidnapping of a person? I followed. I followed it and I stayed behind and I didn't know what
See, before you tell my lawyer what happened, can I have a minute with him first, please?
No.
What do you mean, no?
That's not how it works.
What do you mean that's not how it works? You're gonna tell him a bunch of bullshit.
No, I'm just gonna tell him what you did, and then so he knows what the charges are against you.
Okay.
He's testing even Big Vic.
What's the... I don't know if anything about this has ever been brought up to you guys, but is like the idea of police body cams ever gonna be a thing, do you know?
No, never.
Oh, really?
Were you with them before? Did you follow them after they did it?
Yo, Atwick, stand up, bitch. You look like you're about to take a shit.
Why?
What the fuck are you doing? Don't take a selfie.
I'm looking through my gallery to see if I got a picture of that buffalo you crashed in the water. No, I'm not. I I took this picture, is what I did.
Why didn't they arrest you? Wait, why didn't they arrest you if you were there when police showed up?
No, not that. What's weed music comes up as what comes up as weed music?
Oh god. Sure Novak isn't telling them that you helped kidnap her? No, that's gonna be something.
What'd you do?
The warrant isn't gonna get dropped.
Honestly, I was going for a nice Sunday drive on a Tuesday night when I thought about getting a burger shot, so I pulled over. And then this cop was jealous that I got more food than him, so he was like, nah, I'm not having that. And then we went and had a movie date together, and now I'm here.
Oh, nice.
Me and my boyfriend here like to roleplay cops and robbers, so we're just getting him better for when he arrests a real criminal.
Are you saying you're not a real criminal?
No, I'm just roleplaying. Like a real criminal, if you know what I mean. I'm not actually a real criminal.
Oh, he's role playing. News to me. I thought he was actually high.
I'm like I like to be good in these streets, you know.
Yeah, he's doing this bit he likes to do where he pretends he's really high.
Oh, this is the guy that was jumping off the construction site, huh?
This is the guy.
This
he
is the
knew
guy.
he knew the jump to the Pirte freeway, but he didn't know what level it was on, so it took him a few attempts.
No,
he got too high and he forgot. Oh, I went too high. I gotta go back down again.
No,
maybe he just rolled really low on his D20.
No, I knew.
Oh, he rolled really low. All right.
I knew it was on the first
-7
level.
intelligence.
Novak around.
No, I think he's actually probably not that stupid. He's just high.
Oh, okay.
Okay, well, this is about her kidnapping, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so would it not be easy?
I can't wait to speak to my lawyer.
Me neither. I think it'll be enlightening for both of us.
Well, it's
Enlightening.
it's
Ooh, I
going to be
love
good
that
to
word.
see that. It's going to be good to see the outcome. What does the one stripe rank mean again? Sorry.
Just trooper, the same rank
Oh,
as everybody
trooper.
in the department besides three of
Well,
us.
I've seen people
Yeah.
without stripes. Are they just cadets?
It's changed recently, so it depends on when you saw them.
No, like I mean, like today, like I mean, I see people with those
But some of the
uniforms, but
uniforms don't have an option for stripes, you know, like the polos.
no, I mean, like see the shirt that, not the one you're wearing with the long sleeve, but the short sleeve, like the exact one. Like O'Brien has the same one, no stripes, but he does have the stars on the collar.
Yeah, so that means he's a lieutenant colonel.
But I've seen one with no stars and like no stripes, but the like short sleeve shirt, you know.
Oh, it could be a mistake. We don't
Yeah.
differentiate the cadets from anyone else.
Oh, okay, okay.
We do, but I'm not saying that.
I was thinking of becoming a state police officer next week, actually.
You know, never give up on your dreams, buddy. I think someday,
What's your
you
name?
know,
Tyler Moore.
someday I'm
Tyler.
sure.
Tyler, you're never gonna be a cop. Come on.
Nah, don't bust my dreams like that, bitch. I don't bust your dreams, so don't bust mine. I'm becoming a police officer next week if I really want to.
Amanda, if you want
All I
to
gotta
talk
do
about
is,
you're representing by yourself or by another lawyer, I do not.
Yeah. You know what? I want to go put on goggles now. Well, I mean, 4 times attempted murder of a government employee? That's not gonna look good on your application.
All right, what's up with this?
yo, how you doing, Alf?
Hey, you are aware that I'm a private attorney, correct?
Yeah, I know. I spoke to you yesterday, I know.
You know that you'll have to pay me out of pocket for this.
Yeah, what's your price?
We'll see what you're getting charged, and then I'll quote you. All right.
Yeah,
So
no
what his
worries.
charges?
He's being charged with Grand Theft Auto, evading, and operating a motor vehicle without a license.
Does this go on the bench?
Yeah, it's gonna ban.
I know.
Okay, give me a second to talk to him.
Okay.
All right. So use your.
Don't
inside
answer the
voice to
phone
tell
off,
me what
okay?
happened.
Because I'm trying to get in touch with someone else.
What was that, man? Yeah.
No.
Make sure, sorry, make sure that's
Oh,
loud.
then yeah, we'll go this way. Sorry. Get your picture taken.
Something.
Officer, can I be asked to move to the end cell? Sorry, because with this main door being here, I feel like a lot of people are gonna.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
That's fine. That'll be fine.
Right,
All right, just use your inside voice. You're still. Wait, why are they charging you with GTA? Alright, let's, can we talk about a plea deal? Trooper?
Like, asked to see their evidence. Like, they ain't got nothing.
They don't need to show me their evidence until trial. Alright, why are you charging him with GTA?
The car he stole is at the bottom of the canal. Up in the water.
Okay, that doesn't mean that it's...
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's go down further. Let's go over here.
Wait, why are you at... You're charging him with theft of a motor vehicle and GTA?
No.
Okay, it's just GTA.
Yes, GTA. I think Ulf might have partaken a little bit.
Alright, are you willing to change GTA to theft for a guilty plea?
Guilty on all charges?
Well, his charges are GTA and what else?
Evading and driving without a license.
I would genuinely recommend that you plead guilty to all charges if he changes GTA to theft. With
Can
the
we-
time served
Is he
reduction.
showering?
Can I have a moment with my lawyer? Sorry.
Okay. Dude, Ulf is fucking in the shower, dude. Rainstorm.
Get the car.
Yeah, there's water taps in the cells, but it's
All
not
right,
on.
let's get him pleaded.
It's not on.
Let's do theft
Oh,
of a
one
motor
question
vehicle.
actually.
Yeah.
I just want to specify one thing. Sorry, can I get one more second with my lawyer?
Okay, but alright. Hopefully we wrap up
Sorry,
soon,
guys.
guys.
It's the last second, sorry.
I don't know, it doesn't sound like a
He
fan.
doesn't need to read your rights unless he plans to question you.
Oh my god, the rights thing! The rights thing is so funny. I didn't ask him a single question.
Okay, but he doesn't need to read your rights unless he plans to ask you questions. Things that you say on your own, things that you volunteer, are not protected by Miranda rights, whether or not they were read to you.
He's too good, man. I got outlawyered.
Alright, you ready to go now?
Yeah.
Alright, let's go now.
How much do you, Mr. Oh.
Nothing, it's fine. I'm having a very hard day and I just want to be done with this and take a break for a little bit.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry for holding.
Hey, Trooper, can we go? I'm
Okay.
sorry for all the confusion. So, theft of a motor vehicle, evading, driving without a license.
Yeah, 10 months.
Guilty.
2,700, or sorry, 2,377 is what you're looking at.
Since I
can
plead
we-
guilty, yeah, did I basically just get to walk out here with time served, sorry? Well, I plead guilty.
No.
Please.
You get a charge drop down lower is what you get.
Alright, can we do 5 months time served?
I've already served.
He's
about
already
15
getting
months
5
ago.
months time served because I'm dropping the charge down.
Wait,
I've been
what's
in
his
here-
total then?
He's looking at 10 months.
You know what? I'd recommend you take the plea.
Yeah, no, I'm taking the plea, but I've been in here for so long that I should be able to just walk out the door.
No, it's 10 months. They're not gonna let you walk out. At most, they could go for 5
Every
months.
second you've been in here is
yeah.
by your own design, by calling the lawyer, waiting for the lawyer,
Yeah.
and
Once you call
talking to the lawyer
attorney-
privately.
Yeah, once you call an attorney, the time served stops counting. So
Oh.
go for the 10 months. It's fine.
Yep. Yeah, just fucking throw me away.
Okay, I'm gonna call DOC to come get you. You
Can I get
mind
my phone
going to the
back?
bars away from the door, and I'm gonna give you the phone so you can have that when you get out.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again.
Stop
I'll-
moving so much, thanks.
I know you didn't ask for payment, but next time I see you, I'll slide you a 20.
You're fine.
Keep his fucking hammer, I don't give a fuck. And his mask, I don't care either, he wasn't wearing it. Okay, I'll call DOC to come get you, alright, Tyler?
Yeah, thank you, whatever your name is.
Okay.
Alright.
And,
can you get the trooper that has my gun?
who is that? Did they give you a name?
I don't know. He didn't. He's the one who brought me down.
Did they go to bench trial with your client, or?
I have no fucking clue. God damn it.
He is... It must be raining.
Might be in the lobby already. I don't know. We'll see.
Okay. If you got a idea on the name, I could take a look and see what's close to it.
What do you mean an ID on the name?
Like, if you have a rough idea on the name, I could Try to call one who's got the similar name to that.
I don't have
What
an
they look
ID on
like.
the name, but similar to you, blonde hair, younger guy. His number is gonna be.
We'll just call him.
0. Let me see if this is you or him.
That's me.
That's you. Okay. Is this him?
But the highest attorney and client duo on the fucking server.
You know what? It's fine. I don't care.
Okay.
I'll just
Alright.
get a new one.
Alrighty.
Bye.
I don't care either then. Oh my god. So fucking high, dude. Maybe not. Maybe Ulf is just actually tired. I mean, what is it like? Fucking 2 a.m. in probably like Sweden or Norway or Finland or whatever. I'm guessing Ulf is not exactly a common name outside of Scandinavia. Maybe he's not high, he's just tired. I'm good on this then. Oh, that was easier than I thought. My real name Ulf. No, it's not. Shut up, Skunk. Skunk real name something like Bill or something, like William. Some English ass name. Henry. Brandon. I don't know. Brandon seems a little American when I was mulling that over. Do they name people Brandon in England?
Naya from Kane, are you out with that alert?
Affirm. It's code 4. It's just a vehicle parked here right now. He's not. He's probably in the mall.
Affirm. He fled from me earlier in that vehicle.
10-4. I'm giving him an expired meter parking ticket.
No
right now.
joke, my name is actually Ulf. I don't think I believe that. No, that's
At 23.
I guess it's possible, but doxing yourself in February? I don't believe that. Said no. Oh, no joke. Okay, all right. Guys,
Dispatch 511, show me responding to
I got something to admit.
Thank you for your backup.
No problem.
My name is also Ulf. Original theory was Ulf and 7, but it just Ulf 7 doesn't hit right. How unlikely is that? All 15 Ulfs in the world in this chat, and the last one on the server. What are the odds, man?
511, I'm here. The tampering call.
Hello.
There's a green vehicle
Oh, yeah.
parked.
We'll get you.
Some backup.
Just I need her looked at. Been driving around for a while.
Be at the,
That's my hat. Sorry, I need to give you the keys though. I'll take the hat back though. Thanks. I'll write the check.
Be 250 for you. Ooh.
Want to say anything?
Yeah, I get that.
Isn't around. I'm at the mall. I'll be there.
Keep wanting to hit tab. It's gonna ruin it.
What do you think?
Guy in the monkey mask just threw a banana at us on a go-kart in front of MRPD.
As soon as I said that, he left.
Almost ran him over. I'm west on Vespucci right now. I'm backing up power.
Unroadworthy vehicle if you can catch him. Just make sure they don't drive underneath you. They will blow up your car.
For the tip. Also, there's a maniac in a wheelchair that almost went on head on with me.
A wheelchair. Those maniacs and wheelchairs, man. They gotta be stopped. Here's the check for when you're done.
Just finished it.
All right. You ain't recognize that car?
Alrighty. Have a
Classic.
good one. Be careful.
All right, thank you. Dude, I feel like today is just dead. I see Granger on the road. Today feels like slow as shit, man. Nobody's on radio. There's not many cops on. Is that like a national holiday? Wait, is it actually Penta's day off? That would be fucking hilarious if the server's dead, unironically, on Penta's day off. Kind of confirms a few narratives. Monday and Tuesday, really, huh? I guess that makes sense from a content perspective. Who else are we gonna write? I guess that makes sense why I have so many viewers. What? Let me guess. Moose Brother and Amsterdam aren't on either. You guys are down bad, huh? Looking, yeah, neither are alive.
That shit was fun as hell.
Yep, confirmed.
I never played that. Is that actually good? Hey.
I could chase that guy, but I don't want to. Yeah, when Chief gets here, I have to end because I'll lose all my viewers. Wait, is Amsterdam really live? Am I not follow her? Or am I not? Dude, Peruse is live. Oh, he's not on purple. He's banned still. Holy shit. Challenge Chief to a sniper duel. I wouldn't want to embarrass Chief in front of his audience. Like real. Like real, actually real. I'm not even joking. I don't need this key anymore. Yep. Littering's not a thing, guys. Is 769 1038 north on Elgin with a red Rumpo occupied ×1.
You want to go ahead and call the 77s now, or?
No, just go ahead and turn off the engine.
Yeah, I can do.
Okay. And you have a license? Okay,
I do,
great.
yeah.
And,
that is the driver's, yeah. Good,
and
good.
you know why I stopped you?
Yeah, I was in a bit of a rush, and I have a really good excuse, I promise.
Huh? Was it your wife is pregnant with a farm
Christ,
animal?
no.
That's what the last guy was.
What? No, my missus isn't pregnant.
Okay, well, I'm just telling you what the last guy's was, so I'm guessing.
No. I was on my way to dinner with Coster's mom, and I didn't want to be late.
Who's that?
Coster.
Coster? I barely know her. Who's that?
Like Coster, chief of the SASP.
Oh, no. Oh, Colonel, you mean?
Colonel?
Yeah, Colonel now. Okay.
Is he Colonel now? Good for him.
Yeah, they changed the ranks and all that. Okay. Where you headed dinner at? Got a nice place?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. You ever been to Tequila?
Not really a date type joint, kind of a bar scene.
Yeah, well, bar food, bit of beers.
I wouldn't take a nice lady there, but maybe she's not so nice. All right.
She's something, I tell you.
You mind if I see your ID one more time? Because I showed you my badge.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I didn't see your badge actually.
Okay. Well, it's my badge. If you want to say, I'm not gonna fall for that again. All right. Okay. And this is your Rumpo?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Okay. All right. I'll be right back with you then.
Yeah, sure then.
Declan Quinn. Declan Quinn. Declan Quinn. Yep. We write a ticket here. We always do. We do. I gotta role play my quota. I don't actually have a quota, so I role play the quota.
How hungry are you?
Fucking starving, mate.
Would you like one?
What do you have?
A banana.
Fuck yeah, hand it over.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let a guy do it. I don't care.
I'd get out, but I think the trigger would have a bit of a go at me if I did.
Oh, sorry, brother. Hey, oh, a banana.
Thanks, mate. Fucking fresh banana, yeah, mate.
Oh, yeah, fresh banana, brother. Oh, man, you know, we can't leave the cop out either.
I'll get banana.
A banana. No, McGee! Crush McGee!
Is that street legal?
No, it's not.
I got a headache. A headache. Banana's the scuffiest thing going, bro. Headache. And video stopped responding. FiveM stopped responding. Fuck, bro.
We can still hear you, champ.
That's really awkward there. Is it wrong to make fun of the English now? I think not.
Okay. I've got a ticket. It's I'll just hand it to you if you prefer. I can put it on the windshield, but I think you probably
I'll
prefer.
take it.
Yeah, okay.
Let's see here.
All
What
right.
do we got here?
Yeah, for speeding. It's 70.
That's so much.
Yeah. Don't forget to pay it. Okay.
Wait, come back. I have a present for you. It's to remember us by.
Is the same ticket I just gave you?
It is paid though.
I don't want it. That's yours.
I don't want it.
It's yours to keep. Farewell. Free to go.
Yes, mate.
My door.
Oh, it's in a dumpster to the left of the gate entry. Big dumpster.
7838 tow truck South Calais across from the mall.
You can't miss it. It's around this shape thing, kind of thick.
Owned.
It looks like it was stacked up like 10 UFOs from 1950s movies.
Owned. He probably gets back before tow truck gets here, but maybe. 769, code 4, 1038, 108. Me door. Log in, man. There's like 2 toads. There's one up their street too. I don't think anyone got yet. Dude, today feels ungodly slow. I might actually just like switch characters. I don't know. I was thinking about making Sledge Diesel. Oh my god, they're still here. Incredible. Shoot a cop. I don't know, man. I don't think I'm allowed to play Bingus with Chief anymore, dude. I don't think the Chief wants to play Bingus with him anymore.
Hi.
It's a word. It's a word. I hate word, dude.
550, I'll be 10-8 from that traffic stop in front of MRPD. I'll be 10-7 for food.
I miss Bingus too, man. I've been having so much fun with Cop, and I don't want to get fired from Cop now that Smod is gone. So I'm gonna have to be a Cop main now, right? Like, I mean, what's that? 2 tickets today? If I do that every day, I'm not even gonna make quota, man. I have to do that every day to make quota. I'm not gonna make quota like I'm going right now. If I don't play tomorrow, Smod is gone. Yeah, he quit, man. Fucking quit, man. What's our active personnel? We got Cadet, Trooper. Wonder if their actual vision, I assume the vision was to have a bunch of troopers and then eventually promote some master troopers and then some like command, but maybe the actual plan is just to have 3 commands, which seems unsustainable long term. These guys with 16 citations. Crazy. There I am. Woohoo! I got 9 citations with secondaries. How many's without? How many without? 3. Bro, I'm never gonna make it, dude. Is there even a plan? I don't know, man. Is there even a plan? I don't think there's a plan. No, not a plan I know, anyway. Perfect React video. We'll go upstairs.
I have a guy on a go-kart near
Hello and
MIPD
welcome
again. I'm pretty
to
sure
the
he's trying to
all-
throw shit at me.
Are you reserved doing the big quota? Yeah, but I'm kind of thinking reserve being a SMOD invention, it may not last forever, dude. I'm kind of thinking I might be in trouble long term. Like, how long is Reserve Trooper going to survive without SMOD who made it?
Hockey hair
What is
team.
this?
When I started thinking about this year's theme, I thought about stuff hockey people like. Country music. That makes sense. Waylon and Willie had great flow. Billy Ray won the 18
there was absolutely a way they fire me.
Crystal kept it long.
Absolutely the way they fire me. If I don't make quota,
Even Reba
and the people that vouch for me are no longer here, Wrangler,
Trav,
Shepard, SMOD,
this
Cactus,
yeah, country music's always
I absolutely get shit cans.
Sure, there's some mishaps.
I think it would be a tragedy because I'm having fun.
But it's bigger than
Just because I don't meet
ever,
quota because I only play like
Holston's
15 to 20 hours a week, but
Beyonce's turning TikTok into HickTok, but I still needed a theme.
Blame it all on my roots. I showed up in boots and ruined your black tie affair. The last to know.
The last one to show.
I was the last one you thought you'd see there.
Bingo, that's it. Because if I know one thing about Minnesota, we've got friends in flow places.
Jesus
And
Christ.
this year's tournament was kind of the Wild West, with lots of new teams getting in. The tourney was back in
Bunch of
St.
bros
Paul
in Minnesota?
on 45, and the Godfather hung it up after 6 decades. Thank you, Lou. Let's get this party started. It was a great year. We had redheaded
is that a new
strangers, snow jobs,
Hold on.
transformers,
The new dirt front emo?
hard chargers,
Looks like a little polar bear.
Where is Alexandria anyway?
I kind of
We
fuck with
should
those.
Google it.
Those are good emotes.
Nice flow, Minnesota.
You're looking good, Minnesota.
I'll be honest. I don't actually watch hockey. This is a lot of this is lost on me. I'm guessing it's a hair thing.
A snow level. It needs it. We had Zubas, Wigglers.
Oh, so it's appreciating the the hair from all the Minnesota hockey players this year in like the state finals. Oh my god.
How you let the game.
The bleach blondes, I don't know, man. I respect a commitment to a look, but that is
How you let the game come to you.
that is that looks like shit, dude. That looks like shit. Well, is the Chief live? The Chief 114. No, man.
Just keeps going.
Shut up, man. Shut up, dude. I don't want to fucking be here anymore. It's cold. I'm gonna go take a shower and go make dinner. Just so you know, the Chief ruined this stream today by not going live early. 20 minutes earlier than he should have. I had a good day today. I'll probably be here tomorrow. Maybe for Arma and Apps. No ARAMs. I might do ARAMs. The problem with ARAMs, Shadow, is that I never know if I'm going to stream through that time. You guys do the same time every day. Or around the same time. And so I never sign up. And then I go to look and there's like fucking 15 of you. And I'm like, do I really want to show up and take someone's spot? No, I feel bad doing that. So then I just... Farewell. Take care of yourselves, guys. And if you can, someone else too. Yeah, that's a problem, Ultra. Someone would sit. I don't want them to. I don't want to use my privilege to make someone who signed up sit. Because God knows it won't be Vesperance who didn't sign up who sits. Anyway, I'll see you guys later.